Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage, more like tornado outbreak coverage today. We are expecting a very long day ahead with a high risk of severe weather in place. This is a very rare situation. We hardly ever have high risks of severe weather. Nonetheless, we even have a 30% potential of tornadoes within a 25-mile radius in this high risk of severe weather. So we are expecting a very long afternoon ahead, in addition to even this morning where we already have tornado warnings, and we are expecting dozens upon dozens of tornadoes to happen today across the southeast. It will be a very long morning, afternoon, and evening. We are anticipating being live until at least 10 o'clock this evening, if not even later than that. We are expecting a full-blown major tornado outbreak across the southeast. It will be a very long day, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel and share the stream with your friends and family. We'll be live pretty much all day with storm chasers in the field, in addition to a bunch of different live cameras. Now, we need to go right to, before we go into the general outlook, we already have a storm that is getting very concerning. Back over near Rolling Fork. This is Rolling Fork, Mississippi, near the Mississippi River Valley. We are starting to see some very strong rotation that is now approaching the Lake Providence area, right over near Highway 134. This is right along the Louisiana and Mississippi border. This is currently approaching the Mayersville area and will be moving towards Rolling Fork and Anguilla here in western Mississippi. Reason why the storm is really dangerous? Well, this is what the velocities currently look like. I mean, they really look intense as of right now. Currently, again, moving towards Rolling Fork, and they've been intensifying over the last several minutes, and a strong and even long track tornado cannot be ruled out with a storm like this. So if you are currently in the Rolling Fork area, you've got to make sure that you are in your safe place, away from windows, on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is a very dangerous storm by the looks of it. I mean, the velocities are really cranking, moving into Lake Providence, Louisiana, and we'll be moving into Mayersville in the next few minutes. We also have a tornado warning over near Monroe in Louisiana. This is just off to the right along I-20 near Richwood. Rotation is a little bit harder to see since we are in a radar hole, but the rotation will be right over the east side of Richwood, and we'll be moving northeast, and it will be crossing over I-20 over the next several minutes. But that storm has not been nearly as concerning as the one that's back up near Lake Providence. And sorry guys, this actually just got upgraded to a PDS tornado. So we already have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress that is currently along the Mississippi River Valley near Lake Providence, Mayersville, and Rolling Fork. This is a radar indicated particularly dangerous situation, meaning that we again have a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress near Lake Providence, and this will be going right into Mayersville and approaching the west side of Rolling Fork, Mississippi over the next few minutes. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this tornado warning. This is again a large and extremely dangerous tornado. The velocities right now are pretty much off the charts over the west side of Lake Providence, and this is quickly going to be approaching Mayersville over the next several minutes. So you need to be in your safe place if you are in this warning. This is a very dangerous tornado. The velocities are extremely impressive as well, as this is moving towards Mayersville. I mean, guys, we're literally not even that far into today. We are literally, you know, we're 5 minutes into the stream and we already have a PDS tornado, and we are probably going to have a lot more of these over the next several hours. But yeah, again, if you're in Rolling Fork, you need to be in your safe place. If you know any friends or family in Rolling Fork, please make sure that they are aware of this situation in western Mississippi. Again, the rotation is very strong. We do have a debris signature popping up now over the north side of Lake Providence, so this is likely hitting some of the north side of town near Lake Providence, and then it will be moving into Cottonwood, Mayersville, Mississippi, and then eventually moving into the west side and north side of Rolling Fork, Mississippi. So this is a very dangerous situation. Let's go over to the Rolling Fork camera. This is one of the Has cams in Rolling Fork, and this is what it looks like right now live. And I'm going to try to see. It's hard to tell what's going on right now. It's a little bit far away from this camera, but I'm assuming the tornado is going to be somewhere in there in the middle or middle right. We'll probably have a better view of this storm here in just a few minutes, but this is again a live shot on the Has cam, and you can see the lightning there as well. This is the live shot on the Has cam though in Rolling Fork, Mississippi, where again there is now a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress. So this is already turning into a nightmare here along the Mississippi River Valley. Let me fix this. All right, let's go over to the radar, and we got a new radar scan that has just come in. Yeah, we'll wait for the CC to update and all that. But again, the velocities are very strong right now. This is definitely a strong and more than likely a very large tornado right now near Lake Providence. The tornado, again, is going to be right over the north side of Lake Providence right now. We also have a hail core on the northwest side there of Lake Providence. And the velocities are intense. It's actually messing up even on this radar. Again, this is for perspective. This is what the velocities look like as of right now. Very strong rotation over the northwest side of Lake Providence as we speak. And no debris signature as of 10:05. So we don't have a debris signature, but the velocities are intense as can be. I mean, again, we have very strong velocities right now over the north side of Lake Providence, and this is unfortunately going into an area that literally just experienced an EF2 tornado only about a year or two back in Rolling Fork. Let's hope we don't have something like that again, but this is unfortunately turning into a very dangerous situation. If this tornado is indeed on the ground, which we think it is going to be over the north side of Lake Providence, moving towards Highway 1 in Rolling Fork and Anguilla. Long term, if this storm continues to produce a tornado, it will head in the direction of Hollandale, Mississippi, Belzoni, which was under tornado warnings last night, by the way, and it'll also go in the direction of the Silver City area. And the tornado warning has just been updated. It is still a particularly dangerous situation. So this is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado here along the Mississippi River Valley near Lake Providence, moving towards Rolling Fork. So they are continuing this as a large and extremely dangerous tornado over the north side, again, of Lake Providence. It is quickly moving to the northeast and is likely producing significant damage over the north side of Lake Providence near the Lake Providence area. There is actually a lake here. That's what I'm talking about with the Lake Providence. And then also back near Highland. And Cottonwood is about to take a direct hit from a large tornado. Let's go full cam just for a moment here to the Has Cam in Rolling Fork. Again, this is Rolling Fork, Mississippi, where the tornado is currently heading. And the storm is still probably a good 10 to 15 miles off to its off to the west, at least of this camera. But there's definitely a lot of lightning out there in the distance. We'll continue to have that bottom right of your screen. That is, from what I know, there's no really chasers in this area that we at least have, and probably the best camera view that we're going to get on this particular storm. And you can already see the inflow is very strong on this storm. We got a hook echo and everything. Again, moving right towards Rolling Fork. Just a quick little heads up. I mean, we're going to go through the forecast and all that, hopefully when we don't have any tornadoes on the ground. But this is the risk for today. Obviously, for those that know already, we have a high risk of severe weather in place in Mississippi and Alabama, where we are expecting long-tracked and strong tornadoes today. The wording today from the Storm Prediction Center is obviously up there when it comes to a risk of severe weather. This is going to likely be one of the biggest tornado outbreaks that we've seen in years across the southeast. We have a significant risk here for tornadoes today. I think we're going to be talking about multiple strong and long track tornadoes. We have a lot of warm air and moist air out in front of this line, and this is a huge warm sector. So once storms start popping up, it is going to get very, very dicey and very quickly. We are anticipating a bunch of tornadoes, damaging winds, and as well as hail. It is going to be a very long afternoon and evening, and I honestly think that we are going to be talking about potentially a similar day to yesterday, probably even worse than yesterday when it comes to tornadoes, and yesterday was already bad enough. So yeah, keep that in mind. I mean, we're talking about, you know, two basically big tornado outbreak days in a row, and I honestly thought yesterday was one of the worst tornado outbreaks that I've personally ever covered. So just, you know, keep that in mind. Also, new update from the Storm Prediction Center. We now have a new mesoscale discussion that has just come out, and this is because we are going to see a PDS tornado watch issued here in a few minutes across Mississippi and eastern Louisiana. Particularly dangerous situation tornado watch is to be issued here soon. A tornado outbreak is likely. So we are talking about, again, a significant risk here for tornadoes today, and they have now just mentioned that, again, a PDS tornado watch will soon be issued in Mississippi and Louisiana. The peak intensity right now that they have outlined is up to 190 mile per hour tornadoes, which essentially would be an EF4 category range. So again, intense to violent tornadoes are a possibility. Hail could actually be as large as the size of apples, maybe even up to the size of grapefruits, and then damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour is likely. So today is going to be a very long day. All right, back to radar. Again, the tornado right now is going to be over near Mayersville. So the latest radar scan, again, the tornado right now is over on the north side of Lake Providence. It's approaching Mayersville. This is once again a large and extremely dangerous tornado. And again, this is what it looks like on reflectivity moving towards Mayersville. So very strong rotation popping up on radar, and it is currently moving to the northeast. Again, a very dangerous situation. This is a live shot again in Rolling Fork as the storm is approaching. If we get a good flash of lightning like we just had there a second ago, we might see something. But I think if there is a tornado, it's in the middle of your screen. That's what I'm assuming. The camera's currently moving around, but I think it would be back over on the left middle there if we do have a tornado. That would probably be in the middle of your screen somewhere if we do indeed have a tornado here. There's another flash of lightning. Still can't clearly see anything. Again, this was confirmed by the National Weather Service as a large and extremely dangerous tornado. And again, the velocities honestly are really off the charts. We don't have a clear debris signature on radar, but the velocities are very tight right now, approaching Cottonwood and Mayersville as well. It's kind of crazy that we don't have a clear debris signature on radar right now, but I mean, this tornado might be just a little bit delayed due to how far it is away from the radar site. Again, the velocities are just off the charts with this storm. Very tight rotation, and again, we're far away from the radar site, but that's still very strong low-level rotation. Another radar scan here in a second. We're going to keep that bottom right of your screen as we don't see anything quite yet. Just a lot of lightning right now out in the distance there in Rolling Fork. But again, if you are just tuning in, we do have a large tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning for those near Lake Providence and Mayersville. This is along the Louisiana and Mississippi border. It's right along the Mississippi River Valley. And then Rolling Fork and Anguilla are currently in the track of this going towards Highway 61. For those that are, again, familiar with Rolling Fork, we literally had a very intense and violent tornado just a couple years back, the Rolling Fork EF4 tornado. And so this area has been prone to tornadoes in the past, and there is a chance that we have a potentially intense tornado heading in that direction. We don't exactly know, though, because we haven't really seen a clear debris signature, but the velocities are very strong, indicating potentially gate-to-gate shear, upwards of 150 to 200 miles per hour, with how strong the velocities are currently in this area. So this is a very dangerous situation. We should have another radar scan in a second, but this tornado could even be a bit more rain-wrapped. This is, again, the latest velocity scan. Very strong rotation along the Mississippi River Valley, approaching Mayersville. So, again, very strong rotation approaching Mayersville. So that's going to be right over, approaching Highway 1 near Miller's Landing. Hopedale could be getting hit by this tornado in the next minute or so. And then Booth, Grace, and Woodside, over the northwest side of Rolling Fork, are in the track of this. They have just updated the tornado warning again. It is still a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. So this is continuing as a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. It's a very dangerous storm right now, moving into Mayersville, Mississippi. If you have any friends or family in this tornado warning, please make sure to reach out to them. Make sure that they're aware of this. Have them make sure that they're getting to their storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. This is the kind of day today that you're going to want closed-toe shoes. Essentially, make sure that you have shoes that are not flip-flops. In case you do go under a tornado warning, you're going to want to make sure those shoes are handy, because if you end up having a tornado hit your house or building or whatever it might be, you might be walking over a lot of debris. So make sure that you are taking that precaution today anywhere in the southeast, as we are expecting a bunch of tornadoes. And I know we're very early into today. Again, it's 10 a.m., but the peak of the tornado threat really will ramp up around 2, and it'll probably go all the way through 8. So we're actually really in the pre-stages of this full-blown major tornado outbreak. This is a live shot here from, again, Rolling Fork on the HazCam, back over near Mayersville. Bottom right of your screen is the very impressive rotation that is moving in the direction of Rolling Fork. And oh, actually, look at that. I think that's the wall cloud right there. So that is a huge lowering by the looks of it there in the middle of your screen. You can kind of make out that little edge there. So that's the wall cloud right there. And so either we have a tornado buried on the right side a bit further where there's a lot more rain, or we just have a very intense rotating wall cloud, which could be dropping a massive tornado here in a few minutes with how strong the velocities are. That is the wall cloud there in the middle right of your screen. That is a huge wall cloud. At the minimum, we have a huge wall cloud. Again, that means that we have a huge area of rotation that is currently in the low levels, but there might be a tornado buried back in there. If you really look in the middle right, you can kind of see that hanging wall cloud there. So again, Rolling Fork, just on the north and west side there of Rolling Fork, you are currently included again in a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is heading towards Highway 1. Rolling Fork, at least the very downtown area of Rolling Fork, was just removed from the tornado warning. But you are included if you're in Aguilia, or if you're back near Marathon, Foote, Hampton, Woodside, Grace, or Percy in western Mississippi. You are still included in this PDS tornado warning, which again means a large and extremely dangerous tornado is heading in this direction. If you are driving, don't try to be outrunning this tornado. Make sure that you're finding a sturdy structure or getting into a ditch in western Mississippi. Again, on this tornado warning. Let's go back to the live shot. Again, this storm is getting closer and closer to this Hazcam. Again, right side of your screen, that is the large wall cloud. The camera's probably about 10 miles or so, maybe 15 miles to the east of this area of rotation, but it's still a really good view of this storm. And I think we are starting to at least see something here on the correlation coefficient. So this right here is likely the tornado. We are at least seeing some level here of now a debris signature approaching Addie and Hopedale. So we're at least seeing something now popping up on the correlation coefficient. I wouldn't fully say that's a tornado, but it more than likely is one. With how large that wall cloud there is on the right side of your screen. I don't know if this camera can zoom in, but if it could, that would probably be able to confirm more here. But nonetheless, we still have a huge wall cloud there on the right side of your screen. If we don't have a tornado, I mean, this is some of the strongest rotation I've really ever seen. We have very strong velocities, again, going both towards and away from the radar over the northwest side of Mayersville. I mean, that's crazy. That is very strong rotation. That is going to be moving towards the northwest side of Rolling Fork. All right, let me go back to this live shot. You can see the huge lowering there on the right side of your screen, which might be moving out of the shot here over the next few minutes. I'm not sure if the camera can move, but on the right side of your screen is that large wall cloud and lowering. Again, we think that there's a tornado buried back in there somewhere. Haven't had any clear signs of the tornado yet, but I mean, the large wall cloud is going to be pretty much a dead giveaway that if we do see a tornado, it will be likely strong and potentially even intense or violent here near Mayersville, Mississippi. Wish I could draw on this, but you can literally see that wall cloud back there. It's crazy. Let me hold this up. And let's do this. Okay, so I just want to give you guys a quick little outline on this. So this is what it looks like. Again, we got a large wall cloud right here, right? So this is the rolling fork camera, large lowering and wall cloud. The tornado might be wrapped back in there in the rain. So that might be where this large tornado is. Again, it's hard to tell, but I would say if there is a tornado, it's probably wrapped back in there. Again, just to the west here of Rolling Fork. But again, you can see the large lowering out there in the distance. That's probably a good 2 mile wide like wall cloud that we have here. And this rotation is quickly approaching Highway 1 right now. So Highway 1, you are currently in the direct path of a likely large and extremely dangerous tornado. Even if we don't have a tornado, we are definitely going to be talking about significant damaging winds in this area. Again, here's that live shot. I do think that this tornado, from at least what we're seeing, is going to be wrapped back in there in the rain. So be in the middle of your screen. It'd be kind of wrapped back in that rain there. I'm in Rolling Fork. Should I seek shelter? Rolling Fork, I think, should be in their safe place no matter what, because even if you don't see the tornado here, which I don't think the tornado will hit you, it'll probably stay off to your north, the damaging wind threat is still significant. We're talking about damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. That's moving towards Rolling Fork. You know, it's very interesting. I want to go back to this so I can outline some stuff. Again, this is the Rolling Fork camera. Another interesting thing here is you can actually, I think, see right there the inflow tail that's going into this. So that's going to kind of wrap back into here, and our tornado would be located, again, kind of in this rain here over the northwest side of Rolling Fork. So that's actually a little interesting detail there, and that's a very long inflow tail by the looks of it, which is essentially going to increase the amount of rotation that we have on this storm. But even if the tornado is not on the ground, it's probably about to drop. The velocities, again, are extremely tight. Just west of Rolling Fork. And you can see right here on the bottom right of your screen as well, the velocities are tightening over the north side of Mayersville. And lightning has continued to stay consistent here as well. Does this guy sleep? Did I get sleep? I got some sleep, but not much. Probably about 5 hours if we're lucky. Now, if we end up seeing a power flash or something along those lines back in that rain, that's almost undoubtedly a confirmation of that tornado. We're going to stay here for a second until we get our new radar scan. Again, if you are just tuning in, this is a PDS tornado warning, which is, again, a particularly dangerous situation. It is radar indicated as a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is over the north side of Mayersville in Mississippi. It's moving towards Anguilla, north side of Rolling Fork. Long term, it's going towards Hollandale, Belzoni, and Silver City in western Mississippi. Again, we are looking towards that right middle side there for that tornado. It's, again, I think what it is that it's probably wrapped into the rain, so we're probably not going to be able to see a visual shot of it. But you can at least see the very low clouds to the ground. And keep in mind that really any tornado today is going to be capable, or any storm in general is going to be capable of producing a tornado with today's environment.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We do now have a new PDS tornado warning. So this is a new particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This is going to be for those in Washington, Sharkey, Humphreys, Leflore, and Sunflower counties in Mississippi. You need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. They are issuing this well ahead of time because this is producing a large and extremely dangerous tornado. And even if it wasn't, it is still producing a lot of rotation and is probably seconds away from dropping a tornado if it is not already on the ground. So again, you need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is a very dangerous storm that is currently moving to the northeast. Our rotation is very strong, just northwest there of Rolling Fork. We have a hook gecko, very strong inflow as well, and a crap ton of lightning. Literally, there's so much lightning with this storm, which is lighting up the skies, and in a lot of cases, lightning does indicate an increasing tornado activity. So we have a lot of lightning with this storm right now. And again, the rotation, just for a better view here, it is very strong right now, approaching the northwest side of Rolling Fork, a few miles northwest of Rolling Fork, going towards Anguilla. So again, you need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or your bathroom, and away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. As again, this is a extremely dangerous situation. This is what it looks like right now in Rolling Fork. This is the only camera, from my knowledge, that is in this area. And again, you can see the huge lowering on the right side of your screen. And I think they're zooming out here in a second. You'll see on the right side of your screen that large lowering. And then the tornado is likely wrapped back in that rain on the middle right. The next tornado warning, for reference, includes a population of 11,000 people, by the way. All right, I'm going to put this bottom right here for just a second. This is, for those that are not aware, NATOcast is an experimental tool. They haven't really been around for much recently, but they just issued, or put out a little outlook here for tornadoes today. And honestly, this is not going to be something that's impossible, but they did actually outline a 45% tornado risk in Alabama and eastern Mississippi. Now, I wouldn't get too caught up in the shading and the probabilities of the colors. Just know that the more that you're in this area, the greater chance you essentially have of tornadoes. And again, the SPC outlook is not honestly that far off from this, so that's they're both pretty similar. But for the official Storm Prediction Center outlook, again, the high risk of severe weather in terms of the 30% tornado probabilities are currently sitting from Jackson, Mississippi, all the way back into Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, and Fayette in Alabama, where we are expecting, again, a bunch of different tornadoes today, several of which will be strong and as well as long tracked. Could even have some intense and violent tornadoes out there. And this one, again, near Rolling Fork, for example, might just be one of those that is intense or even violent, with how strong the rotation currently is on radar. And the Rolling Fork camera just went out again, but we'll go back to it if it comes back. Should come back here in a second. And this is a very nasty storm. Very strong rotation. Very strong inflow. This is all moving into the Anguilla area of Mississippi over the next few minutes. So please make sure, again, if you know any friends or family in this area, that they are getting to their safe place, getting away from windows, and getting onto the lowest floor possible. This is an extremely dangerous situation. This is a live shot in Rolling Fork. This is actually a really good shot, I think. That tornado, if it's indeed on the ground, it's going to be on the middle left of your screen there. We haven't had any clear debris signature really at any point, but velocities are strong enough for there to be a potentially strong or even intense tornado. And just an FYI, the downtown area of Rolling Fork is not in this tornado warning, but once you get up to Highway 16 and the Riverside Junction, those are areas that are included in the tornado warning. So the immediate downtown area, which is where we're right now at, that particular spot is not currently in a tornado warning. Also, we just got a brand new tornado watch. We are going to go to that here in a second. It is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that was just issued. So we're going to go to that in a second. We're going to stay here for a moment in case we can see that tornado. If there is a tornado, it's approaching, it's going to be right over Highway 1, north of Rolling Fork, and we'll be approaching Route 61 near Anguilla over the next few minutes, and then this will eventually approach Hollandale, Belzoni, Isola, Silver City, Inverness, and just south of Moorhead. And this will eventually long-term go towards the Greenwood area, Winona, Duck Hill, and Granada, which for reference, those areas just saw a tornado last night. And that was also, by the sounds of it, a very dangerous tornado. I'm going to keep this bottom right of your screen, but I do want to quickly give an update. So we do now have officially a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that has been issued. This is for most of Mississippi and eastern Louisiana. This goes until 6 p.m. Central Time. We are anticipating numerous strong tornadoes. That is expected. That is very strong wording from the Storm Prediction Center. Scattered hail as large as the size of tennis balls, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. Approximately 3.5 million people are in this tornado watch. Also, to make this even crazier, from what I am now hearing, if we go over to the SPC website here, this tornado watch has maxed out probabilities, which has never happened before. It has maxed out probabilities. Greater than a 95% chance in this region of at least one or more strong tornadoes, in addition to at least 2 or more tornadoes. That is also a 95% chance. We have never seen something like this before. Apparently, this is the first time ever that we've ever had probabilities this high for a tornado watch. So the likelihood of tornadoes is high. The likelihood of EF2 plus tornadoes is high. Anywhere there in basically almost all of Mississippi and eastern Louisiana. So this is turning into, again, a full-fledged major tornado outbreak today across the southeast, and it's all going to begin here in Mississippi and Louisiana over the next several hours. And we are beginning to see some supercells now firing off back over in southwestern Mississippi and eastern Louisiana. Let's go to Rolling Fork again. That is suspicious. That scud cloud right there in the middle of your screen.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
On this PDS tornado warning. And we now have a new tornado warning. This is going to be back up in northern central Mississippi.
A new tornado warning
north
has
of
been
Granada. Strong rotation right now near Charleston, moving towards Oakland, Interstate 55, Water Valley, and Taylor. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in that tornado warning. We have a brand new tornado warning as well, west of Macomb. This is near Gloucester, north of Centralville, and near Crosby and Rosetta. You need to, once again, get to your safe place, away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This storm is quickly moving towards the Gloucester area, as well as Crosby, over the next several minutes. Once again, another dangerous storm that is moving to the northeast, and we have multiple other storms that are beginning to rotate. Again, if I had to guess, we are probably going to have more than 15 tornado warnings at some point today. Maybe even more than 20, pretty much like yesterday. So it's going to be a very long afternoon. This is, again, in Rolling Fork on the HazCam. This is where we do have a PDS tornado warning. It is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that has been confirmed via radar by the National Weather Service just north of Rolling Fork. And we still actively have very strong rotation. There is a lot of scud there as well that is currently rising, which indicates that we have a lot of not just moisture, but there's just so much energy in today's environment. And guys, it's literally 10:36 a.m. We are so early into today's tornado threat. Bottom right of your screen, that is the velocities right now over the north side of Rolling Fork. camera may be frozen. I think it's still moving. No, it's still moving. Okay, never mind. Well, if we have a tornado, it's probably buried back in that rain somewhere. Probably buried back in that rain. Don't forget, Rolling Fork was hit by an EF4 tornado only a couple years back. So this is obviously an area that's been hit by tornadoes in the past. Luckily, the strongest area of rotation is well to the north of Rolling Fork. It's really more towards Anguilla now, and it's approaching Highway 61. But again, that Rolling Fork camera is really the closest one to this particular storm. And so it's in a pretty solid position there. All right. Let's see. Let me go to that camera. That camera went out again. Let's just do this. All right. Once again, we do have 4 tornado warnings, 2 of which are on the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here north of Rolling Fork. And there is suspected that we still have a tornado with this storm quickly moving to the northeast. It will be going towards Belzoni, Silver City, Mississippi, and Inverness. So you are all in the path right now of a large tornado that is rapidly moving to the northeast. And then we also have a tornado warning back up near Water Valley, Oxford, Taylor, and Coffeyville. Strong rotation right now near Charleston that is quickly moving towards Highway 7. Once again, this is a live shot there in Rolling Fork. This is the furthest right, I believe, this camera can even go. But once again, that tornado is probably buried back in the rain. I don't think we're going to be able to see it from this camera, but it is buried back in that rain. There's been a ton of lightning with this storm, and, luckily Rolling Fork is getting missed by this tornado. But, man, I can only imagine the size of this tornado. That's just north of Rolling Fork. Velocities are still very, very strong up there. Keep in mind, long-term, this particular storm is tracking in the direction of Winona, Greenwood, Sidon, Duck Hill, and Grenada. Again, last night, we literally had a strong tornado move through the south side of Grenada. So this is an area that's already seen a strong tornado from yesterday's storms, and we are bound to see probably more tornadoes today in this general vicinity with how high the tornado probabilities are. So this is going to be basically a double whammy. We had tornadoes yesterday, and we're going to have more today. This is the southwestern Mississippi tornado warning. Rotation, again, still strong, approaching Gloucester, Crosby, and the Rosetta area. So that rotation's still strong. It's going to be heading towards Gloucester. Gloucester is a relatively populated area. So if you're in Gloucester, Mississippi, you need to make sure that you're in your safe place. That is a storm that is quickly wrapping up. And then back over near Jackson, we also have some rotation developing there. That is in Louisiana. And we also have a supercell forming right now near Roxy. That one is beginning to spin as well. I do want to throw this out there. I saw a storm chaser this morning out back over in Mississippi. And what I found interesting is that they were on a shower, essentially just like a little shower, nothing crazy, not a storm or anything. And it literally had a little lowering already. Like there was a lowering on a tiny little shower. It gives you an idea of how much rotation, how much wind shear that we have in today's environment. It's, again, a very favorable environment today. This is one of the most favorable environments that we've really ever had when it comes to a tornado threat. And we're, again, only at 10:40 a.m., but we're going to see a significant tornado outbreak take place as we go into this afternoon. In Mississippi, in Alabama, in Georgia, in Tennessee, it is going to be a very long afternoon ahead. And we are really just hitting the edge right now of the 15% tornado risk, which, again, I wouldn't get too caught up in the probabilities, but most of the tornado warnings right now are still back out here along where the line of thunderstorms is in western Mississippi. And as we progress here into the late morning and early afternoon hours, we'll start to see some discrete supercells fire off out here in central and southern Mississippi, and also back into Georgia, where there will be plenty of storms that are rotating, producing the potential for tornadoes. I'm going to go to the 3-cam view for now. We're going to go back to this storm, though. The Rolling Fork camera is temporarily down again. It should come back here in a second. But again, we still have very strong rotation. North of Rolling Fork near Anguilla. This is going right towards Belzoni. Belzoni, Mississippi. You are in the path of a large tornado. Silver City, Inverness. You are also in the path of a large tornado. You need to be in your safe place. you have any friends or family in Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, any of these states today that are in a risk of severe weather, feel free to share the stream with them. We'll be live all day today covering this major tornado outbreak here across the deep south and as well as the southeast. And all the cameras just went down. All right. Back to the radar, and we'll go back to that in a second. Where is this? We're currently in western Mississippi. Also, we have an update from last night's tornado outbreak. We're up to at least 16 fatalities from last night's tornado outbreak. At least 6 deaths in Arkansas. And the total apparently across the board is 16. 10 happened in Missouri, and 6 of which were in Wayne County. 2 were in Ozark County, 1 in Butler County, and 1 in Jefferson County. And then we also had 4 in Texas, believe it or not. Texas didn't even see that much yesterday. They had a few severe storms, but no tornadoes or anything, and there were 4 fatalities in Texas. I believe those might have actually been, though, from the dust storms that we were having, the potential, like, those pileups and stuff like that. This is back to that rolling fork camera. We are looking directly at where the strongest rotation is. Again, I don't think we're going to see anything, but just gives you an idea of what the storm looks like right now from the south side. Rotation is still very strong on radar. I've mentioned this multiple times now, but I do think a major tornado outbreak is ahead today. The Storm Prediction Center will have a new SPC outlook in approximately an hour or so. And I do think there is a legitimate chance that they do upgrade parts of the high risk of severe weather to a 45% tornado probability. And so what that essentially means is that we're basically going into a higher spectrum of a tornado outbreak in parts of Mississippi and Alabama. I'm not sure if they're going to, but I do think that's in play. And I honestly think we're going to see a bunch of different strong and violent tornadoes here across Mississippi and Alabama today. This is a day today, if you're in Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Georgia, that you need to be watching the radar like a hawk. You need to make sure that you have a bunch of ways to receive warnings, like a weather radio. You need to have a tornado action plan ready to go as well. You know, tornado sirens, don't just rely on those. If you are in a mobile home or a manufactured home or an RV, you need to find a sturdy structure ahead of time. Find a storm shelter. If you have a friend that's in a nice building that you can go into that has a storm shelter or basement, that's where you want to make sure that you have a plan in place for today for this upcoming tornado outbreak. Not everybody's going to see tornadoes. Let's keep that straight here. Not everybody's going to see tornadoes. That didn't happen yesterday. It's not going to happen today. But a lot of us will be dealing with at least some level of severe weather, and you could be under a tornado warning at any point today. So please make sure, if you're in the southeast, that you have multiple ways to receive warnings. And honestly, this is probably going to be one of the biggest outbreaks that we've ever covered. So yesterday was probably the biggest, and today might challenge that. So a long day is ahead. And again, it's not even 11 a.m., and we already have still very strong rotation near Hollandale, Mississippi on the PDS tornado warning. What was the rating from the tornado that ran through Oakland, Indiana last night? I have no clue. We don't have any tornado damage surveys yet that have come in. So we're going to have to wait a little bit until that stuff comes in. But the National Weather Service will be doing tornado surveys throughout the day today. And so whenever we have new information about any confirmed tornadoes, we will be the first to let you know. But for now, we don't have any surveys, at least from my knowledge. Over the next hour, I really think that this is going to be one of the most concerning supercells, but we are also watching the storm back up near the Grenada area for a potential tornado. That strong rotation is near the Scobie area right along I-55 and approaching Oakland, Water Valley, and Coffeyville in north-central Mississippi, and it's eventually going to go towards Oxford, Mississippi. And then we still have our tornado warning in southwestern Mississippi. This rotation has been strengthening, and we do have a hook echo on this that is going to be moving right into Gloucester. So if you are in Gloucester, Mississippi, please make sure that you're in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Tornado does remain possible if that storm as it moves east to the northeast. This is still a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning for those in Belzoni and Silver City. Going towards Inverness as well. Apparently, the tornado outbreak that happened yesterday is what is known as the Pi Day tornado outbreak. Now, that sounds about right. It probably will end up being named. I actually will probably rename the stream as well. That was probably going to be. It probably is called the Pi Day tornado outbreak. I don't know the last time we had a Pi Day tornado outbreak, but yesterday was Pi Day. And believe it or not, before yesterday's live stream, I did have a pizza. It has nothing to do with the weather, but. And obviously today is March 15th. We are in the pretty much smack dab middle here of March. Before severe weather gets going today, make sure again that you have multiple ways to receive alerts and monitor local updates from your National Weather Service. Make sure that you're tuning into today's stream. We'll be relaying all the reports for you today across the Southeast. Have a bunch of ways to receive warnings, including having a weather radio, your phone ready to go, have flashlights charged up as well. That is a big thing. A lot of you might not be thinking about this right now, but there's a chance that you lose power today in Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Georgia, any of these states essentially. And so you're going to want to make sure that you have flashlights ready to go. Have extra batteries in case you end up losing power. Have candles on hand. That's a decent source of light as well. Not a bad idea to have. Have your weather radios. Make sure those are, replaced with batteries as well. If you want, you can even create an emergency kit. Have some of those essentials with you in case you, for some reason, do get hit by a tornado or end up having power go out in your area. Make sure that you have an emergency kit ready to go. Have those essentials with you, like medications and stuff like that. And also, if you're in a mobile home, again, an RV, a manufactured home, anything like that, you're going to want to make sure that you know where your storm shelter is. If you don't know your storm shelter, what you should be doing is researching in your area where there is a storm shelter, or look for some friend that has a sturdy structure and maybe even a basement. Because that's essentially what you're going to want here today, especially if you're in a mobile home, an RV park, anything like that, across the Southeast and Dixie Alley. And also, a really good idea, too, before we get too much further into today, you're going to want to make sure that you're securing any loose line items. That includes trampolines, that includes patio furniture, trash cans, grills could even become something that goes flying from strong winds or a tornado. So make sure those things are all inside or hatched down, secured, so they're not going to go flying away. If a tornado hits your area, those could easily go flying. And make sure if you are anywhere in the Southeast and you have family here, if you have friends here, that they are aware of this situation today. I think most people probably are at this point, but there's probably a handful that still don't know anything about the severe weather threat today, which is pretty significant. We are getting a report in Anguilla, Mississippi, of a large tornado still in progress, according to a storm chaser in the area. So this is still a confirmed tornado that is in progress on the north side of Anguilla, just crossed over Route 61, and is going towards Belzoni. So this is still a large tornado. According to Ethan Johnson, I think that he's a local news person. This is still a large tornado. And again, this tornado could even be something more than just a large tornado. I mean, when we saw it in Rolling Fork, it was all wrapped in rain, so we couldn't really see it, but it does have that kind of edge to it, where it's like, you got the clouds, and then you got kind of like the edge like this, and then it's all wrapped in rain after that. So this could be a pretty large tornado near Hollandale and Anguilla, moving towards Belzoni. So the tornado is going to be located right here, the southeast side of Hollandale. I'll have another velocity scan here in a second. The velocities are off the charts. I've mentioned this a bunch, but like the rotation is insane. We got velocities very strong going towards the radar and away from the radar. Radar's picking up of wind speeds upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour just going in one direction. So it gives you an idea that if we have that same wind speed going both directions, we could be talking about an intense, even possibly violent tornado moving to the northeast. Thank you, T, for the $20 super chat. North Texas here. Appreciate you, Max. Shout out to the Chasers. Stay safe out there. Yeah, today's a dangerous day for chasing. For those that are, out here in Mississippi or Alabama, and you're thinking about storm chasing today, and you have no experience doing so, I personally wouldn't. I would just stay home. I think it's too risky, especially if you are a new storm chaser. So it's definitely going to be a dangerous day. Let's check in with Brandon Kopic real quick, who is actually over in Grenada, Mississippi. And Brandon Kopic
was definitely busy, though. I will say that much. You guys know that. You watched.
Brandon Kopic's also live on YouTube. He's near Grenada, Mississippi.
I'm gonna have to.
Which he's not far from that tornado warning near Coffeyville, but he might be going towards the Rolling Fork storm.
Kind of agitates me, so Celsius it is. Oh my gosh, that thing's got to be a PDS tornado.
The cat keeps me out again.
That thing's got to be a freaking PDS tornado that's gonna pass north of Silver City.
Okay, let's go back to live radar. As we need to go back to, let me look at this real quick. The velocities are still very, very, very strong near Hollandale in Mississippi. I have not seen a full-blown debris signature as of right now, but we still have incredibly intense rotation approaching Belzoni. Belzoni, Mississippi, you need to be in your safe place right now. If you're near Silver City, you should also be in your safe place right now. I hate to say it, but like this storm right now is just producing very strong rotation. It's quite intense what we're seeing right now on radar. Again, strong tornado is almost undoubtedly going to happen if this thing is on the ground still. We got Brandon Kopic bottom right for you. Max, if there's a PDS tornado in there, why isn't the correlation coefficient picking it up? So there could be a couple reasons for that. One of which, sometimes radar might just not pick it up since we're so far away. But the other thing is we might not even have a tornado right now, but the rotation might be so strong that there's one very high wind circling around this area. Basically, we could be having 90+ mph winds going one direction and the other direction, just no tornado that's condensed. The other thing could be that, again, we just don't have a tornado in general, but they think that if we do have one, it's about to be a very significant tornado. And so they're basically pre-warning it in a way where it's obviously a tornado warning, but it's also warned for a large tornado because we're probably going to see one with this storm if it drops, and it could be a very intense tornado in this environment. Again, these velocities are just simply insane. Like how strong they are. It's very intense. The tornado warning, by the way, was just updated. It is still a PDS tornado warning, so it is still a particularly dangerous situation. Back over there. We're going to go back to Belzoni. And in Belzoni, Inverness, and Silver City, you are all on the track of this storm. Long-term, Greenwood, Winona, and Duck Hill are in the path of this dangerous supercell that is moving east-northeast, producing a large and extremely dangerous tornado, according to the National Weather Service. It is still remaining as a radar-confirmed tornado. Belzoni will be hit by this in the next 10 minutes or so. So you should be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom right now. You're not going to be able to see this tornado with it being rain-wrapped, so you should not be looking outside if you are in Belzoni. Hey, Spring Forward, appreciate the super chat. And thank you also, Dev, for the super chat. Yesterday was the Pi Day outbreak, and today can be the Ides of March outbreak. What's that even mean? Yeah, Kopic, I'm pretty sure, is going towards this storm, so I don't think he's going to be too far away from this. Bottom right of your screen is his live shot right now. This is, again, what the velocities look like. I know I'm showing you on Omega, but this is what it looks like, once again. Very intense rotation on this storm. Velocities are peaking at 110 miles per hour, going away from the radar, and then going towards the radar, they're about 80 miles per hour. So if we indeed have a tornado here, and these velocities connect, I mean, we're talking about the potential for an EF3, EF4 type tornado. And I'm not one to like pre-rate tornadoes. It's just, again, the environment that we have. The velocities are just that intense. So this is obviously a very dangerous storm if we do indeed get a tornado, or if we have one actively. Like, those are very strong wind speeds that we're talking about. We're currently in western Mississippi. If you're just tuning in, again, there are already multiple tornado warnings that have been issued. We have one back up in northern Mississippi, west of Tupelo. We also have another one in southwestern Mississippi, and then the other one northeast of Rolling Fork now, going towards Belzoni, Mississippi. The rotation on the storm near Gloucester has been attempting to intensify just north of Gloucester, Mississippi. That's going to be going towards Route 98 over the next several minutes, going towards Bude, and eventually going towards Brookhaven. Well, we are in for a historic tornado outbreak today in the southeast. It's going to be a very long day. Make sure that you have a bunch of ways to receive warnings. Make sure you're subscribed to our channel, and make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We'll be posting updates on those throughout the day, and we'll be relaying reports as well throughout the day today as well. We do have a new update regarding the flash flooding threat for today. Believe it or not, we do have a moderate risk in place for flash flooding. That includes parts of Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and back into Kentucky, where we are anticipating a bunch of rain to fall today. Additionally, our fatality count from yesterday's Pi Day tornado outbreak is up to 17. There's I think it actually might be higher than that, but at least 3 in Arkansas, at least 4 in Texas, and at least 10 in Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning in southwestern Mississippi. This is for Bude and Brookhaven near Wesson. This will be going towards I-55. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. And this is currently tracking to the northeast and will be very capable of producing a tornado once this storm becomes a lot more discreet. There's some convection around it, but once it clears out a little bit, it should have a much better shot at producing a tornado. All right, this is your last call. If you're in Belzoni, you need to make sure that you're getting to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, as we do have a large and extremely dangerous tornado that's going to be moving into the west side of town over the next few minutes. It's going to be moving into Bellwood, Isola, Jaketown, 4 Mile, Swifttown, Crossing, and Falmosa in Montgomery. Just to the south there of Inverness. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is rain-wrapped that is heading right into your area. Bottom right of your screen, that's Brandon Kopic. He is, I believe, heading into the direction of this storm. Let me just double-check. His location was updating. He was near Grenada, which is also going to be eventually in the path of this. But I think he is heading in that direction right now. So, Belzoni, again, the direct area in the path of this is eventually going to go towards Greenwood, Winona, and Duck Hill are long-term tracks of this large tornado. So Duck Hill, Winona, Kilmichael, you should all make sure that you have your tornado action plan ready to go, have an emergency kit ready to go, have closed-toe shoes with you as well, flashlights ready to go, in case this does indeed produce a tornado as it moves into your area. We are anticipating this storm to be relatively dangerous for a while. All right, let me just fix something real quick. How's Nashville going to be? Asked Mystic with the super chat. I think Nashville is going to be more of a mid-afternoon risk for damaging winds and tornadoes. We haven't really had a time to go through the future radar, so let's kind of dive into that and give you an idea of what's going to be happening today. I haven't had time. I was planning on doing that in the first like 30 minutes of today's live stream, but we've literally had like endless tornado warnings. So, and one of which has been PDS ever since we went live. So let's go into the future radar for today. Give you an idea of what's going to be happening. So this is the latest HRRR model run. This is right around lunchtime or so. Notice how we have a bunch of storms that are rotating across Mississippi and even back into Louisiana and back up into parts of Tennessee. This threat of tornadoes is really going to ramp up this afternoon. We are anticipating a bunch of different discrete supercells to be all across Mississippi, Alabama, and even Louisiana. Now, there is obviously a lot of convection that it's indicating here, but again, any storms that are able to stay discrete will be capable of producing a strong or even a long track tornado here in the southeast. By around 2 to 3 o'clock, storms are moving into Tennessee. I think we'll be mostly talking about a damaging wind risk in Tennessee, but there will be some embedded tornadoes in that line of thunderstorms. By 3 to 4 o'clock, that's when I think this tornado threat is peaking. We'll probably end up having a couple of strong, maybe even intense or violent tornadoes in progress around 3 or 4 in Mississippi and Alabama. And then eventually, as we get closer to rush hour, around 5 and 6, we're continuing to see a strong, long track tornado threat in place in Alabama, Mississippi, and even parts of Tennessee. By the time we get closer to sunset, the storms will continue to march east. We'll be having a line of storms that is going to continue to produce damaging winds, in addition to the threat of a few tornadoes. And another concern is that if there is any storms still left over that are out in front of this line, we could continue to see a strong or long track tornado threat even into Georgia as we go into the evening hours. That is more conditional as of right now. We don't know if that's going to happen, but if it does happen, we'll have to watch that very closely. Otherwise, we're talking about a line of storms as we go into late tonight with damaging winds and embedded tornadoes happening in that line of thunderstorms. So that's some information about tonight. I will go more in detail in a moment on the timing as well. That's just a general outline.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning. This is a large one. And once again, Rolling Fork, you are included in a tornado warning. Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Anguilla, Silver City, Belzoni. You're all in a new tornado warning. Very strong rotation is actually over Rolling Fork right now. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. Rolling Fork will be on the bottom right of your screen once it loads. We do have a live camera there on the HazCam. But strong rotations right over Rolling Fork, and it is going towards Anguilla, Silver City, and Belzoni. And we still actively have strong rotation back over near Belzoni. So there are two basically areas of rotation that are going towards Belzoni right now. Very strong rotation over the north side of Belzoni, and the other one is heading right in that direction. Essentially, these are back-to-back tornadic supercells that are both going towards Belzoni, Mississippi. This is what it looks like live right now in Rolling Fork, where there is a new tornado warning that was just issued. The rotation's literally going to be going over town here over the next few minutes. And so we will have likely very strong winds here in the next minute or two, as that rotation is literally going to be going right over town. Flash of lightning. We've had a lot of lightning with these storms already in Mississippi. That rotation is over the downtown area right now of Rolling Fork. And again, this camera is in Rolling Fork. We're just waiting to see if we can see anything here on the Rolling Fork camera. For reference, the rolling fork camera is on the east side of town, so basically the rotation would be kind of overhead of this camera right now. You can see the wind starting to pick up now. So wind is now picking up in rolling fork. Lightning is also intensifying. Looks like they're moving the camera now. The wind is beginning to pick up though, so if I had to guess, the rotation is like moving over the camera over the next like 30 seconds to a minute. Very low visibility and rolling fork as well. Heavy rain moving over the area. This rotation might also be rain wrapped. So wind is gusting. If there was a tornado or anything like that, it would have probably already passed through town. It is a fully rain wrapped area of rotation. Moving the camera again. Yeah, rolling fork again is still rebuilding from the EF4 tornado that hit this area back in 2022. It was 2022, right? Like 2022. Just double checking, but I mean they were hit by a pretty catastrophic tornado only a couple years back. The wind is still gusty. Rotation's over the east side of Rolling Fork and now moving in the direction of Anguilla. It's 2023, okay. Oh, sorry guys, forgot we're in 2025, my bad. I don't know why I thought we were in 2024. Sorry, it was 2023. I knew it was like 2 years ago, so. All right, well, any rotation that has just moved through Rolling Fork, it will now be going towards Highway 14. And this is in downtown Rolling Fork. We haven't really seen much yet. The winds were gusting there for a moment. So I think that's when the rotation was passing over. We'll stay here for just a couple more moments until we go back to radar. Oh, the wind's picking up again. Okay, so the wind is gusting. Might just be from the RFD surge, which is the rear flank downdraft. Well, the visibility just dropped even further. Rotation's literally still over the east and northeast side of Rolling Fork. Okay, here comes the area of rotation. It actually seems like it was a little bit delayed. So rotation's now picking up. The wind is picking up now in Rolling Fork. Visibility is almost at 0. The winds are intensifying. And if we had a tornado, it would be kind of off to the right or middle if we had something. And again, this is right over Rolling Fork right now. So hopefully this is just the RFD surge, which would be, again, just mainly winds and not a tornado. But the rotation bottom right of your screen is obviously very strong. And the camera just went out. We might have something on the ground in Rolling Fork. Either that or the winds were just really strong and knocked out power. But the camera has just gone out in Rolling Fork. It has gone out a couple of times due to connectivity, but I don't know if that one was because of connectivity. Hey, this is what it looks like right now over the northeast side of Rolling Fork. The wind was really picking up there at the last second. I don't think that camera picks up pressure, which is the only problem. Okay, I'm getting confirmation that the camera in Rolling Fork is out. So there might be a tornado in progress in Rolling Fork. Either that or, again, it was just high winds that knocked out power. But the Rolling Fork camera is gone. It has at least lost power for now. And that strong rotation just moved right over town, and it is very strong right now on the velocities. Keep in mind, we had a similar storm like this that just moved through Rolling Fork a few minutes ago, and the rotation was very strong, similar to this. We have not had any debris signature on any of these storms yet on radar, but this is strong enough to at least knock out power, but there could even be a tornado with this. It's going towards Anguilla right now, and it will be eventually approaching Luis, Silver City, and Belzoni. We still have strong rotation back up near Isola and Belzoni, moving towards Highway 7 and Kruger. And still have a dangerous storm up here to the north, and we still have this storm, which is becoming a lot more dangerous near Rolling Fork. Rotation is also intensifying quickly back over near Bude, Mississippi. So we have strong rotation right now near Bude, Mississippi, going towards Brookhaven and Wesson. We have multiple storms right now forming in western Mississippi, and pretty much all of them are beginning to rotate. We're probably going to get a tornado warning here shortly near Fayette, going towards Crystal Springs and Hazelhurst as well. So that'll be a storm to watch for. Here's that rotation that just went through Rolling Fork. And we have very strong winds going away from the radar, which at least indicates a very strong inflow that's going into the supercell. Going to be moving towards Luis, Highway 14, and eventually Silver City. The Belzoni storm, that rotation is over the north side of the town. It is just south of Inverness. It is going to be crossing over Highway 7 here soon. If you are in Greenwood, Sidon, or Winona in Mississippi, stay weather aware. You guys are going to be next in track of this dangerous storm that is currently moving to the northeast. Has already had a history of producing strong winds and possibly even a large tornado here for quite a while. I had multiple friends lose everything in the March 2023 tornado. The power to create that damage is the scariest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of that yesterday, too. I mean, yesterday's tornado outbreak, we saw a lot of crazy stuff. We had multiple large and strong and even long-track tornadoes that happened yesterday. And unfortunately, today, I think, is going to be just that kind of day again. I think we're going to see a bunch of tornadoes. It could be literally worse than what we saw yesterday, which is kind of scary to think. Because if you guys watched any of yesterday's stream, other than the first like 2 hours, the amount of tornado warnings we had and the amount of destructive tornadoes that hit so many different towns and cities was just almost astronomical in a way. I mean, you don't usually see that many tornadoes, even with a moderate risk of severe weather. We don't quite know, again, how many tornadoes we actually had yesterday. We'll have more details on that more than likely later today and as well as tomorrow as the National Weather Service does the surveys. But if I had to guess, we probably at least had 50 tornadoes yesterday, and we could be on track for another 50 today with all the discrete supercells that are going to be forming. Over the last couple of scans, that rotation that went through Rolling Fork has been broadening out, so we may have just had a brief tornado, or we had very strong winds in the Rolling Fork and Anguilla area. But it has been weakening over the last couple of scans, and it's occluding kind of to the left. There's a lot of convection that is popping up right now in western Mississippi, which is making this a pretty messy setup right now. So as long as we continue to see this messy, you know, storm mode in western Mississippi, then that will kind of limit the tornado threat, at least in this general area. But this is the region in western Mississippi and southwestern Mississippi where there are discrete supercells popping up, and these are much more of a concern in the long term. I am fully expecting multiple of these storms to be rotating, producing the potential as well for, again, strong tornadoes over the next few hours. And we already have at least one tornado warning right now in southwest Mississippi. We'll probably get a few more here soon. There are several storms that are beginning to rotate. And keep in mind that these storms are moving fast. I mean, most of them are moving at 50 to 55 miles per hour to the northeast. If it wasn't already dangerous enough for being in the Dixie Alley, it makes it even more dangerous that we are in an environment where the storms are moving very quickly. So some people might be caught off guard today. Huge shout out to Michael with the 10 gifted memberships and Leah with the 20 gifted memberships. Put some W's in the chat for them. Thank you, Rubber Duck, for becoming a member, and Donna for the super chat. Love your YouTube. Deep down on it in Meridian, Mississippi. Stay safe, and I appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Kitty Cat, for becoming a member as well. We actually no longer, or actually no, we do. We still have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that is in place for Belzoni, Inverness, and north of Chula. Oh, never mind. It just got downgraded, I think. Maybe. Nope, still ongoing. So that is still a PDF's tornado warning, but I have not seen anything that's been confirming a tornado here in the last 15 minutes or so near Belzoni or Inverness. But continue to stay in that storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom until this storm passes. It really does not hurt to do that. Just make sure that you're continuing to stay in that safe place.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do now have a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued. This is going to be for Carroll, Holmes, Humphreys, LaFleur, and Sunflower counties in Mississippi. So this is going to be an extension of the current PDS tornado warning that we have, but it's going to be downgraded for this next warning to radar indicated. So this includes Greenwood, Sidon, Itabena, Moorhead, and right along Route 82. Get to your storm shelter, your basement, closet, bathroom if you're in this particular tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get into an interior room of your home or building. So again, a dangerous storm that's moving northeast and already has a history of producing strong rotation for a long period of time. Some areas that are in the track of this in Greenwood include the Doe's Eat Place, the Downtown Grill, Crawdads, Ramon's. There is a Burger King, Popeye's Kitchen, Arby's, Domino's Pizza, Pizza Inn, and Waffle House. And then you also have a Walmart, Supercenter, Kroger, Dollar General, Family Dollar, Walgreens, and CVS Pharmacy, all in and around the Greenwood area. There are some schools on the track, but from my knowledge, I mean, it's obviously Saturday, so most people are probably not in school. But if there's any outdoor activities, some of the Greenwood schools are in the track of this. And a couple of other notable places include the Viking Cooking School and the Greenwood Blues Heritage Museum and Gallery. And there's also an airport in this particular warning. But the storm's been rotating for quite a while. It will be capable of producing a tornado as it moves into the Greenwood area. The Bude, Mississippi storm continues to look pretty concerning. Again, the rotation is on the stronger side of things right now, on the east side of Bude. Moving towards Brookhaven in southwestern Mississippi. We're going to watch this storm very closely, going towards I-55 here pretty soon. I'm going to see if we have any cameras down here near Brookhaven. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm going to check. There are not any sort of cameras in this particular warning. However, just a little report here that apparently Route 98, there is some sort of road closure. I'm not sure what the reason why is, but there's apparently road work going on there. I do remember that there was a tornado that literally a couple months ago, if you guys watch our channel a lot, we had a tornado on stream literally cross over Route 98 near Bude. So this is another big update from the Storm Prediction Center, and this is very strong wording. We now have a new mesoscale discussion for Alabama. You don't get wording like this very often, but this is the kind of day that we're talking about. Across almost all of Alabama and southern Mississippi, a tornado outbreak is expected. Across much of Alabama this afternoon, destructive tornadoes are possible. A particularly dangerous situation tornado watch will be issued within the next hour. Again, very strong wording, once again, from the Storm Prediction Center on this upcoming tornado watch. They once again have the peak intensity of tornadoes being upwards of EF4 intensity. So, I mean, again, we could easily have strong and intense, potentially even, again, violent tornadoes today. And damaging winds as high as 90 miles per hour. And then hail as large as the size of apples. So apple-sized hail is a possibility. So very dangerous day ahead. Again, it's right now 11:22 a.m., but by the time we get to 1, 2, 3 p.m., we're probably going to have well over 6 or 8 tornado warnings at a given time, and we'll probably have several storms that are tornadic. Right now, we have widely scattered tornado warnings, but that'll only increase again as we go into this afternoon. Yes, I did say apple-sized hail. And we will likely have a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch there in Alabama, as well as southern Mississippi. So basically, the entire state of Mississippi will be under a PDS tornado watch within the next hour, if you're not already. I just want to show you guys something. This is the significant tornado parameter values, and I think this is important to show. It gives you an idea of how favorable the environment is across the Dixie Alley here throughout the day today. And by about lunchtime, which is in about 30 minutes, we're going to have a very favorable environment for tornadoes near Jackson, Mississippi. So fully expect that we are going to have probably more tornado warnings than we have right now in and around the Jackson area near I-55. We have one now, but there will probably be more here soon. By 1, 2, 3 p.m., the environment still stays very favorable here across eastern Louisiana, central and southern Mississippi, and western Alabama. And the environment continues to stay favorable even into western Alabama during the mid-afternoon hours. And then eventually by this evening, we still have a bunch of wind shear in place across almost all of Alabama for there to be tornadoes. And we legitimately could be live until midnight or even past that tonight with how long this threat is going to be going. I mean, again, the amount of wind shear that we have, all the instability, it stays high, even into southern Alabama and western Georgia. So this is setting up to be a very dangerous day across the southeast. And here's a general idea of the future radar. So by about lunchtime, we're expecting storms again, mostly in Mississippi. They'll increase in coverage across Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi by 2 o'clock. Many discrete supercells are in the forecast. By 4 to 5 o'clock, we're continuing to see the same trends with a long line of storms with damaging winds and tornadoes. Discrete supercells firing off out in front of that line that'll be capable of producing strong and even long-track tornadoes. And that trend continues even as we get closer to 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight in both Alabama, Tennessee, and eventually into Georgia as we go into late tonight and into the overnight hours. So fully expect a lot of tornado warnings this afternoon. All right, PDS tornado warning has been downgraded. All right, so we no longer have a PDS tornado warning. We are back down now to normal tornado warnings. So no longer any particularly dangerous situation or anything like that, but we are still monitoring both storms, one near Rolling Fork and then the other one going towards Greenwood for the potential of a tornado. Let's check in with Brandon Kopic. Brandon is currently in his location. He's in Vaden, Mississippi. So he's right now along I-55 east of Greenwood. It's just what it looks like right now across central Mississippi. Okay, we have a brand new report that just came in. Out of Grace, Mississippi. Let me find where Grace is. Brand new report that just came in, back over in Grace, Mississippi at 9:28 a.m., I believe. Where's Grace, Mississippi? I lost it. Okay, Grace, Mississippi is east of Anguilla. According to emergency management, there are reports of homes damaged and power lines down near Grace with an ambulance en route for possible injuries. That's that's within the last hour, I believe. East of Anguilla near Luis. So there are reports again of homes damaged and power lines down to probably a tornado there, because we did have a tornado warning in very strong rotation as well. This is what it looks like right now in Greenwood, Mississippi, which Greenwood is currently under a tornado warning. Here's that live shot in Greenwood. Big storm rolling in. This is tornado warned right now. Shout out to Diane with the $20 super chat, and also Winterwolf, appreciate that. As well, Sal. What's the New Orleans forecast? I'm not expecting much in New Orleans until like 2 to 3 hours from now. Some isolated damaging winds and a low tornado risk. The tornado risk is much higher off to your north. And the Greenwood camera went out. All right. Should come back up here in a second. Storm is rolling, though, into Greenwood, Mississippi over the next few minutes. Back over in southwest Mississippi, the rotation is continuing to increase. Back over near Brookhaven, or just west of Brookhaven, near Bood. Tornado is going to be possible as it moves towards I-55 in Brookhaven over the next 20 minutes. Again, if you are in Brookhaven, you should be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Nothing confirmed on that as of right now, but again, that could change at any time. We still have plenty of areas of rotation back up into western Mississippi. Again, a lot of these storms, for the most part, are just producing damaging winds and lightning, but there are continuing tornado warnings for the time being. So continue to stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in those tornado warnings. We do have severe weather that stretches all the way back up into northern Mississippi right now, and there are storms firing off now in Tennessee. Mostly wind with this activity. From west of Tupelo back into Henderson and Jackson, Tennessee. But the main concern, again, is going to be damaging winds with this activity for now. All right, let's go back to Greenwood, which is in the tornado warning. This is what it looks like right now. So nothing too crazy right now. The rotation is, again, just southwest of Greenwood, Mississippi. Thank you, Rhonda, for the super chat. Thank you, Jacob, for the super chat. What is Charlotte, North Carolina going to see tomorrow? I don't honestly think tomorrow is going to be that big of a deal. I think we'll have some damaging winds for sure along the East Coast, maybe a couple of tornadoes. But I don't think we're going to see like a tornado outbreak or anything like that along the East Coast. Just make sure you have multiple ways to receive warnings. I don't know if we'll be live tomorrow. I think it's a low chance. The only way we go live tomorrow is if there's an upgrade to the risk, because I have a lot of stuff I have to do tomorrow. Thank you, Roger, for becoming a member as well. Alright, we'll keep a close eye on that camera. We're just going to keep that bottom right for now. Here's what the, well, actually, let's go to Brandon Kopic real quick. He has a nice little view of the clouds, it looks like. This is Brandon Kopic back over
low-level clouds are just
near I-55.
Let me make sure.
See, the clouds are very low to the ground. These are your low-level clouds. There's lots of wind shear today, lots of instability.
All right. Listen to that thunder.
Hey, C-Time for the super chat. What is Middle Tennessee looking like later? I think it'll be mostly damaging winds with a line of thunderstorms in the early to mid-afternoon hours today.
It looks like so far the fatality count from last night, very unfortunately, is 10 across Missouri.
Oh my gosh.
There are more reports coming in Grace, Mississippi. that there are reportedly homes destroyed in Grace, Mississippi. Sorry, I mean to do that. But in Grace, Mississippi, there are reports now coming in that there are homes destroyed in the area. This is actually going to be north here. This is just northwest of Rolling Fork for reference. There are reports there of homes destroyed. There was an ambulance en route at 10:28 a.m. for injuries. And again, we were live when this tornado happened on the north and northeast side there of Mayersville. We never had a clear debris signature at any point with this tornado, but the velocities were just simply off the charts. They were so strong the entire time. And unfortunately, it sounds like there are injuries being reported in that area, near the Hopedale area and going up towards Grace. It's a rural area, but there are people that live out here. And that's why we go live even for tornado warnings that are in low population areas. A lot of people were impacted, it sounds like, by that tornado. And that small community in Grace, Mississippi. Walken asks, will Georgia be affected today? Georgia is in the risk of severe weather. Once again, this is our risk of severe weather today. We have a high risk of severe weather in place in Mississippi and Alabama. Moderate risk of severe weather goes up into Tennessee now, in addition into western Georgia, eastern Louisiana, and right along the Gulf Coast. And even in parts of central and eastern Georgia, you might even be in a risk of severe weather depending on where you are today, for damaging winds, large hail, and even the potential for tornadoes. Our overall threat for severe weather when it comes to tornadoes is mostly going to be centered across Alabama and Mississippi, but we could still see strong and long-track tornadoes in Tennessee, in Georgia, in Louisiana, and maybe even back up into southern Kentucky as we go later into this afternoon. But the highest tornado risk, again, being in Alabama and Mississippi. There is still a chance for an isolated tornado all the way up into Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, and West Virginia. It's a conditional risk this afternoon and evening, but just stay weather aware, maybe an isolated tornado being possible. The wind threat is one of the reasons why we now have a moderate risk of severe weather into Tennessee. It is a very small area, but the Storm Prediction Center has added a 45% potential within a 25-mile radius of significant damaging winds in southeast Tennessee, northern Alabama, and as well as northwestern Georgia. It's a very small area, but you are included in an upgraded damaging wind risk. We could see damaging winds as high as 80 to 90 miles per hour, essentially anywhere here in the hatched region, which includes Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Mississippi, as well as Tennessee. And then this is your hail outlook for today. The hail outlook, again, mainly focused across where the discrete supercells will be forming this afternoon, which is in Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Those initial supercells will have a much better chance at producing hail as large as the size of apples. I said that? Yes, apples. Apple-sized hail is a possibility.
I'm in Carthage and I might.
What is the tornado outlook for Alabama today? Is it strong in Athens, Alabama? Well, we can't really, I mean, by specific locations, it's hard to say if you're going to have a tornado, right? Having the chance of a tornado in a specific location is difficult to determine, right? But if you even just look at the risk outline for just Alabama, the entire state of Alabama is in a moderate or high risk of severe weather. So you can essentially say that there is a significant tornado threat basically anywhere in Alabama today. I mean, not everybody's going to see tornadoes once again, but basically the entire state is under some sort of risk. We just got another damage report over in Ruleville, Mississippi. Law enforcement is reporting a tree down on a power line near 101 Duro Road. That's in Ruleville. So, new damage report coming out of that area. This is one of the radar mega cyclone ports near Jackson, Mississippi. We are probably within an hour now of seeing storms in the Jackson, Mississippi area. Currently, low-level clouds in the area. We are expecting severe weather here very soon. This is in Hinds County. We are still watching a tornado warning in southwestern Mississippi right now, north of Macomb. There is the main area of rotation right now is just to the west of Brookhaven, and we also have a little rotation just to the south of Route 44 as well. And this is currently tracking northeast, and it's going to be going towards Wesson over the next several minutes. But overall, the rotation on these storms is a bit broader. Here's what it looks like, a little bit better of a view here. Rotation's overall a little bit, it's still pretty broad near Wesson and Brookhaven. So this is your rotation just west of Brookhaven, and then also back over just south of Brookhaven. We actually have 2 areas of rotation that we're watching. Generally speaking, this is broad rotation, but as we get closer to 12, 1, 2 o'clock, these storms will become a lot more favorable for producing tornadoes. I do want to point out, by the way, I've had some people asking, what if today busts? What if we don't actually end up seeing the tornado threat that is forecasted? Even if for some reason a fail mode happens today, it is still going to be a significant tornado outbreak. Like, it's still going to act as if it's a moderate or even low-end high risk of severe weather. So there isn't really any fail mode that could really happen today that would just prevent tornadoes from happening. And we've already had a tornado that was intense back over near Rolling Fork, and there is going to be a lot more of those this afternoon. All right. I believe the new SPC outlook should be out here at any second if it isn't already. Let me check here. Okay, so the Storm Prediction Center outlook has just come out for today. This is their latest update. We'll have more specific details on the probabilities in a second, but the high risk of severe weather is still in place in Mississippi and Alabama. Doesn't look as if we've had any major changes to the general risk outline. We compare this apples to apples here. Yeah, the high risk is still the exact same as before. They have shifted the enhanced risk to now not include Kentucky. There's a very small sliver there of southern Kentucky included in the enhanced risk. You are no longer in it, but still stay weather aware. Other than that, no major changes. They just basically condensed down the western side of the severe weather risk, where we've already seen severe storms this morning. But we'll see if the probabilities have changed at all for tornadoes or anything like that, which is possible. We'll give it a second for that. Thank you, William, for becoming a member. Thank you, Teddy, for the super chat. I live in St. Louis, and a bunch of us watched your stream last night, especially in the thick of things, and it was very helpful for staying safe and us texting to warn friends and family. Thank you, Max. I appreciate that. I'm glad I could help. Thank you also, Mike, for this becoming a member. A new report just came out of Atlanta. Atlanta, Georgia had a non-thunderstorm wind gust at 7:40 a.m. that knocked down power lines on Highway 471. All right, so this is, again, the latest high risk of severe weather, the latest outlook. The probabilities remain unchanged, so we are still looking at a high risk of tornadoes in Mississippi and Alabama. The tornado threat is still the same, and the wind threat also remains the same here in Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, and Tennessee. And the hail risk is definitely not accurate. That is from yesterday. They did not update the hail risk correctly. We're not talking about large hail there in Missouri, but the main significant hail risk is mainly going to be on the western side of this risk of severe weather, where those initial supercells develop. So Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, and even back up into maybe southern Kentucky. We have another damage report in Lake Providence. There are multiple reports of trees downed along Highway 65 South, as well as damage to residents and businesses in the downtown Lake Providence area. That is possibly from a tornado as well. There's also a report of a tree down in Merroge in northeast in Louisiana, and we also have more trees down further back to the west. Thank you, Kiara, for becoming a member. Thank you, Maeve, also for becoming a member. Shout out to Ellen for the $25 Venmo donation. I appreciate that. And Hunter with the $5 Venmo donation. Watching from the windy Green River in Chicago. Actually, I did forget the Chicago River is green, isn't it, right now? So it's a green river for St. Patrick's Day. Hey, Susan, for becoming a member. Thank you, Scope, for the 5 gifted memberships. We are RV transporters, and your channel is a great tool for us as we travel all across the country. I'm glad I can help. Trucker, I know a lot of truckers watch these streams. I know a lot of, you know, people that live in RVs and stuff like that and travel watch these streams as well. I honestly think our streams are a great tool. They're a great tool to be able to provide in-depth severe weather coverage. We are still watching some stronger rotation just south of Brookhaven right now, approaching I-55. If you are along I-55 near Brookhaven, again, make sure that you are in your safe place. Tornado warning does continue for 17 more minutes, which means it goes until 12 o'clock Central Time. This is radar indicated rotation. I do think we have a lot, right now we have a lot of different little cells that are merging into the south side of the storm. And so if we continue to see some positive storm interactions, I do think we're eventually going to see a tornado threat materialize out of the storm. It'll eventually go towards Maggie and Collins. So those areas, make sure that you're on alert in the long term for a potential tornado threat here. Shout out to Irene with the $25 Venmo. I appreciate that. And also Jordan with the $20 Venmo. And thank you, Whisper, for the super chat. I think really it depends on where you are in Georgia. I don't know where Canton is, but if you're in like western, northwestern Georgia, back over near Atlanta, for example, I think our threat of severe weather is going to be more significant, with damaging winds being more numerous to even widespread. But I think if you're back over in like central or eastern Georgia, your threat is mainly overnight. There's going to be a lot more instability, a lot more wind shear. I don't foresee there being much of a risk of severe weather there. That's at least significant. There will still be some damaging winds. There will still be maybe a tornado or two, but it will not be as robust of a severe weather threat. This is live back over in Greenwood right now, where there is a tornado warning. The storm is moving into Greenwood right now. The visibility has dropped down to near 0 miles here in Greenwood. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that. You wanted to be a meteorologist, but became a pharmacist instead. Or a storm chaser. Yeah, if you became a storm chaser, that's very different from a pharmacist. Thank you for last night's and today's upcoming coverage. Also, much love to the chasers that are risking their lives in today's nightmarish environment to provide up-close coverage. Praying we don't see anything like April 27th, 2011 again. As I've mentioned a bunch over the last couple of days, again, I don't think we're going to be seeing a repeat today of April 27th, 2011. That was a generational tornado outbreak. It's something that we'll probably never see again. With that said, you should still be taking today very seriously. This is a high-end tornado setup in the southeast. This is one of the higher risks that you'll see outlined ever from the Storm Prediction Center. The SBC updated the hail map. Good to know. Thank you. Yeah, the hail map was bugged out. All right, let me go to Brandon Kopic real quick. We'll listen to him for just a second. I gotta fix something on my radar. Take like 2 seconds. So put his audio on. Brandon Kopic's on I-55 right now, traveling south towards Jackson, Mississippi, for reference. But a lot of low-level clouds across this area. He's driving through a bit more of an area of high-level, or mid to high-level clouds now.
Yeah, chat's still being spicy. We got plenty of spicy viewers today.
Yeah, we'll go back to him in a little bit. But he's driving along I-55 right now. Where's the third camera? Which third camera? Brandon Kopic's bottom right. He's over along I-55. He's south of Greenwood now. I don't know his exact location, but he's probably near Pickens right now. just to the east of Yazoo City. We are going to be adding a feature here soon that will tell you where the storm chasers are located, by the way. I know that's been a big problem in the past, so we will be adding that in the near future, so stay tuned. We have a lot of upgrades coming for this severe weather season when it comes to our live streams. And that's one of them. That's been due for a while. Shout out to Eric, Todd, Irene, Eric, or I said Eric already, Margie, and as well as Jason for the Venmo donations. Sounds like a lot of people are just discovering our stream from just last night. I do appreciate you guys finding our channel. Again, we are always doing these sorts of severe weather coverages. Doesn't really matter what the risk is, as long as there's at least a risk that I think is significant enough to go live. We are almost live for every severe weather event. Tomorrow will probably be an exception to that because I have a lot of stuff to do after the 24 hours basically of straight streaming after today. But nonetheless, we do go live again a lot for these severe weather coverages. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you're new here. We do cover this part of the country in the Dixie Alley very often, and as well as the Ohio Valley. A new update from the Weather Prediction Center across Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky. Flash flooding is likely as rates of 2 inches or more of rain per hour are in the forecast. There will be some areas upwards of 5 inches of rainfall. Again, it's for Mississippi, Central Tennessee, and Southern Kentucky. Have I gotten the 1 million subscriber plaque yet? It's back there. It's on the back wall. We still do have a tornado warning for the Greenwood area. The strongest of this rotation is currently on the south side of town. The Greenwood camera actually, I think, just went out on the bottom left. I don't know if that's just a temporary issue, but there is still rotation again near Greenwood in Mississippi. Continue to stay in your safe place if you are in Greenwood, North Carrollton, or going towards Duck Hill. And Grenada and Winona are in the track of this particular storm here over the next hour. There is rotation developing right now in Tennessee, believe it or not. So back up near Dixon, Tennessee, we are actually beginning to see some rotation. That's actually approaching Charlotte. So a little area of rotation developing, a little couplet trying to develop right now near Charlotte. I do think that we might see an isolated tornado here over the next hour or two. And this storm definitely isn't too far from that. We got a little hook echo near Charlotte, Tennessee, inflow notch near Van Leer. And this will try to produce a tornado as it moves towards Ashland. We may get a tornado warning on that. We'll see. Just off to the west of Nashville right now. And south of Clarksville. May have missed its window of opportunity there, but the rotation was a little bit stronger there just a moment ago.
A tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued. This will be for Carroll, Holmes, Yazoo, and Humphreys counties in Mississippi. So Chula, Lexington, Eden, southwest of Winona. You are now included in a tornado warning. You need to seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Strongest rotation right now is over Eden. And our main area of rotation right now is over the Eden area, quickly moving to the northeast, and we'll be approaching Chula over the next several minutes. So please be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. What are the chances of tornadoes in Hattiesburg, Mississippi? They're definitely elevated. And down here, even in southeastern Mississippi, I do think we're going to have a few discrete supercells in that vicinity this afternoon. So I do think the tornado risk is going to be a bit higher down here in southern and central Mississippi. And we already have discrete supercells that are forming back out here west of I-55 going towards Kentwood, Magnolia, and Macomb in Louisiana and Mississippi. So these storms are definitely going to ramp up here over the next couple hours. The tornado threat will be on the rise, especially if these storms can remain discreet. Huge shout out to Dude with the $100 super chat. W's in the chat for Circuit Dude from Franklin, Tennessee. Stay safe, and I appreciate the generosity. Jeremy, that is the plan. That is the plan. Appreciate the super chat. Also, thank you, Ellie, for becoming a member. All right, let's go back up to Tennessee. I do want to check back in on that area of rotation, which there's still rotation right now near just north of Dixon. This is near Charlotte. I have an inflow notch and everything right now in this storm. Definitely capable of producing a tornado. They have just issued a severe thunderstorm warning, actually, on this storm for 60 mile per hour damaging winds here near Pleasant View, Tennessee, just south of Clarksville. No tornado possible label, but there is definitely rotation there. Rotation is actually intensifying right now on the east side of Brookhaven. So this rotation is actually strengthening as it approaches the Brookhaven area near Route 84. So this is just east of Brookhaven. Moving northeast, a little bit stronger than just a moment ago. It's moving towards New Hebron. And just west there of Silver Creek. And apparently Clarksville is starting to see a sudden spike in rotation. We are starting to see some rotation in and around Clarksville, Tennessee. So a little bit of rotation moving into Clarksville. And same thing back down over near Charlotte. We are beginning to see a little bit of rotation now up and down this line in Tennessee. We may have a little tornado threat starting to ramp up here in Tennessee right now. There's really nothing in front of these storms, and they're clearing out pretty well. So we have a decent amount of inflow and wind shear that's going to be available for these storms to work with up here in Tennessee. So we may start to see a tornado risk increasing over the next hour in Tennessee. All right, we do now have a new mesoscale discussion. This is once again another very strongly worded SPC mesoscale discussion. The greatest threat for long-tracked, intense to violent tornadoes will be across eastern and central Mississippi, and as well as eastern Louisiana, from Baton Rouge through Jackson into Meridian, Laurel, and Hattiesburg over the next few hours. Once again, they are warning that the maximum probability here, or peak intensity, is upwards of EF4 intensity of a tornado. Hail as large as the size of apples is possible, and damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A major tornado outbreak is moments away from really kicking off here. All right, we do have a new tornado warning, and we also have another update in a second, but we do have a new tornado warning for those in Grenada and Duck Hill. For those that were here last night, there was literally a tornado in the Grenada area that reportedly damaged a lot of buildings and homes. We have a brand new tornado warning now that is going towards I-55 near Grenada. Rotation is appearing pretty strong right now, just to the west of North Carrollton. So if you're in this warning, you got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. For nada, you need to be, again, in your safe place. This is a dangerous storm right now, moving to the east, northeast. And once again, the rotation is on the rise right now near Clarksville, Tennessee. We have some stronger rotation that's developing right now in and around the Clarksville area. At the minimum, we have damaging winds, but we may have see a tornado threat evolve here very soon in and around Clarksville. There's a little bit more of a broad area of circulation near Charlotte that's developed, east of Van Leer, going towards Ashland City, and eventually going towards Pleasant View. So these storms right now back up in northern Tennessee, they are definitely a little bit more concerning than before. At the minimum, we are talking about some damaging winds, but the tornado threat is attempting to increase right now. Clarksville seems to be a tornado magnet. There have been a lot of tornado warnings there in the last few years, that's for sure. We have a new wind gust report in Valley Hill, Mississippi, a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust being reported there by an ASOS station, which is a measurement tool. Rotation is still on the stronger side of things on the east side of Brookhaven right now, approaching Woolworth. It's going towards that's going to be going towards Highway 27 here soon as well. Mount Olive, Maggie, Mendenhall will be in the long-term track of the supercell. I honestly think once we start to see these storm mergers finish, this is going to be a supercell that really needs to be watched for long-term for those in Meridian, Newton, and Laurel. Like, we could be talking about a long-track supercell with that storm. And even the other ones down here in eastern Louisiana, definitely a concern as well. We got one storm right now near Kentwood and Roseland that is definitely starting to ramp up. That is a fully discrete supercell. It's definitely becoming a lot more concerning. It is going to be a long day. Yeah, this is what that storm back down in southern Mississippi and as well as eastern Louisiana looks like. So, again, we have a pretty classic-looking supercell beginning to develop. It's very early stages right now. But over the next several minutes, this thing is going to ramp up, I think, into a pretty intense storm as it moves northeast. So, definitely something to watch for right there. Multiple supercells currently forming in eastern Louisiana. I have no clue why, but on Radar Omega, the radars are not updating down here, so I'm having to flip back and forth between other stuff. This is some of the latest timing of severe weather if you're in Alabama today. So a little outlook for timing today in Alabama. So between now and 9 p.m. really for those in western Alabama near Tuscaloosa, Decatur, and Florence. 2 p.m. to 11 p.m., so a long time frame for those in Birmingham, Montgomery, Greenville, back through Huntsville, and then 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. back through Auburn and Doniphan. Now, this is a high-end severe weather threat for today across Alabama. So make sure that you have a lot of ways to receive warnings. Woodland, Mississippi. Oh man, we got a lot of storms forming out here now. Things are about to get really crazy, I think, in the next couple hours. We got a lot of supercells that are beginning to form now back over in eastern Mississippi. And the one that's southwest of Tupelo is looking like it could get crazy very quickly. We have a hook echo on that, just needs a little bit more rotation, and that thing could take off really fast. We got multiple storms near Starkville that are also beginning to look concerning. Those are also going to become something we need to watch for very closely. Yeah, these are definitely storms that need to be taken seriously here very soon. They're going to become tornadic, I think, very quickly. This is all happening now in eastern Mississippi. Not really much rotation yet, but they're going to definitely become concerning, I think, here soon. We do have a brand new tornado warning. A large supercell just east of Brookhaven is capable of producing a tornado. We actually might have a tornado in progress. We have a small debris signature by the looks of it near Woolworth. So this may be a tornado in progress going towards Georgetown and Mendenhall, Mississippi. And you need to get to your safe place. It's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get into an interior room of your home or building. The tornado threat is about to increase a lot over the next couple of hours. Make sure that you're staying very vigilant here across Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, and Louisiana. And this storm here, again, I think has a tornado in progress. If not, it's about to. The rotation is very strong on this. But we at the bare minimum, we do have a small little, potentially a small tornado there near Woolworth. Going right towards Georgetown. Okay, so the tornado threat again will be increasing over the next 2 hours. We've just hit 12 p.m. The environment is taking off. It's about to be very favorable for tornadoes. And once we start to see some more of these storm mergers take place, I mean, this supercell in particular, I think is a big concern long term. But again, the Storm Prediction Center has already warned that we are about to see a rapidly increasing tornado threat over the next couple of hours. The peak tornado threat for today, I think, across the Mississippi and Alabama regions, and as well as Louisiana and Tennessee, will be from 2 p.m. until 8 p.m. There will still be tornadoes outside of that, but you know, that's going to be the peak time frame for today. This is a good reminder, again, to make sure that you have flashlights on hand, ready to go. Have your phones charged up in case you do end up losing power, as the threat here for severe weather is going to be rapidly increasing over the next couple of hours. And back up in Tennessee, we are still watching this storm closely. But back over west and northwest of Nashville, we still have broad rotation near Charlotte, moving towards Ashland City and Pleasant View and Coopertown. So this storm is still a concern, could be producing a threat for a tornado at some point. For now, it is a damaging wind risk. The storm back over near Kentwood is beginning to look a lot more organized. This is near Kentwood, Louisiana. This storm is rapidly organizing. And this is pretty much over Greensburg right now. I do think that this storm is about to undergo tornado genesis. There's not much rotation yet, but it's very close to becoming something a lot more concerning. This is, again, just the evolution over the last several minutes. I mean, it looks like a classic-looking supercell that is currently developing here. Look at how all this stuff out here is just kind of clearing out in front of the storm. We got a lot of clearing out in front of the supercell. Kind of got a hook shape already starting to form on this. These little showers that are merging into it are going to kind of intensify this thing. And this is in a very favorable environment. Probably going to get a tornado warning on that soon. They already have a tornado possible label on it. But there is a massive inflow going into the supercell. Tylertown, Magnolia, Columbia are really the main locations in the track of this here in the short term. All right. Thank you, Wade, for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Styler, for becoming a member. And thank you, Liz, for the super chat. Watching from Scott County, Mississippi. Thanks for all you do. Appreciate you tuning in and stay safe this afternoon. I am curious, where's everybody watching from the chat? Let me know. Where are you guys all watching from today? I'm guessing a lot of you are probably in the track of severe weather today. A lot of people from Alabama and Tennessee, Mississippi, Ohio, Dallas area, New Hampshire. Actually got a lot of people from Tennessee today. I would say about 50% of the chat, from just glancing at it, I think about 50% of you are in the at least a severe weather risk today. We do have an upgrade. Back over on the storm we were just talking about, this storm was just upgraded to golf ball sized hail and just golf ball sized hail. Golf ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds on this storm right along the Louisiana and Mississippi border, including Magnolia and Macomb in Mississippi, and then Franklinton and Kentwood in Alabama. So that is an upgrade for hail specifically. Shout out to Robin for the Venmo donation. In addition to Heather, Jordan, and Kelly, and Adrian, all for the Venmo donations. If you guys are just tuning in, again, this supercell here back over near Kentwood, south of Magnolia, is beginning to look a lot more concerning. Rotation is quickly intensifying on this storm. And so we need to watch this very closely just south of Macomb. This has a long-term potential for a strong and long-track tornado. I'm giving you all an early heads up. All right, so this storm, again, long-term has the potential for a strong and long-track tornado for those in the direction of like Columbia and Hattiesburg. It's not an imminent threat, but it will be probably a threat in the next hour or two. We could even see a tornado with this storm within the next 20 minutes. But I'm just saying, like, when you're in Columbia and Hattiesburg, you still got about an hour until the storm's in your neck of the woods. But you definitely want to make sure that you're staying weather aware. And we are still really watching the supercell as well near Brookhaven. This one's continuing to look very organized. But again, just looking at the storm's evolution over the last several minutes near Kentwood in Louisiana, you can just see how much inflow is available with this storm. There's a ton of just clear air and inflow going to the storm right now on the east side, and the hook echo is already developing. So I think we're only minutes away from getting a tornado warning on this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're now no seconds away from getting a tornado warning on this. We now have a tornado warning for Pike County, Mississippi, Walthall, Mississippi, in addition to St. Helena and Washington parishes in Louisiana. That is for this storm. So you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning for those in Kentwood or Tylertown. Storm's again moving northeast right now. It is a dangerous storm that is going to be capable of producing a tornado. This has a long-term potential of producing a strong or even long-track tornado. All right. Let's go back to see if this radar's updating. Does not as of right now. All right, so this is the latest radar update here near Kentwood and Oaxaca here right along the Louisiana-Mississippi border. Again, this storm is really quickly organizing. Rotation is, again, ramping up very quickly. We have a lot of inflow in addition to a hook echo developing very fast near Kentwood. And this is what the velocities look like. And yeah, this thing is going to be dropping a tornado probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. This thing is wrapping up very quickly. This is going to be dropping a tornado in the next 10 to 15 minutes at this rate. Unless we get some unfavorable storm interaction out in front of this, that rotation is rapidly increasing right now near Kentwood in Louisiana. Definitely a dangerous storm right now, moving to the northeast. You need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. This is, again, a very dangerous storm right now that is moving to the northeast. This is only probably minutes away from dropping a tornado here along the Louisiana and Mississippi border. Tylertown's in the track of this in Mississippi, and then eventually Columbia is going to be in the track of this. We're going to get Columbia up on here as well. Give me 1 second to get that on here. It'll be a long-term track of this particular storm. All right. Thank you, Allison, for becoming a member. A little bit further off to the north, we are still seeing some strong rotation near Woolworth. This is back up near Georgetown and Mendenhall. That is also going in the direction of Maggie. So again, strong rotation is continuing. That is moving to the northeast, east of Wesson. And then further off to the north near Greenwood, Duck Hill, and as well as Grenada, we still do have tornado warnings up here. Rotation is actually pretty strong right now, about to move into Grenada, Mississippi. So you need to be in your safe place if you are currently in Grenada. Strong rotation on the west side of town is about to move in near I-55, and a tornado will be possible here over the next several minutes. So please be in your safe place if you are in Grenada, Mississippi. This is, again, an area that literally just had a tornado yesterday. So it's an area that has already been prone to tornadoes here just in the last, like, 14 to 15 hours. We still do have severe weather happening back up in Tennessee. It's mostly damaging winds as of right now. There is a low tornado risk associated with this activity. But for now, it's a very broad area of circulation, and it's the majority of this right now is just damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Nonetheless, stay away from windows if you're back up in those areas. Once again, we have a significant storm right now moving towards Tylertown. And eventually going towards Columbia and Mississippi. Once again, rotation is relatively strong on this storm. Ramping up very fast. It's crossing over the interstate near Kentwood. And it will be eventually tracking towards Tylertown, Mississippi. We'll have another radar scan here in a moment. Until then, I'm going to go back to here. And we're going to go back to the 3-camera view here as well. Thank you, Glenn. Appreciate the generosity. And also thank you, Jennifer. Tupelo. I keep saying Tupelo. You guys keep saying Tupelo too. It sounds like Tupelo. There's a new damage report coming out of Moberly, Missouri, of downed trees and wires down. We've had a lot of damage reports in Missouri from last night's storm, and it seems like we're getting more of those. Okay, let's go back to radar. This storm here along the Louisiana-Mississippi border is becoming more and more concerning. Again, rotation is awfully strong right now, right over Kentwood, even in the low levels. If we go up to the northern radar site, which is all the way back up near Jackson right now, so we go to the Jackson radar site, you can actually see the rotation even aloft is becoming stronger. So over the next 15 to 20 minutes, there's a pretty high chance that we're going to see a tornado drop out of this near Kentwood, Louisiana. And again, that's going to be moving towards Tylertown, Mississippi. There are multiple storms that are beginning to rotate. That is one of the most concerning ones. And the other one that's still concerning is back up near Woolworth. That could be trying to produce a tornado as that goes towards Mendenhall in Mississippi. And we also have a bunch of storms firing up back up in eastern Mississippi near Starkville, West Point, and Houston. None of these currently are tornadic, but I wouldn't be surprised at some point here soon if one of these gets a tornado warning. The one up here over in the Houston area looks a little bit more concerning as of right now. So that'll be something to watch for as that moves northeast. I mean, this just screams like tornado threat. We have so many different little discrete cells here across this entire line in eastern Mississippi right now. Thank you, Scottish. Appreciate the very generous $50 super chat from Ava, Alabama. Thank you to Troy as well for the super chat. Guys, pronunciation isn't a big deal. It's not a big deal. You guys know what I'm talking about. It's not a big deal. When we have like 10 plus tornado warnings at some point, I mean, it's literally going to be irrelevant. We got to focus on what we can control, and that's what's happening on radar. Pronunciations are fine. You know, if I mess up one, it's fine. I don't think there's a place, I don't know what the pronunciation is, but like if I mispronounce Tupelo, I don't think there's another place that sounds like that in Mississippi, so. All right, we're going to go back up to Houston, Mississippi, as rotation is beginning to kick into gear right now. This storm, again, we just mentioned a moment ago, rotation is intensifying here back up near Houston. So the tornado potential here is definitely increasing near Houston, west of Okolona, and it'll eventually go towards the Verona and Tupelo areas. Rotation is upticking very, very, very quickly. We're probably going to get a tornado warning on this here shortly. Once again, this is Houston. And notice how the rotation is starting to come together a lot more now. We are starting to see strong circulation near Houston in eastern Mississippi. Also, it sounds like there's now a tornado in progress in Kentwood. There is a tornado debris signature from what I'm hearing. Let me double check this. Yeah, we do have a tornado in progress. So there is now a tornado in progress near Kentwood, Louisiana. This is a tight couplet that is just dropped over the northeast side of Kentwood in Louisiana. This is approaching the Mississippi and Louisiana border, and it will eventually go towards Tylertown. So Tylertown, you are going to be in the track of this. There is a tornado in progress, though. We do have a tornado debris signature right over your area. You need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building as this moves to the east, northeast, and northeast. This is a dangerous tornado. It's likely a strong tornado as well that has just dropped. They have upgraded the warning, obviously, to observed now, so this is, again, officially now a confirmed tornado back over near Tylertown and just southeast of Magnolia. Again, make sure that you are in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Long term for this storm, I honestly think this is going to be producing a potential for tornadoes for a while. Long term, this is going towards Columbia, Hattiesburg, and just south of Collins. in southern Mississippi. So I do think this will be a long-term threat for a tornado, but Columbia, Hattiesburg, Laurel, Waynesboro, you are long-term areas that will be probably impacted by this storm. Rotation is still strong as well near Georgetown and Mendenhall. And I honestly think we're going to have a tornado with this at any time too. We are starting to see this storm clear out. This one's likely going to be producing a tornado here in just a few minutes. And the storm back over near Mount Olive is also beginning to look concerning. That one could also be dropping a tornado very soon. So we have two different supercells there that are going to be capable of producing a tornado. And as I've mentioned a moment ago, the storm up near Houston. This is south of Tupelo, west of Okolona. This storm is also beginning to intensify, and we may be getting a tornado warning on that here very soon, back up near Houston. For the time being, they have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the Tupelo area. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there's also a tornado possible label on this, which means we'll probably end up seeing a tornado here within the next hour. But for now, they're going to hold off on a tornado warning until the storm becomes more organized here in northeastern Mississippi. Okay. Houston actually might be on the ground now. Houston, there may be a tornado on the ground near Houston, Mississippi. And we might actually have something here.
A new tornado warning has been
Radar
issued.
just updated. And they have just issued a tornado warning. So brand new tornado warning on this storm near Houston, going towards Tupelo in Mississippi. You need to be in your safe place immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is once again a tornado warning for Tupelo, Okolona, and Verona in Mississippi. And please get to your safe place immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground.
All right, we now
seek shelter immediately.
We now officially have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress. That is going to be in Louisiana. The Kentwood storm is now producing a significant tornado. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you are in this warning for Tylertown, east of Kentwood, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress. We've been warning you about this for almost 45 minutes now, and it is now producing a significant tornado. This is what it looks like right now in the velocities just to the east of Kentwood. We have a large tornado centered right near the border. It's going to be approaching the Louisiana-Mississippi border and eventually going in the direction of Tylertown. We actually have a debris signature even popping up on radar right now as well. So you can see that dark red right there. That is a debris signature that is popping up going in the direction of Tylertown. The correlation coefficient is showing a significant tornado. So we have a significant tornado right now in progress just to the east of Kentwood in Louisiana. And it's going to be on track for Tylertown in Mississippi. So if you're in Tylertown, you need to be getting to your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. If you are in a mobile home, you need to go find a sturdy structure or get into a ditch. This is a dangerous storm that is quickly moving towards Tylertown that is actively producing a significant tornado. Again, Tylertown is in the direct path of this tornado. Another tornado is dropping, likely within the next couple of minutes, back up near Houston. Very tight rotation right now near Parkersburg, Van Vliet, and going towards Okolona. Bottom right of your screen is actually in Tupelo, Mississippi right now, so we have a live shot there. But that rotation's intensifying very quickly, going towards Okolona and Shannon, and Verona and Tupelo will be in the track of this as well. And we are starting to see an uptick of lightning as well. If we don't already have a tornado on the ground on that Houston storm, it might be dropping at any time. That rotation, again, is very strong. I mean, this is probably seconds away from trying to drop a tornado here. And this is what it looks like on velocities right now. Just to the southwest of Tupelo, this storm is rapidly organizing. We have strong rotation right now, just to the west of Okolona, going towards Shannon and Verona and Nettleton. Just notice how the rotation, again, is really quickly intensifying right now. This is probably going to drop a significant tornado if it does drop. The velocities are strong enough there for a strong tornado. Nothing officially confirmed on that tornado, on that storm yet, but we're still keeping a close eye on it. This storm over near Mendenhall is also wrapping up again. Again, we still have strong rotation on this storm. This one's been rotating for well over an hour now, but it is organizing again. We are starting to see an inflow and a hook echo developing on this. We also have a storm back over near Mount Olive that is organizing. This could also become tornadic. So we may end up getting a tornado warning here shortly for Mount Olive, Raleigh, Mize, and Maggie. So stay weather aware if you're in those areas. Let's go back to the PDS tornado warn cell. I don't know why this radar is not updating. It is so frustrating. Let me go back to... Okay, so this is the latest radar scan on that confirmed tornado here along the Mississippi and Louisiana border, east of Kentwood. So again, we had a strong tornado there moments ago. There is still a debris signature that is just east of Kentwood and is now going in the direction of Tylertown in southern Mississippi. So there is still a tornado in progress with this storm, but I do think it's at least a little bit smaller. You can see how the velocities have at least weakened here over the last couple of minutes, so not nearly as intense. But you want to stay in your safe place just in case this does continue. Looks like it was taking a little bit of a left-hand turn, which means that it's occluding out a little bit. So this is likely an occlusion, but it could recycle over the next several minutes, as this supercell is in a very favorable environment along the Louisiana and Mississippi border. Just notice how the supercells really come together here over the last several minutes, and it is still a threat here for producing a tornado as it moves towards Tylertown and Columbia in Mississippi. And it looks like we have a tornado in progress west of Okolona. So this storm just to the south of Tupelo is now producing at least a small tornado back over near Van Vliet. And it is moving currently to the northeast. There is a camera, bottom right of your screen in Tupelo. We are watching that closely in case there is something on the camera there. But it is actually getting pretty windy, a lot of lightning. Wind is also picking up right now across the Tupelo area near Okolona and Shannon and Verona in northeastern Mississippi. All right. We have just gotten a new tornado watch that has just been issued. This is a PDS tornado watch that has just been issued. We've had stuff going on, so we haven't been able to get to it, but we do now have a brand new PDS tornado watch that is in place. This is going to be for Alabama and southeast Mississippi, where strong and long track tornadoes are going to be likely here as we go into the middle afternoon hours across most areas in Alabama. There is a threat for that. So if you are anywhere in Alabama today, you're going to want to make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place. In addition to that, large hail and damaging winds are a possibility. But again, today's threat of severe weather is driven by the threat of tornadoes. Strong and long track tornadoes are in play today. The threat of tornadoes, again, is rapidly increasing right now in Mississippi, Alabama, and also back over. It will eventually start to increase back over into parts of Tennessee and Georgia.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The PDS tornado warning has been condensed. It still does include areas near Tylertown and just east of Magnolia here in southern Mississippi. It is going to be approaching the Route 98 corridor and will be tracking towards Columbia, Mississippi. So again, Columbia, Mississippi is in the track of this storm. We also have a new tornado warning that has just been issued. It is a large one. A large tornado warning issued for Winona, Vaden, Kim Michael, French Camp, and Empora, just east of Duck Hill. So if you're anywhere in this pink polygon, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. And we now have a more definitive tornado in progress. So a stronger tornado is in progress west of Okolona. That's moving towards Shannon, Pine Grove, and Poplar Springs, and eventually going towards the Tupelo area. So a tornado is now dropped, and this is definitely a bit more of a strong tornado that is dropped, and it is quickly moving to the northeast. I'm getting increasingly concerned about that Tylertown storm again. That one is ramping up again. This is what it looks like on reflectivity right now. This is a classic looking supercell heading towards Tylertown. It's once again organizing. The inflow is very strong, and we have a hook echo, and we are probably going to have a tornado again with this in the next minute or two. I think it may already be on the ground near progress. But if not, it's going to be dropping in the next minute or two near progress. All right, we do have a significant tornado in progress right now north of Van Vliet in northeast Mississippi. This tornado warning will probably get upgraded here in a second. This tornado is wrapped in rain. It's on the back side of all this convection, so it's actually in a really weird spot. But this tornado is in progress just west of Okolona, and it's moving towards Shannon, Verona, and Tupelo, whatever it is. Again, I don't care about pronunciations today. So if you're in Tupelo, you need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, closet, or bathroom. That tornado just hit the Van Fleet area and is approaching Highway 41. It will eventually go towards Shannon and Pine Grove over the next few minutes. This is an in-progress tornado. Also, we have another update. We are going to get a tornado watch soon in Tennessee. So if you are in Nashville, if you are in Carthage, Crossville, McMinnville, Murfreesboro, Columbia, Shelbyville, or Lawrenceburg, you will likely be added to a tornado watch here within the next probably 30 minutes to an hour, as tornadoes are going to be possible up there in Tennessee, as the wind shear is increasing and the warm sector is continuing to increase as well. So strong tornadoes are a possibility up there. Also, we have a video. This is from the Missouri Dot camera back over near Kentwood just moments ago of that tornado. That right there is the tornado, I'm pretty sure. Right back there. This was moments ago near Kentwood when we had that large tornado right behind the trees. And we once again have a tornado in progress with that storm. It has dropped once again. That's what the supercell looks like right now. Again, very strong inflow approaching Tylertown in Mississippi. Yeah, we have a big-time tornado right now heading towards Tylertown, Mississippi. Large and extremely dangerous tornado has dropped again. It just recycled and is now producing another strong tornado.
This is an urgent
heading
alert.
Towards Tylertown.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Please get to your safe place if you're in Tylertown, Mississippi. If you have friends or family in the warning, make sure that they're aware that there is a significant tornado heading right towards Tylertown over the next few minutes. The debris signature is growing by the second right now near Simmonsville and Dykes Crossing, and it's going to be moving towards Highway 48 in Tylertown. Mesa, and Votts is also in the track of this. For reference, in Tylertown, there's a few thousand people that live here. Some of the areas that are in Tylertown that are going to be hit by a potentially large and extremely dangerous tornado include the Pizza Hut, the McDonald's, the Raising Cane's. There's also a Backyard Barbecue, China Garden, the Walmart Supercenter, Piggly Wiggly, Dollar General, Family Dollar, Fred's, Walgreens, and CVS Pharmacy, and also the elementary and high school that exists there in Tylertown are in the track of a large and strong tornado that's quickly moving to the east-northeast. Holmes Water Park is also in the track of this. Walthall County Courthouse and Library are apparently in this as well. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this tornado warning. The tornado warning back up near Tupelo has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado. There is a tornado in progress right now just to the north of Van Vliet, west of Okolona. That's going towards Leotis, Poplar Springs, Pine Grove, and Shannon over the next few minutes. This tornado's been on the ground for about 5 minutes or so now, and is really just drifting kind of to the east right now. It's on the back side of all this convection, so I don't know if this one's going to last that long. But in today's environment, it's obviously a very potent environment where tornadoes could happen literally with the smallest bit of rotation. We have a lot of wind shear. Storm relativity is off the charts too today. The Mendenhall tornado warning is also becoming very concerning. We have a very intense hook echo and inflow that is now going into the supercell. This one could be a few minutes away from trying to drop a tornado. Rotation is also increasing very quickly near Mendenhall, Mississippi. This will eventually go towards Raleigh, west of Bay Springs.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we do have a brand new PDS tornado warning. This is going to be an extension of the one that we currently have.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we have 2 new PDS tornado warnings. We have one back down near the Mississippi and Louisiana border near Tylertown. This is a significant tornado, guys. They are issuing 2 PDS tornado warnings on this. This is going to be one that's on the ground for a while. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress near Tylertown, moving northeast towards Columbia, Bassfield, and Prentice. This is a significant storm, and it will likely be producing a tornado for a while. This is moving very fast to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour for Pike, Walthall, Jefferson Davis, Lawrence, and Marion counties in southern Mississippi. There is a very intense tornado with this storm right now. We have a very impressive hook echo, strong inflow going into the storm, and it's quickly approaching Tylertown, where there are several places included in Tylertown, including a bunch of fast food places, schools, and a lot of other stuff. This is a very strong tornado right now moving to the northeast. A big debris signature right now over Simmonsville, Dykes Crossing approaching Highway 48, and we'll be going right towards the west side of Tylertown, Mesa, and Votts in southern Mississippi. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this tornado warning. This is a very dangerous storm. It is in a very favorable environment. I'm not trying to say this to scare you, but guys, this is literally going to be a long track supercell. We could end up seeing a tornado emergency with this too, if this continues. I mean, the debris signature is so intense right now, right over Simmonsville. I'm not trying to say this to scare you. It's just the fact of the matter right now. All right, this is a dangerous tornado that is in progress. It is a very dangerous environment where there is just so much wind shear where this could be going for a long time, and a tornado emergency on this is definitely a possibility. But the velocities are extremely tight. This is definitely a very strong, if not intense, possibly violent tornado that is ripping through this area. I just want to point this out. This is the gate-to-gate shear right now on this storm. And it's currently estimating at least 140 mile per hour velocities just going away from the radar. So we could be talking about at least an EF3, EF4 tornado. The gate-to-gate shear is 180 miles per hour, which would be in the ballpark of an EF4 tornado. Oh my goodness. This is a very intense tornado, guys. You got to get to your safe place if you're in Tylertown right now. If you're just tuning in, Tylertown, Mississippi. Significant tornado right now near Dykes Crossing. This is likely an intense or violent tornado that is in progress near Dykes Crossing. and it's now approaching Mesa. So the tornado is now approaching Mesa and Route 98. This is about to hit a Dollar General. So there's a Dollar General that's about to be hit by this tornado in Mesa. There's also the Rider's Edge, and there's also the Harvest Time Guest House, which is apparently like an Airbnb, that is also about to be hit by this tornado. So the Dollar General is about to take a direct hit from this tornado near Tylertown, Mississippi. This is a significant tornado. This could go, again, tornado emergency. Velocities, again, are very strong on this. The debris signature is huge. We are talking about a significant tornado right now near Tylertown in Mississippi. You are just tuning in again. Intense tornado, possibly a violent tornado right now in southern Mississippi. This is not a drill. You need to be taking that tornado action plan very seriously right now. If you are in southern Mississippi near Tylertown or Mesa, we have a strong tornado in progress, likely a intense or violent tornado that is moving in the direction of Tylertown as we speak. The reflectivity on one of the most recent scans that was just south of Mesa there, it literally shows a debris ball on radar. Like, that's how significant this storm is. And this is, again, the latest scan. This tornado is right now probably heavily damaging the Dollar General that is located in Mesa, Mississippi. So the Dollar General is taking a direct hit from this. It's about to hit the Sims Thornhill Road back over on the north side of Mesa. There are a few farms and other homes that are in that area. And then after that, it's going towards Salem, China Grove, and Darbun. The velocities are continuing to look extremely intense on this storm. Currently, the gate-to-gate shear, which is the mix of both velocities, are right around 180 miles per hour.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So currently around 180 miles per hour, which means, again, this is likely an EF3, EF4 plus tornado. And the velocities are just off the charts with this. Bottom right of your screen is going to be Columbia instead of Tupelo. Columbia is the next camera that we have out in front of this, which is not far from this tornado. I'll have another radar scan here in just a second. But again, significant tornado just hit the Dollar General near Mesa, Mississippi, just north of Tylertown. Salem, China Grove, Darbun, and Sartonville are next in track of this, and it will eventually go towards White Bluff, Society Hill, Oakville, Tilton, Expose, just north and west of Columbia, Mississippi. This is off to the west of Hattiesburg, for reference, if you are not familiar with the area or you don't know exactly where we're at. And just, again, just looking at this storm, this is a debris signature over the west side of Tylertown. That is not rain. That is debris that is being wafted up into the atmosphere. It's a significant tornado. It might not be that large. It might actually be large. I don't know. But I don't know if it's really that large. The velocities don't show a huge field. But it is probably, at the minimum, a very intense tornado that might be any size. It could be small or large. Doesn't matter. If you remember the Greenfield tornado in Iowa back in May of last year, that one ended up being a EF4 plus tornado. And keep in mind that that was a pretty small tornado. We could be talking about something like that right now, which is why the CC signature isn't as large as it could be right now. Latest radar scan is showing that tornado it just hit the Dollar General near Mesa, or likely hit that area. It's now approaching the Slocum Trucking Company, and the St. Paul Church is in the general vicinity of where this tornado is currently located. And apparently the debris signature is visible on tilt 4, which is crazy if that's true. Once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. For those north of Tylertown, a intense tornado, perhaps a violent tornado, is in progress, moving northeast just west of Columbia. You'll be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The debris signature is getting even more significant.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado.
The debris signature is getting more
Seek
significant. We are actually seeing
immediately.
pink pop up for debris. So that is possibly big time like debris. We're talking trees, perhaps buildings that are currently being basically lofted up into the atmosphere right now, northwest of Tylertown. So there's literally pink now showing on radar, which this is again what measures rain or precipitation in general, and it's measuring debris. That dark blue is a big debris signature that is currently present with this storm. All right, we now have a new large tornado in progress. Brand new PDS tornado warning for those up in Mendon Hall. Back over near Forest and Morton, they have issued a PDS tornado warning. There is another large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress that is quickly approaching Mendon Hall, Mississippi. If you are in Mendon Hall, Mississippi, you need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is another significant tornado that is in progress near Mendon Hall. Mendon Hall is in the path of this. Going towards Puckett, Polkville, eventually Forest and Morton are going to be in the track of this. So we have two large tornadoes in progress right now in central southern Mississippi. One of which is hitting a lot of different areas near just north of Tylertown. It's going to be hitting Salem over the next few minutes. There are a lot of farms that are in the path of this tornado down near Tylertown. The St. Mary Academy could get hit by this tornado. The TLC Daycare and Learning Center and the Salem baseball field are also in the path of this. And there's also the Salem Baptist Church, the Salem High School, and as well as the Salem High School Gymnasium that are in the path of this tornado right now. So that tornado could be hitting the high school here in just a couple minutes. Again, this is as of about 4 minutes ago. The radar is about to update, but this is as of about 4 minutes ago. So that tornado now is going to be located back up near Salem. So the high school is basically about to get hit by this tornado. Salem High School. I don't know if this could get much worse, but the debris signature scan over scan is getting larger. This radar, for some reason, is slow. But this is the latest scan north of Tylertown. Oh my goodness.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
We now have a tornado emergency for those in Walthall, Mississippi. This is a very dangerous tornado. It is a catastrophic tornado in Walthall County in Mississippi. This is a very rare situation. This only happens when we have catastrophic tornadoes happening. This is likely a intense and violent tornado that is ripping through the north side of Tylertown, approaching Salem, China Grove, Daburn, and as well as Sartonville. It'll eventually go towards White Bluff and other areas further off to the northeast, north of Columbia and Mississippi. You need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or bathroom, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is a catastrophic tornado that is in progress in southern Mississippi, likely a violent tornado that is going to be moving into Salem over the next several minutes. There is a huge debris signature going right into Salem right now. You can even see this from the northern radar site. It's going to be moving right into Salem here over the next couple of minutes. This is a really bad situation. Salem High School, the Salem Gymnasium, the Salem Baptist Church, are currently in the path of this. There's also the Salem baseball field. There's a couple of farms here that are about to be hit by this tornado. Boyd Cemetery, the Salem Church Road. That's where this tornado is basically at right now. Once again, for those that are not familiar, a tornado emergency is the highest level tornado warning that you can possibly get. It only happens when we have catastrophic tornadoes. In most cases, they are EF4 plus tornadoes. And so that is what we're dealing with right now north of Tylertown. At the minimum, this is an intense tornado, but possibly even a violent tornado. We have several other areas of rotation as well further north near Puckett. We have a PDS tornado warning right now for those in Puckett, Polkville, northeast of Menden Hall, where there is another large and extremely dangerous tornado that is moving in the direction of Forest right now. And also near Raleigh. We'll have a new radar update here in just a moment. Oh my goodness. This is terrifying. This, by far, over the last 24 hours, is the largest debris signature that we've seen. And the most intense. It's about both ways. This is about almost this is about 2.5 miles wide for a debris signature near Salem.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
This is just an update. There's no new tornado emergency warning, but it is still a tornado emergency for Salem. And if I had to guess, if this continues, we're probably going to get a new tornado emergency warning here soon. Back up near Bassfield. This is terrifying. I mean, this is a huge tornado, a very strong tornado. Moving right into Salem, Mississippi. It's right now. It's probably hitting the Salem High School. That school is probably going to suffer major damage. Salem Baptist Church about to get hit directly too. This is just terrifying. A small community here in Salem, Mississippi is about to take a direct hit from this huge tornado. Absolutely terrifying. I mean, obviously, Salem, there's nobody hopefully there's nobody in school right now. I would assume there's no really Saturday activities happening at the school. But, you know, if this was a Friday, this would be terrible. I mean, we literally have, that would be terrible. There could literally be people, though, at Salem High School doing something. We don't really know.
This is an emergency alert.
There's a new one.
A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
All right, so they have just upgraded the next warning out in front of this to a tornado emergency. So a new tornado emergency warning upgrade for those in Marion, Lawrence, and Jefferson Davis counties in Mississippi. This is a huge tornado emergency warning for those in Prentiss, Bassfield, and east of Monticello. The tornado is still very large. It just hit the Salem High School. It is approaching Darburn now. It's going to be hitting the Maggie's Creek Baptist Church, the Bethlehem Church as well, and it's near DG Market. And the Darburn Mennonite Church is also going to be hit by this, in addition to the Latter-day Saints Church near Darburn in southern Mississippi. So we once again have a brand new tornado emergency warning in effect for this storm that is producing a huge tornado and a very intense, probably violent tornado that is moving northeast. Get the helmet out if you're in this warning. You need to get the helmet, get into the basement or the bathtub, get a mattress over top of you. That's really the only way that I think you're going to get by this tornado if you're getting hit by this. If you're in a mobile home, you need to get to either a sturdy structure immediately or get into a ditch. And if you have any friends or family in the path of this, share the stream with them. Again, we'll be live covering this entire thing. We are posting tornado warning updates as well on Twitter. You can, and as well as Facebook. You can retweet those and share those as well if you'd like. But once again, this is an extremely dangerous situation. This is a catastrophic tornado that is currently moving in the direction of Bassfield and Prentiss. And this is, again, literally, I'm not trying to scare you again. This is just the nature of the storm. It is a huge tornado. It literally says on the warning, it is a catastrophic damage threat right now, moving to the northeast. Bottom right of your screen is Columbia, Mississippi. That's just about 15, 20 miles off to the east of this tornado emergency. We'll keep that there in case there is something in view of that. But again, you can see the supercell. It is very nasty. It is very, very nasty. New radar scan in just a second. We have a new storm forming near Kentwood again. And this storm could also do something crazy as well. I need to get back onto the reflectivity on here. This one's not updating. So we have a new storm forming down near Kentwood, Louisiana again. This is where this tornado emergency began. And this storm could actually do something similar. It's very early stages, just like the last one, but this one is going to try to rapidly organize, and we could get another tornado on that as it continues to move northeast. It's basically going to track right in the direction of Columbia, Mississippi in the long term, and Tylertown. So if you're in Tylertown or Columbia, you are not out of the neck of the woods yet. You have another storm that is going to be heading in your direction here soon. And again, the debris signature on this tornado right now near Salem is still very, very intense. The pink here, again, is not rain. That is a full-fledged debris signature that is popping up on radar right now with significant debris in terms of trees, buildings, power lines, whatever it might be, is probably floating in the air right now.
This is
not a new tornado emergency, by the way. This is just an update.
Emergency warning has been issued.
We gotta fix that. It shouldn't be doing that, but... Also, the debris on this tornado emergency is currently lofting debris up to about 30,000 feet into the atmosphere right now. So just keep that in mind. It's lofting debris as high as 30,000 feet, or actually over 30,000 feet into the atmosphere. So this is a substantial tornado near Sartonville, moving towards Prentice in Mississippi. But they have condensed the tornado emergency. It includes Bassfield, Carson, Prentice, east side of Silver Creek as well. I'm going to just turn that off for a second because it keeps updating tornado emergencies and it does that. All right. This tornado emergency was just updated too. It's just more condensed now for Walthall County in Mississippi. Again, the tornado is about to move into Marion, Lawrence, and Jefferson Davis counties in Mississippi. Just northwest of Columbia, we have a major tornado in progress. This is a likely violent tornado. It is located near Holly Springs, about 14 miles west of Columbia, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Again, that is debris, guys. That's debris. It's not even rain. This is unbelievable.
A new
this tornado right now is hitting the Maggie's Creek Baptist Church. So that just took a direct hit from this tornado. And the Quality Doors store is also taking a hit from this tornado near DG Market, right along Darburn Road. We have a new tornado warning. I was just talking about this for Kentwood and Tylertown. Again, this is a storm that is likely going to produce a tornado as well. It's going basically in the same path of this tornado emergency, just a slight bit further down to the south. This one will likely produce, though, as well. Right now, rotation is quickly intensifying. It is organizing. Tylertown, you need to make sure that you're staying very vigilant. This storm is heading towards you over the next several minutes. And right here, again, is your tornado emergency. Large tornado. Approaching Holly Springs. And moving towards White Bluff in Mississippi. The Terry's Bits and Machine Shop and Bozeman Poultry Farm are about to be hit by this tornado. This tornado is about to hit those two areas. And then upcoming in White Bluff. White Bluff is a lot of trees. There are a few buildings there, but it's mostly just trees and a few roadways. It's going to be approaching Pearl River in the next 5 minutes. Back up near White Bluff. So this tornado on the north side of Darbun now, and it's about to hit the Terry's Bits and Machine Shop back up near Highway 44. Huge debris signature moving towards White Bluff, Prentice, and Bassfield. The PDS tornado warning back up near Polkville, south of Forest. That one is no longer PDS. It is back down to radar indicated. However, we need to watch this storm right here near Raleigh very closely, near Newton. We have a lot of storm mergers happening right now, but once that clears out, this could be a really potent supercell as that goes towards Newton, Decatur, and eventually towards Meridian in eastern Mississippi. So we are talking about another significant risk for a potential tornado on that storm as that continues to move off to the northeast. So we'll be watching that very, very, very closely. I do think that's going to be a storm to really watch for long term. We've been talking about that one for a while too. The velocities are still off the charts with this. It's hard to explain how rare of a situation we are dealing with right now. If we do the gate-to-gate shear with this tornado emergency, 88 versus 97 mile per hour winds. And again, if we factor this in, if we just combine the two numbers and say that's the wind speeds of the tornado, again, this is in the ballpark of, you know, EF4 type tornado, EF3, EF4 type tornado, which is why we have a tornado emergency right now. It's a very bad situation in southern Mississippi. And there's not much stopping it. That's the problem. There's literally nothing really stopping this right now. Out in front of this, there's a little bit of convection, but that's just going to merge and really continue to intensify the supercell. A good reminder, too, if you have any pets here in southern Mississippi that are outdoors, bring them inside, let them stay inside for the day, as we're probably going to have many tornado warnings across Mississippi and Alabama. I'll have a new radar scan in a second, but again, significant tornado just west of Columbia, Mississippi. Columbia is not far from this, which is crazy to think. Columbia, Mississippi just had a tornado back about a month ago. We were live for that tornado too, and we saw that on that camera there. Oh my goodness. There is major tornado damage being reported from Tylertown. I am retweeting the video on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. There is like catastrophic damage there. There are lots of trees. There's basically trees leveled. Some cars even off the road. So Tylertown, which was just hit by this large tornado, there is significant debris being reported in that area. And we will probably have a tornado dropping soon back over near Kentwood. Different storm, but it's another storm that could drop a tornado. This tornado is not letting up anytime soon. This is still a huge tornado approaching White Bluff, Hawthorne, Society Hill, going towards Ebenezer, eventually towards Bassfield and Carson. This is still a tornado emergency. Again, this is the highest level tornado warning you can possibly have. We have a probably at least an intense, if not a violent tornado heading towards Bassfield and Carson. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this tornado warning. The debris signature has remained large basically this entire time. And this tornado has probably just hit the Terry's Bits and Machine Shop near Highway 44. And it's now crossing into both Marion, Lawrence, and Jefferson Davis counties in Mississippi. Let me check out this southern storm again. The one east of Kentwood, Louisiana, again, is another concerning storm. That one could try to drop a tornado here soon. For right now, the rotation is still a little bit broader, but we're going to keep a close eye on that one. Let me go back up to here. We're going to stay on the tornado emergency for now. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. There are no chasers on this storm from what I know. We don't have any of our chasers on this storm. We do have chasers back up on the one up here near Newton, which I'm going to put up, I think, storm intermediate here soon. This storm could go crazy, though. Just needs a little bit more organization. It needs a little bit more clearance out in front of that storm for it to produce a tornado. This is as of 4 minutes ago. We still have a significant tornado in progress approaching White Bluff. We have a camera on US 84 at Collins. I don't know where that is, but let me look. Where's that located, Hayden? Let's go over to here. Okay, so the camera bottom left of your screen is going to be up near Collins. And I honestly anticipate that this storm will still be producing a tornado here by the time it gets closer to Bassfield and Collins. So this is going to be a long-track tornadic supercell that is, again, moving to the northeast right now. Bassfield, Carson, Prentice, all on the track of this. Again, a major tornado in progress. I'm just waiting for the CC to update. Velocities are still very strong right now over the north side of White Bluff, approaching Society Hill and Oakvale, also going towards Bassfield and Carson. This is, again, a significant tornado that is moving to the northeast. Where is... All right, never mind. Let's see where Jordan Hall is. Just trying to see where our storm chasers are at right now. We have some in central Mississippi. Let's see if there's any on the southern Mississippi storms. Everybody's kind of central Mississippi right now. Okay. All right, so this tornado right now, it's over White Bluff, approaching Society Hill. This is about to hit the Society Hill Baptist Church. There is also another farm that is on the west side on Hathorn Road that is about to be hit by this extremely dangerous tornado. And it's eventually going to go towards the Greens Creek Speedway, the Zion Church of God, and then eventually going towards the Greens Creek Baptist Church. And then after that, it's approaching Bassfield and as well as Carson, which, for reference, if you are in Carson or Bassfield, there's a lot more people that live in these areas. If this tornado stays on the ground, it could hit the community of Carson or Bassfield. In Carson, there is a lot more homes. We also have the United States Postal Office there in Carson. And then over in Bassfield, there's a Dollar General. There is a Ward's food restaurant, a Bassfield Depot, and there's also a steel company. And there's many other places, actually. There's a pharmacy, a hair shop, a bunch of other stuff. Regions Bank there in Bassfield. So there are a lot more places that are in the very short-term track of this extremely dangerous tornado, which, again, is a large and extremely dangerous tornado moving to the northeast. All right, so this is the latest radar scan. There might be good news. It's hard to tell. There might be. The latest CC signature is not showing nearly as large of a tornado.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency
Once again, it's not a new tornado
issued.
emergency. It's just an update to the warning. We need to fix that. It should not be doing that. I do apologize, but can't really do anything when we're streaming. But the tornado warning has been updated. It is still a tornado emergency for those in Marion, Lawrence, and Jefferson Davis counties. So again, this is for Prentiss, Carson, Bassfield, south of Silver Creek. We're still watching this other supercell back over north of Franklinton. That one has a long-term potential to do something crazy too. Oh, crap. We have a tornado on the ground at Amory, I think. This is on one of the has cams in Amory, which I'm not sure if it's still up, but in Amory, Mississippi. There's actively a tornado on the ground at Amory. I get slot 1 to go. Slot 1. Slot 1's broken. Oh, slot 1's there. There's literally actively a tornado in Amory, it looked like. Yeah, there is a tornado here actively in Amory. I think it just spun out. This is an unwarned tornado up near Smithville that just happened. It might still be on the ground. It just might not be condensed. There's actively a tornado here. I'm going to show you a photo of the actual tornado here in a second. This is on one of the has cams. This is, again, an unwarned area of severe... I mean, there's severe storm warnings on this, but there's no tornado warning on this activity. We literally just had a tornado. This environment is just so favorable for tornadoes. For reference, this is the photo of that tornado moments ago near Amory on the has cam. And so now that is still actively producing, it looks like, a threat of tornadoes. We do have rotation up here, and there's a hook echo near Hatley and Smithville. This should be getting tornado warned. Surprised that's not tornado warned right now. All right, I'm going to stay on this camera for a second, guys. I really have got to pee. I have been having to for like an hour. Give me 1 second. I'll be back in 20 seconds, hopefully. All right, we're back. Amory still looks suspicious. Amory still looks very suspicious. The clouds are hanging so low today across the entire state, really, of Mississippi, and this is still... Wow, just look how low those clouds are. The lifting condensation level, which is basically where clouds start to form, is just so low today, it's basically elevating the threat of tornadoes. And so, I mean, that's what we're basically seeing here across the entire state. This just looks so ominous up here. All right, we're going to keep that bottom left of your screen. Just an update on the tornado emergency. We still have that ongoing back down near Bassfield, Carson, and Prentice. So this is still an ongoing tornado emergency. Our strongest area of rotation is near Highway 13. From what we've seen over the last few minutes, the rotation has gotten a little bit weaker, but we still have a tornado here. So don't get mistaken, we still have a tornado in progress near Society Hill. What will probably end up happening is that they'll probably downgrade the tornado emergency to a PDS tornado warning here in the next few minutes, unless something, again, unless we see some major changes. So, yeah, this is also a rare situation. You do not see these mesoscale discussions very often, but they have just issued a mesoscale discussion that is very small for a pretty specific area. An intense to potentially violent tornado is ongoing right now for a tornado that is likely EF4 plus intensity in southern Mississippi. That is a very rare thing to see. Don't usually see mesoscale discussions like that. All right, let's go back to Amory here for a second. This is, again, Amory up in northeastern Mississippi. This is not tornado warned as of right now, but we just had a tornado on this HazCam a moment ago. It is still very windy, and we still have rotation near Smithville. That's approaching Detroit, Alabama, and going towards Hamilton. We should have a tornado warning on this. With how low the clouds are, in addition to us just having a tornado on this, there should be a tornado warning. The camera shaking like crazy. He is zooming in. Look at all of that rising moisture out of the river. You can actually see all the rising moisture out of the river. That is how moist today's environment is. This storm could go on, though, to produce a significant tornado in western and northwestern Alabama.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for Monroe and Itawamba counties in Mississippi. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. In addition to that, we still have a tornado warning back over east of Jackson, north of Bay Springs, near Newton, west of Decatur. That is still continuing. And also the tornado emergency is once again becoming an intense tornado. The debris signature has grown again, so it may have just been recycling. It is still a significant tornado that is moving in the direction of Bassfield. So Bassfield, you are in the direct path right now of a significant tornado. South of Prentice. Yeah, that's a big tornado. We also have a wall cloud, it looks like, on the left in Amory. This is in Amory, Mississippi, northeast Mississippi, near Smithville. So that's what it looks like right now. Large lowering. These clouds are so low to the ground. But once again, the tornado emergency does continue. The tornado is growing in size again. And so I do think the tornado emergency will probably just continue here as the tornado is growing again in size. It's approaching Bassfield very quickly. If you know any friends or family in Bassfield, make sure that they're aware of this. Again, if you are in Bassfield, Carson, or Prentice, you're going to want to get your helmet on if you have one. Get the mattress over top of you if you're in a tub or something along those lines. Put as many things between you as the outside. That could literally save your life if you're in the Bassfield or Carson area from this tornado. So if you have a mattress, just throw it over top of you. You've got a couple minutes until this tornado is literally in Bassfield and Carson. But I would not be waiting. I'd be getting to that place now. You really have little to no time to get into your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom in Bassfield and Carson. And the storm near Tylertown is likely about to drop a tornado.
A tornado
that
is on the
rotation's
ground.
intensifying.
Seek shelter immediately.
Also, we now have a confirmed tornado back up near Smithville. And this is actually, I believe, live right now. There is a tornado on this storm near Smithville, Amory, and Fulton. This has now been upgraded to confirmed. And this is what that storm looks like right now. Got very low-hanging clouds, and the tornado is probably right there in the middle of your screen. New radar scans coming in. The velocity should show better here in a second. The Tylertown needs to be in their safe place. Southern Mississippi, Tylertown, get to your safe place immediately. We're about to have another tornado dropping down there. The rotation has tightened a ton here over the last couple minutes. The tornado here, if it is still in progress, it's near Smithville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued. Back over in Tylertown. Tylertown is literally an area that just on the west side just had a tornado, and we have yet again another tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. If you are in Tylertown, near Route 98, back over near Sartonville. So again, moving to the northeast. Seek shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning. This is another dangerous storm and will likely go on to produce a tornado. The tornado emergency has just been downgraded, so it is now back down to a PDS tornado warning, but it is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is heading towards Bassfield, Carson, and Prentice. So if you are in Bassfield, if you're in Carson, if you are in Bassfield, any of these areas right along Highway 42, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. This is still a very serious situation as we still have a tornado that is in progress. And the latest radar scan is coming in. But we still have a tornado approaching Bassfield. And we are probably going to see a tornado drop here at any moment near Tylertown. So a new tornado is going to try to drop there near Tylertown in southern Mississippi. The storm is organizing rapidly. It's not very far off from the storm that we have near Collins and Bassfield. One of the biggest concerns that I really have right now is that this storm here near Bassfield is really getting fed into a lot of different little showers and little convective bursts essentially south of the supercell. And as this stuff feeds into the supercell, I think we're going to be talking about a more significant threat for a tornado as this goes towards Collins. So I think this storm here, despite it not being a tornado emergency right now, I think that this is going to be ramping up a lot here over the next several minutes as it continues to move towards Collins. So this storm is still far from over for producing that threat of a tornado. And we still have rotation up near Newton, Mississippi. This is approaching Interstate 20. And then we may have a tornado right now near Smithville. We actually have a hook echo right now. So a hook northeast of Amory near Smithville. This is going to be approaching Hamilton here very soon. The Smithville storm is definitely becoming more of a concern right now. This storm could become like a long-term concern too, back up near Hamilton and Hackleburg. Be ready to get to your safe place if you're in Alabama, in this region. So be ready if you're back up near Russellville, Phil Campbell, Haleyville, Hackleburg, Hamilton, or Red Bay. As there is a potential tornado threat heading your direction, and it will probably end up producing a tornado in northwest Alabama. We got still a significant tornado about to hit Bassfield. Bassfield is about to take a direct hit from this tornado. And so certain areas that are about to be hit by this tornado along the Bassfield and Carson Highway 42 stretch include a bunch of different farms. There's also the Calvary Baptist Church, the Steel Company, Ward's Bassfield Depot, and there's also the Jefferson Davis County High School. That could be taking a hit from this tornado here over the next couple of minutes. So again, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. If you are in this tornado warning, it is a dangerous storm right now. Camera is that? It's Tupelo. Okay, we're gonna go to that. All right. When's this gonna hit Georgia? Georgia is still a couple. It's still multiple hours away from seeing anything. There is a report of a large tornado, possibly a wedge near Bassfield. From a report I am seeing. See if we can show that here in a second. Just keep in mind that this tornado that we're talking about near Bassfield just cycled. So this is a brand new tornado that has dropped. It's quickly approaching Bassfield. And again, this is a pretty intense tornado that is moving into this area. And the debris signature is growing much larger. We'll have another radar scan here in a second, but the debris signature is now going to be over Bassfield on Highway 42. It is a much larger tornado again, going right into Bassfield. This is what it looks like on radar. The other one, for some reason, is not updating. This is what it looks like on radar right now. So on the north side of Bassfield, just south of Carson, big time tornado now just crossing over Highway 42. So this tornado is now just crossing over Highway 42. The tornado warning is still PDS. They just updated it for Jefferson, Davis County, and Mississippi. We still have a significant tornado in progress that's northwest of Hattiesburg. Quickly moving to the northeast. And the Tylertown storm is still continuing to rotate. So on the west and north side of Tylertown, strong rotation. It's going to be going over Highway 27, and it will be on track for the northwest side of Columbia in some of the suburb areas there. This is the latest scan, and we actually might have a tornado in progress now. The latest scan looks a bit more intense. And we do. We do have a tornado in progress. So a brand new tornado has just dropped. A large tornado has just dropped on the north side of Tylertown. So this has just dropped on the north side of Tylertown. We now have a debris signature on the north side of Tylertown. This is going to be hitting the China Grove and once again going towards Salem. Salem just got hit by that large tornado that we just had.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And this is now a PDS tornado.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So once again, we have a particularly dangerous situation for Tylertown.
This is an emergency alert.
There's another one.
A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay, so we now have a new PDS tornado warning. This is an extension on the Bassfield tornado, which is currently hitting Bassfield and Carson. That is moving towards Collins, Mount Olive, and Taylorsville. Again, you got to get to your safe place. The new PDS tornado warning that we have is Tylertown. This just dropped in the last 2 minutes and is on the north side of Tylertown, near Highway 27. It may have narrowly missed most of the populated areas there in Tylertown, but nonetheless, there is a tornado in progress. Again, this is what it looks like right now. Over the north side of Tylertown, a big debris signature over the north side of town. The velocities have also tightened a lot, and currently the velocities are being estimated at around 126 miles per hour versus an unknown amount. So we probably have, again, another either strong or intense tornado that is happening on the north side of Tylertown. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this warning. Unfortunately, there were areas like in Salem that were just hit by a tornado, by the tornado that's now going through Bassfield. So Salem, the high school, just took a direct hit from that tornado. It may be taking another direct hit from another tornado. It's a nightmare scenario, essentially, for those in Salem.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there's that tornado. You can see it much clearer now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And the other tornado is now moving through Carson and the north side of Bassfield. Carson and Bassfield taking a hit from this tornado. We have more new tornado warnings now, back up now into Alabama. So our first tornado warnings of the day for Alabama. A Dorito chip tornado warning northwest of Hamilton, near Interstate 22, south of Vena. You need to seek shelter immediately.
This is an emergency
If you're
alert.
in that
A
tornado
large
warning,
and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
and from what I'm hearing, there is now the tornado is massive in southern Mississippi. It is a large cone tornado that is happening back over west of Columbia. They have now issued a new PDS tornado warning west of Columbia. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress right now near Columbia. And make sure you're getting to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong
And-
tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is now, okay, so they just upgraded the warning. It is an observed tornado now. And for some reason, my radar's not loading. But it is now an observed tornado now west of Columbia. This was just observed. There is video of it on Twitter, which I'm going to retweet at MaxVelocityWX. There is a legitimate tornado near Tylertown, Mississippi. I'm going to see if we can show you that photo here in a second, but there's a huge tornado right now near Tylertown. I got to refresh the radar. I don't know why it's not loading. Give me 1 second. Let me do this. What was out of that? Try opening it again. Okay. All right, I think we're going to have to use radar scope for now because the radar is entirely broken. Okay, all right, we got a few updates. Let's first go to, and we don't have a tornado emergency, sorry guys. There's a lot of technical issues that are just happening all of a sudden. Let's go to Storm Intermedia here for just a second.
What's this on the left?
They are currently on the Newton tornado warning, which may be dropping a tornado right now.
That's crazy. All the little cells popping up, all the burgers, like they're all trying to hook. So
Yeah, that's what I was looking at to the left there. Can't tell if that's just inflow or if that actually would be where the circulation is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't know why this whole time I was thinking he was in the white ball.
I didn't know. I was like, who?
Okay.
Like, who are you saying hi to?
So we have yet again another tornado warning that has just been issued. There are a bunch now. We're up to 10 tornado warnings. A couple of the most significant ones that are happening, though, include the one north of Tylertown. We have a significant tornado in progress on the north side of Tylertown. This is a large tornado. Once again, I have retweeted this on Twitter. It's a huge tornado north of Tylertown going towards Salem right now. The Salem High School is potentially going to take another hit from this tornado. It's huge. This is like a large cone tornado that, again, is currently in progress right now. So, you gotta be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom. If you're in that tornado warning, Tylertown towards the northwest side of Columbia are in the track of that storm. And we still have a tornado in progress north of Bassfield. So still a tornado in progress on the north side of Bassfield, approaching Collins, Mount Olive, and Taylorsville in Mississippi. So please get to your safe place if you are in those warnings. Storm Intermedia actually has a lowering right now. Storm Intermedia has a lowering right now near Newton.
There's really low cloud right here, right up out my window.
It's definitely a lowering right in front of us. It's definitely not on the ground from what I'm seeing.
Once the precip hits, I'm going to go east on 20. I'm going to bail east on 20 quickly.
That's exactly where...
Yeah, this is definitely it. It's ripping right above me right now.
Yep.
The winds are shifting all right above me.
Let's go to Brandon Kopic. That's who's talking right now. Look at Brandon Kopic's view. Wow, it is really rapid motion right now near Newton. This is west of Meridian.
Looks like I see rotation over 20 right now, too. Just to my north and east. I'm going to hit 20 and blast east. We'll wait for this dang light to change. Come on, change. Let's go.
Okay, let me go back to Storm Intermedia. They are seeing that rotation right there as well near Newton. A tornado might be dropping here shortly near Newton.
Trees blocking it. A red light.
We're going to stay on the 3-camera overlay. We'll have them bottom, middle, bottom right of your screen. Once again, we have multiple tornado warnings across Mississippi, a slew of tornado warnings, including, again, 2 different large and extremely dangerous tornadoes, one of which is near Collins. The other one is north of Tylertown. I don't know what's going on, but their entire radar has broken. Like, I don't know what's going on, so we're gonna have to transition over to radar scope. North of Tylertown, we have a significant tornado in progress on the north side of Tylertown. It's moving towards the northwest side of Columbia right now. This is a significant tornado. It's a large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is one of the biggest tornadoes that we've seen today. Again, not really that far off from what we just saw not that long ago in Salem.
This is an emergency alert.
And they have
a
just
large
upgraded.
and
The
strong
warning is still
tornado
a
is on the
PDS
ground.
tornado. So
Seek
this is
shelter
continuing as a
immediately.
PDS tornado warning for Walt Hall County in Mississippi. Back up north of Bassfield, we also have a significant tornado that is now approaching the west side of Collins. So the west side of Collins is now on the track of this tornado. If you are in Collins, you need to be in your safe place. Collins, Mississippi. The storm that we've been talking about here is what Storm Intermedia is on back up near Meridian. And let me go to live radar here on that. So Meridian right now, this is what it looks like. We actually have a hook right here. It's becoming a bit rain-wrapped, but near Newton, there is a hook echo on the north side of Interstate 20, and that's what Storm Intermedia and Brandon Kopic are currently on, and that is attempting to drop a tornado. And then back up into Alabama, we have brand new tornado warnings up here as well. Let me go to this radar site. And again, I've never used this before, so you have to bear with me here. Going to velocities. So right now along the Alabama and Mississippi border, it's mainly a wind risk, but we are watching for some tornado activity near Hodges going towards Phil, Campbell, and Russellville over the next several minutes. So please be in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you are currently in any of these tornado warnings, we have a slew of them right now lining up in Mississippi and now into Alabama. I never was able to get to this, but we do have a tornado watch that was issued in most of Tennessee, and at least in most of central Tennessee. So Nashville, Murfreesboro, McMinnville, Tullahoma, and as well as back over in Cookeville, you are now included in a tornado watch. There's yet again another mesoscale discussion that was just issued by the Storm Prediction Center, which the warning continues to remain high, and there's a reason why. We have a lot of tornadoes that have been strong and long-tracked already, and there's more to come. Ongoing supercells are likely to persist into the afternoon with intense to violent tornadoes in the forecast in southeast Mississippi and western Alabama. So again, the threat here for tornadoes is continuing to stay very high across the deep south. All right, let's go back over to Brandon real quick on the Newton tornado warning. Just get a quick update from him.
Big opening right there.
And this is a storm that is very close to producing a tornado right along I-20 west of Meridian.
I'll turn on the front light bar.
It was ripping into this thing.
Oh yeah, I guarantee it's about to put down a big one. It was freaking throwing debris like crazy. I know, like I said, I don't know if it was down, but it was freaking, there was a lot of inflow.
Okay, we have a big update, and it's not a good one.
Yeah, there was.
Let me turn off Brandon here for a second.
A new tornado
This is a
warning
Louisiana
has been
storm
issued.
that's looking awfully concerning. We have a storm in Louisiana that is turning into a very significant storm. It's about to. It's this one here near Hammond back into Franklinton. This is what the live radar looks like as of right now near Independence and Tikfa. This storm right now is beginning to rotate and is probably going to try to produce a tornado here very soon. This is near Highway 442 going into La Ranger, Osceola, and Huser, moving to the northeast. It'll be going towards Franklinton over the next several minutes. But notice how we have a hook echo and a very strong area of inflow that is moving into the supercell. So this is becoming concerning. It's going to be moving towards Franklinton in Louisiana over the next several minutes. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. We still have a tornado in progress back over near Tylertown. So still have a debris signature on that storm. And the one near Bassfield was still producing a tornado the last time we checked. Let me go back over to here and let's go to this. Okay, so there is a little bit of good news on the Bassfield storm going towards Collins. It is still rotating. It still has a potential for a tornado. But notice how the rotation is a bit broader. We no longer have a tight area of circulation. But nonetheless, it is still producing the potential for a tornado. Please make sure, again, that you are in your safe place. The storm is still capable of producing a tornado near Collins. Again, that is Collins in Mississippi. The storm near Tylertown is still producing an active tornado. So this is north of Tylertown, west of Columbia. Back over, again, west of Columbia. This is still producing a tornado. Apparently, Omega is fixed. Let me check. Let me refresh this. Sorry for the PFP, guys. It's just that's my background on my computer. Okay, it is fixed. All right, so going back to the Tylertown storm, this is, as of about 10 minutes ago, this is still a significant tornado, and it probably still is as of right now. Moving towards the west side of Columbia, going towards Highway 13. So we still have a significant tornado in progress. That is, again, going to be moving towards Highway 13, and it's hard to say again, but, like, I think this tornado in the last 10 minutes just hit the Salem High School again. The Salem High School was just hit from the last large and intense tornado that we just had, and it seems like that it may have taken a second hit. So we may have had two different large tornadoes almost intersect each other here in the last couple of hours.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is just unbelievable. We have a new tornado warning for Magnolia and Macomb along the Louisiana and Mississippi border. You need to seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. And the storm near Newton, I think, is about to drop a tornado. Brandon Kopic was near this. We have a tight area of circulation near the Blunt store, south of Decatur, and just north of Hickory, west of Meridian. So that rotation is currently intensifying. By the way, Hayden, if there's anything on any cameras, just let me know. Because I am obviously doing a lot right now. And as of right now, back up in northwest Alabama, mostly wind. But again, west of Hackleburg, we are watching for a tornado risk out of this activity, which is moving towards Russellville and Phil Campbell. Okay, going back down to the border.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado
Austin, you wanna
is
send
on
me
the
that
ground.
update?
Seek shelter
You might as well.
immediately.
As long as the stuff doesn't change, because the settings sometimes change. Just send me that update. It's gonna keep doing that. PDS tornado warning does continue for Marion, Lawrence, and Jefferson Davis counties in Mississippi. This is the profiles right now in the atmosphere. This is going to be very complicated to look at. I know a lot of you don't know what we're looking at here. Just get an idea that look at this right here. This is the wind and the wind direction throughout the entire atmosphere, from the surface to the basically the tropopause and troposphere and whatnot. There's very strong veering winds, first off, and we have very strong winds near the surface across the entire low to mid part of the atmosphere. So any storms that can stay discrete are going to be capable of producing strong and long track tornadoes, which is what we are actively seeing right now. And I mean, this tornado is still huge. So this is, again, a very dangerous situation that is evolving. But we still have a large tornado in progress just to the north of Columbia. So just to the north of Columbia, still have a large tornado that is in progress. Actually, let's go to Collins. Collins has a view of this storm. This is Collins right now. This is back over on the, this had a tornado. That is a live shot right now of this PDS tornado warning near Collins. That is a huge lowering out there in the distance. So this is, again, in Collins, Mississippi right now. Possibly a tornado beyond those trees.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This tornado warning is still confirmed. They did update it. It is an observed tornado. So this is a confirmed tornado right now near Collins, and it's beyond those trees, I think, right there. And we now have a tornado in progress near Decatur. The rain's going to come in here. I'll keep that bottom middle of your screen. But we do now have a confirmed tornado near Decatur via radar. So this is the one that's north of Interstate 20. We've been talking about this for a while. But this one is now producing a tornado. It's going to be a rain-wrapped tornado heading towards the west and northwest side of Meridian. Again, east of Decatur, going towards Highway 19. Definitely a dangerous storm still up there. And we still have a big tornado right now over Holly Springs. Holly Springs going towards Ghost, White Bluff, Hawthorne, and Society Hill, just to the north of Columbia. I need to go back in frames here for just a second. These tornadoes are taking like almost identical paths. Look at how close these two tornadoes were here over the last hour. That is insanely close to each other just in the last hour. Two completely different storms producing tornadoes in almost the same identical areas and almost at the same intensity. This is, again, more than likely at least an intense tornado right now that is moving along the same path, literally northwest of Columbia, Mississippi. This storm, again, in Louisiana, near Independence, going towards Franklinton, is still very concerning. It has a hook echo, and quite a bit of rotation is developing on this. This could
is an
end up
urgent
going
alert. A tornado is on the ground.
Being a tornadic
Seek
supercell
shelter
here very
immediately.
soon as that goes towards Franklinton, just west of Bogalusa. We now have a update. The Jefferson, Davis, Marion, and Lawrence County tornado, they just downgraded this. It is no longer a PDS tornado, but it is still a confirmed tornado. So we actually have no longer any PDS tornado warnings. Despite there being still a pretty impressive debris signature, they have downgraded this one. But nonetheless, a tornado is a tornado. You need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning. The radar's a little bit behind, but it does look like the tornado is a little bit smaller on the latest scan, but it is still a tornado, so stay in your safe place.
This is an urgent alert.
If you are north
a tornado
of Columbia.
is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay, we have now a new confirmed tornado that is north of Interstate 20, east of Decatur. This has now been upgraded to a confirmed tornado, just west of Meridian. So again, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom near Highway 19, west of DeKalb. This tornado is going to be rain-wrapped as it moves to the east-northeast. Also, the storm that has been producing a long-track tornado near Collins is probably going to try to produce again here soon. The rotation is ramping up a lot over the last few minutes. If we go over to the radar here, you can see the rotation is ramping up yet again. It had a little brief instance where it was a bit broader, but it is beginning to basically intensify again. It's recycling, and I would expect a couplet to form on this storm here very soon. So a tornado is going to be likely out of that storm here soon as that moves towards Taylorsville, Soso, and Bay Springs in Mississippi. And the rotation is intensifying very quickly near Kentwood, by the looks of it. Which, this radar's not updating, so I'll wait for that to come back in. But it looks like near Kentwood, that storm near Magnolia, this one is beginning to intensify as well. Yeah, this storm's going to try to drop a tornado here in the next few minutes. Going towards Magnolia and Macomb. Rotation is intensifying on this storm right now. So you can see the rotation right here. Just crossing the Louisiana and Mississippi border. Approaching the interstate. Just to the southwest there of Magnolia. And then the storm near Franklinton, again, is a very intense supercell that's developing. It is attempting to organize. And once this thing organizes, it's going to take off and probably produce a tornado near Franklinton, going towards Vernado, and also going towards the Angie area in the far extreme eastern part there of Louisiana. So essentially, we could have another tornadic supercell heading in the direction of the same areas we've been talking about, it feels like, for hours now. Which, again, is back over near Salem and north of Tylertown. It's quite literally unbelievable. You want to go to Collins real quick? Right side of your screen, you can actually see the clouds moving very fast near Collins, Mississippi. That is a storm that is rapidly rotating right now with a wall cloud. Let me change over to... Hayden, is there anything else nearby? I'm gonna go to Tupelo. Once again, rotation is really ramping up right now on the north side of Collins, going towards Taylorsville. So we're probably gonna see a new tornado here soon, going towards Bay Springs in Mississippi. And then we still have north of Columbia strong rotation, but this storm, from what we're seeing now, the tornado is not nearly as large as before. It is no longer a PDS tornado warning. It is just a normal confirmed tornado for those near Goss and Society Hill. That one's been weakening over the last few minutes, but it could drop again here pretty soon. Continue to stay in your safe place if you are in that tornado warning. And a tornado could drop literally at any time on the storm near Magnolia and Macomb. Let me go up to Alabama real quick. All right, so the Alabama storms, as of now, the ones that are in northwest Alabama, they're much more messy. We're mostly looking at a wind threat out of this activity, lightning, but there is still a chance for a tornado back over north of Hamilton. But for right now, there's a lot more convection over here, which is kind of messing up that storm activity. So as long as that continues, it's going to be a lot less volatile environment, at least in the short term. for northwestern Alabama, but it will still be something to keep a close eye on in case we start to see some more clearing out out in front of this particular storm system that's moving through that area. Also, south of Tupelo near Okolona, we are starting to see a new supercell forming here. This is not tornadic as of right now, but as this moves towards Amory and Smithville, that will be a storm that could be producing some sort of threat there of severe weather. In fact, we are going to put bottom right of your screen the Amory camera, which actually has a pretty crazy view right now of the clouds in that area. It should load here in a second. And there it is. So that's over near Amory, which is about to get hit by another supercell. So we'll keep that down there. The last few radar scans west of Meridian are showing a very messy storm now in the Meridian area east of Decatur. As of now, the amount of rotation that we're seeing is dying down quickly because of all the convection that we have. So again, some good news for now. Obviously, we still have a long ways to go, and I think this storm will have a capability of producing a tornado down the road as it eventually moves towards Livingston. But for now, that storm, again, is not nearly as intense. So really the focus is these 4 supercells in southern Mississippi and eastern Louisiana. And the Taylorsville tornado, this storm's about to go huge. I can almost guarantee you guys that we're going to have a tornado that's going to be large again in the next few minutes near Taylorsville. That's going towards Heidelberg and Interstate 59. But we have very strong rotation right now over the north side of Collins. This is almost undoubtedly going to produce another big tornado. We have a hook echo and a very strong inflow going into the storm right now. So this one's very, very close to probably producing a tornado as well here very shortly. And we still have a tornado north of Columbia going towards Bassfield. So we still have a tornado in progress here. All right, let's go back to recam view. We're probably about to see a big time tornado near Taylorsville in the next few minutes. Okay, real quickly, shout out to Barbara with the $50 super chat, in addition to Brian. I appreciate the generosity. And also, huge shout out to Carla with the $50 Venmo. And anybody else that has super chatted, anything like that, I appreciate the generosity. All right, now we do have a tornado on the ground. So this tornado has just dropped near Taylorsville. So we now have a tornado in progress. There is now a debris signature on this. You'll see it here in a second, but there is now a tornado in progress moving towards Taylorsville and just north of Route 84, south of Mize and east of Mount Olive. So this storm is now actively producing a tornado. And this will probably end up going PDS pretty quickly. Oh my goodness. Look at the velocities on both of these storms. This is the one back up near Taylorsville. Very strong rotation on that supercell. And even the one north of Columbia is still producing very strong rotation. And I don't know if anything else is going crazy down here near the Louisiana and Mississippi border. We still got supercells here. These ones have not really materialized yet, but they're still going to have to be watched for. But yeah, both of these supercells right now in southern Mississippi are definitely dangerous. And we definitely have a tornado in progress. So there is a tornado now on the ground moving towards Taylorsville, Gambrell, and Summerland. So again, Taylorsville, Gambrell, Summerland. You are in the path right now of a tornado that has just dropped. This is likely at least a strong tornado, but it could even be an intense tornado as that moves to the northeast. Once again, get to your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. And get into an interior room of your home or building. Long term, this is going to be going towards... Oh, there you go.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay, so this has now been upgraded to a particularly dangerous situation. What that means is that we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress near Taylorsville. This is, again, a large tornado that has dropped here over the last few minutes. It is moving into the Taylorsville area. Taylorsville is a much more populated area here of southeastern parts of Mississippi. So again, large and extremely dangerous tornado will be moving into the south side of Taylorsville over the next few minutes. Some locations... Wait 1 second. Some locations that will be in the track of this include Simpson, Summerland, and as well as Gambrill. Trying to get some more details on potentially areas that could be hit over the next few minutes. Highway 37 is also in the track of this.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Taylorsville is home to a few thousand people. We also have a new confirmed tornado warning in Jefferson, Davis, Covington, and Jones counties in Mississippi. But, alright, so some locations in Taylorsville. We got Subway, Ward's, Sonic Drive-In, the Piggly Wiggly Deli, and then we also have the R&B's Family Restaurant and a Pizza Inn that are in the track of this tornado that is about to hit Taylorsville in Mississippi. There's also a Piggly Wiggly, Dollar General, Family Dollar, and the Taylorsville Hardware and Supply Store that are in the track of this. And the Taylorsville Sportsplex, public cemetery or public library, and also the cemetery are also in the path of that. So again, active tornado right now, moving into Taylorsville over the next few minutes. And the tornado continues to grow larger on the south side of Taylorsville. This is currently about to hit the Ponderosa Farms and Martharana Mennonite Church back over along Highway 37. And keep in mind, guys, Taylorsville is not a small town. There's a lot of people actually in this town. Like, for population density in southern Mississippi, there's at least a couple thousand people here. So this is definitely a dangerous storm, and a lot of people are going to be impacted by this if it stays on the ground. The Bassfield tornado warning is going to continue. They have issued a new tornado warning. This is a very intense supercell moving towards Seminary, Collins, just north of Sumrall. So again, continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Tornado Pagey. Does that say Taylorsville? Okay, we have a storm chaser actually on this storm. On the PDS tornado warning. Tornado Pagey is currently on this. So they are right now in the Taylorsville area. I mean, we don't see anything right now, but I think they are getting close to it.
Just a second. Ryan, we are east of Taylorsville now. We have a crazy inflow coming into this storm. Probably 85-mile-per-hour inflow coming into this storm. We do have a lowering through the trees. Can't confirm if it's a tornado or not, though.
Okay, so that's Bryce Shelton along with Tornado Pagey. They are both on the east side now of Taylorsville, where there is a large tornado rapidly approaching. Look how strong the winds are right now, too, just out in front of the storm. And how fast the clouds are moving.
Up here ain't no better to get on force.
Oh my goodness, guys. This is a big-time tornado, and they are, like, in the path of this. It just uptrended significantly. We got a big-time tornado right now going into the on the south side right now of Taylorsville. It is a big debris signature, and it's going to be hitting Highway 28 in a moment. there is a lot of places here. I mean, we got a lot of people that live on the south side of town, and it's about to hit those areas, like the DG Market. We have Ward's Restaurant, Los Cheros Mexican Restaurant. There's the Taylorsville Volunteer Fire Department that's in this area. Taylorsville Tire Store, the Taylorsville Farm Supply, and the Center of Learning and the Taylorsville Public Library are all in the general vicinity of where this large tornado is currently at. So again, on the south side of Taylorsville, we have a significant tornado hitting this area. You got to get underground if you can. Get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this tornado warning. This is a significant storm right now with a big-time tornado. It's going to also go towards Simpson over the next few minutes. This tornado has just gotten a lot larger, though, over the last couple minutes, and it is picking up a ton of debris.
A new tornado warning has been
Tornado
issued.
Pagey has low signal, but they are next to this tornado in Taylorsville.
Yeah, that would be to go northeast.
We're not going to be able to.
No.
It is going to be covered in debris by the time we get there.
Yeah, we'll have to go to So-So, but...
Okay, let's see. They are right on this storm in the PDF's tornado warning. If I'm not mistaken, I think they're in Taylorsville.
Yeah, something's going on back there. That's not a chaser. That's the civilian doing that.
Running away.
There's also another storm chaser approaching this. I gotta get their feet up.
This is an emergency alert. A large and
Okay, they're
strong
losing
tornado
signal.
is
While
on the
that's
ground.
happening,
Seek
we have now a
shelter
new
immediately.
PDS tornado warning that has just been issued. And this is going to be for those up near Bay. I believe it's going to be an extension of this, but it's going to be for Jasper and Clark counties in Mississippi. So we have yet again another PDS tornado warning, and it looks like we have a huge lowering. I think that's it right there. I think the tornado's right back in there. I think they're...
Alright, you ready to stay with it?
Yeah.
Let me flip it around.
I think they're looking at it right now.
You got the tornado.
That is a tornado.
I'm gonna flip it right here.
Alright.
Yep, that's it right there.
Okay, so they have the tornado. It's a large tornado right now near Taylorsville.
Oh.
And the tornado has gone right over the town of Taylorsville. The tornado has now hit the downtown area of Taylorsville, and it is a huge tornado from what we just saw. It was beyond the tree line. But there is a big-time tornado right now.
Ping that.
Yep.
It has just gone over Taylorsville.
Yeah.
This is quite literally a potentially catastrophic situation in Taylorsville. The debris signature has gone directly over the town. The tornado decided to jog north at the last second and has hit pretty much the entire town by the looks of it. There's over at least 1,000 people that live here, and it has a lot of different businesses too, like the Piggly Wiggly store, Royal Inn, which is a hotel there, Ward's Restaurant, Los Cheros. They all just took a hit from this tornado. This tornado literally turned north last second. And there is now a new PDS tornado warning
A new tornado
that goes all the way
warning
up into
has been
Bay
issued.
Springs and Stonewall. Really, really bad situation has just unfolded in Taylorsville. And again, what we're looking at here is the correlation coefficient. It's essentially the debris radar. It indicates if we have debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. And by the looks of it, it's a big time tornado. This is not something you want to be messing around with if you're in front of this. For Simpson and Bay Springs, Lewin, Montrose, you're all in the path of this. Bottom right of your screen, again, Tornado Pagey, they are next to this storm. They just saw the tornado over the tree line. They obviously turned around. They do not want to risk, their lives going anywhere close to that. So they're just trying to get into a better position and maybe get a little bit more visibility on it. But this is obviously a very dangerous situation right now for Taylorsville. And unfortunately, they have just taken a direct hit. If you have any friends or family in Taylorsville, Mississippi, please make sure that they are okay. Because this is obviously not a good situation. This tornado has exploded in intensity over the last 6 minutes or so. We have multiple new tornado warnings. We just got a new one back up near Florence. So in Florence in northwest Alabama, you are now in a tornado warning. It is radar indicated rotation. According to Max Archer, there is a violent tornado in progress in Taylorsville, which he's a storm chaser in the area. So getting reports of a potentially violent tornado that just ripped through Taylorsville. And unfortunately, this literally hit the town. I don't know if it could get any worse. We were really hoping this would stay south of the town of Taylorsville, and it looks like this has directly hit Taylorsville. Once again, this is Tornado Pagey. They are next to Taylorsville right now. They're on this PDS tornado warning. They're just getting in better position.
Yep.
We're going to keep a close eye on them. They'll be bottom right of your screen. We have another storm chaser en route as well, so we're going to have them up once they get a little bit closer. And we still have strong rotation back down near Bassfield. We may get a new tornado warning here, or new tornado, excuse me, here shortly, back over near Collins. So a new tornado will probably try to drop here shortly near Collins and Seminary. That is again moving east-northeast. But the most substantial tornado that is currently happening is in Taylorsville. Taylorsville has just taken a direct hit from a major tornado, more than likely at least an intense tornado, possibly a violent tornado, and is now going towards the Bay Springs area. Next radar scan will be in here in just a second, but that tornado is moving towards Bay Springs. We still have a tornado warning for Franklinton, back over west of Varnado. That storm as of right now does not look super concerning, but it will be something to watch for in the long term. And then the Magnolia and Macomb storm, not too bad as of right now. Just mostly a little bit of rotation. Nothing confirmed as of right now in that storm. But again, we're going to keep a close eye on it in case it does do anything, crazy. All right, this is the latest scan. We still have an intense tornado right now on the northeast side of Taylorsville near Highway 531. So Highway 531, we do have, again, still a tornado in progress. It is traveling right up the highway. And some of the locations that are along this, that are being hit by this tornado, do include the Clear Creek Baptist Church. There is also a few different little farms that are on this road. And then once we get a little bit further to the north towards Bay Springs, there is the Cherry Grove Walking Trail, the Pine Valley Baptist Church, and the Shady Grove Church that are in the path of this tornado. Once again, this is
a new
dangerous
tornado
storm.
warning has been issued.
Bay Springs is the next immediate town in the track of this, and then it will go towards Stonewall. And if it lasts that much longer, it would also go towards Meridian, which is a much more populated area. So Meridian is going to be in the track of this eventually. We do have a brand new tornado warning that was just issued north of Meridian, back over near DeKalb and Scuba. That is going to be for the main threat there. Again, damaging winds, but we do have a potential for a tornado, mainly near Highway 39. That'll be moving towards Route 45 here in just a few minutes. Okay, let's go back down to the Taylorsville storm. We still have a big debris signature right now over the northeast side of Taylorsville, approaching Bay Springs. Yeah, a quick update here from Tornado Pagey. Again, they are in Taylorsville, or on the east side of Taylorsville, heading up towards Bay Springs right now.
As of 2:15, it hasn't touched Bay Springs yet.
If I'm not mistaken, left side of your screen looks suspicious. If I'm not mistaken, they might be on Highway 15.
I think we can take 15.
Let's
I
see.
think it's gonna go to the northwest.
Tornado warning.
What do you think?
What was
I
that?
think it's gonna go to the northwest.
Yeah.
It's still down. I don't see it.
I don't see it either.
Okay, so I don't see anything right now. I think the left side of the screen, though, is where we'll be looking for this.
We can stay with it then.
Yeah.
On this Highway 18 that goes out of Bay Springs.
Uh-huh.
That's where it's gonna happen, I believe.
Yep.
So let's get up here.
There is a huge wall cloud, by the way. A huge wall cloud on this storm. I'm just seeing a photo I cannot show you guys, but there is a huge wall cloud, which is dropping this tornado, which is why it's significant. Also, quick update. We do have a new mesoscale discussion for Tennessee. Damaging wind gust and QLCS tornado threat will persist across central Tennessee here over the next few hours. Make sure you're staying weather aware. Over 1,000 people, once again, live in Taylorsville, and they just took a direct hit from a big tornado. Praying for anybody that just got hit by the tornado in Taylorsville. It's what we were hearing. It's a very significant tornado that just went through that area. But we still have a big debris signature as of about 4 minutes ago, approaching Bay Springs. We'll have another radar update here in a second. Further back off to the west, we still got a big supercell just off to the west and southwest of Collins. Collins, once again, you got to be in your safe place. You've been under like 3 different tornado warnings now, and you're under yet again another one. Be in your safe place if you are in Collins. And then back over in Macomb and Magnolia, we still do have a tornado warning here. A little bit of rotation just east of Macomb. That'll be moving towards Highway 27 and 44. And then Franklinton right now, still broad area of circulation in Louisiana, moving northeast. I'm not as concerned about that storm. Again, I'm really mostly concerned right now about the activity that's popping off right now in southeastern Mississippi, and also even going to start to pop off in western Alabama. And keep in mind, guys, I know we're pretty, like, it's 2:15 right now or so. The high risk of severe weather, where we have the greatest threat of tornadoes, is not even really halfway used yet. We still have a long ways to go when it comes to this tornado threat. There are still a lot more tornadoes to come. We are still very early stages in this tornado outbreak that is currently taking place. All right, we do currently have 10 tornado warnings. I'm going to go quickly back up to northern Alabama, see if there's anything new up here. There is a little bit of rotation just south of Florence, Alabama, that is moving again northeast towards Route 43. There is a camera in Lexington, Alabama. This is the radar Omega cyclone port. Not really seeing a whole lot right now, just really cloudy skies. But definitely going to see some damaging winds up in those areas. All right, let's go back down to the Taylorsville storm. And on the last couple of radar scans, the debris signature has gone away. So it looks like the tornado here near Bay Springs has lifted. But it could still drop another tornado. Again, there has been a big wall cloud on this here for a while. Also, we have a huge tornado on the ground near Bassfield in Collins, or just west of Collins. There is a huge tornado that has just dropped. Big debris signature approaching Collins. Oh my goodness. Collins is a populated area too. My entire camera software just froze. Please don't do that. Give me 1 second, guys. But there's a huge tornado that has just dropped, and it's moving towards Collins in Mississippi. Yeah, seek shelter immediately if you're in this warning. We're gonna go to 3 cam view because we do have a camera that is inside of this tornado warning. It's the Collins camera. Which is going to be bottom left of your screen. And then bottom middle is crazy too. That's Amory. But we have a big tornado right now moving into the McDonald and Collins area here of southeastern Mississippi. And the reflectivity right now is picking up on debris. The pink area there, that is again not rain. That is literally a tornado. Is moving into the Collins area in Mississippi. This will probably go PDS in a second. And there it is.
This is an emergency alert. A large and
Oh
strong
my goodness, this is a
tornado is
huge
on the
tornado.
ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a huge tornado right now moving into Collins. A huge tornado. That is a big debris signature right now. That's going to be moving into Collins, Mississippi. This is now a particularly dangerous situation. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. You need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom. Wherever your safest place is, you got to get there. If you have a mattress, you got to put it over top of you. Get your helmet on. Get your shoes on, because there's likely going to be a lot of tornado damage here going to Collins, Mississippi. In Collins, Mississippi, there's a McDonald's, apparently a Popeyes, and a Subway. There's the Deli Diner, the Main Street Cafe. There's around 2,300 people that live in Collins specifically. They got a Family Dollar. There's a pharmacy, the Walmart Supercenter apparently, and a Dollar General. And you also got some Collins elementary and high schools that are in the path of this dangerous tornado. But this is a significant tornado that's going to be moving through. Hey, and I don't have the south view camera. I only see one, unless I don't think it's my thing. But I can pull it up on this. Yeah, I see it. Okay. It's just not it's not in the software, but I can full screen it. This tornado right now is over Highway 84, and it's about to be moving into the downtown area of Collins. Bottom left of your screen is a live shot in Collins. And this tornado is within a couple miles of hitting Collins. This is a very bad situation right now for Collins. Salem and Station Creek near Collins are going to be hit by this. Hopewell, Union, Shady Oak are also in the path of this. This is a very dangerous situation right now for Collins. I'll have another radar scan in a moment, and it is updating in a weird spot, but it will update fully here in a second. We're about to go full cam to Collins because we have a couple shots there on the Missouri traffic cameras. Waiting for the radar to fully update here. This tornado is right along Route 84 right now, and it looks, again, pretty large, so... And it got stuck for some reason. All right, we're gonna go full cam anyways. We're gonna go full cam to Collins, and this is what it looks like right now. So again, very ominous skies. The tornado would be back somewhere over there. Do you know if this is looking west, Hayden? What direction is this looking? This is on US 49. This might be if this is looking west, then it would be right in the middle somewhere. It is a camera that can be moved, so it might be moved. Okay, this is looking northwest, I believe.
Has been issued.
I'm pretty sure I know where we are. So this is looking northwest, I believe. This is again a camera in Collins where a huge tornado is about to hit. It is north, according to the website, so it's probably northwest or northwest. So middle left of your screen is where we'd be looking. Why is it not a tornado emergency? I don't think there is enough confidence yet for this to be a tornado emergency, but it could go tornado emergency. But this tornado right now is just to the west of Collins. And this is again a live shot in Collins. Looking to see if we can see it. Yeah, this is still a big tornado on radar. My CC is a little bit behind, but it is still a big tornado. Yeah, it's still big. They are changing the direction of the camera, so there is somebody operating this. And they're moving it more to the left, which is more west now. Is it that right there? Can't really tell. We're looking more in the direction of where this tornado is now, because the tornado is crossing over. It's about to cross over Highway 49, which is on the north side of Collins, is where this tornado is about to cross over, and it's eventually going to hit Salem and Mish. I think it's more to the right. I don't know why the camera's looking this way. I think it's more right now. I'm going to keep that bottom right, and we'll go back to full scam to it in a second. Again, this is the significant tornado that's about to hit the north side of Collins near Highway 49, but if you're anywhere in the tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place, as this is still a very dangerous storm. And then we also have a new tornado warning for the storm that's back over south of Monticello. So they've issued a new tornado warning on that. Seek shelter away from windows, away from windows on the lowest floor possible if you're in that tornado warning. But again, we still have a big-time tornado right now heading into Collins over the next couple of minutes on the north side of Collins is where this tornado is about to directly hit near Highway 49. Where's Macon, Mississippi? Back up in Macon, Mississippi. Okay, yeah, this is definitely concerning. We have a strong area of rotation right now near Macon, Mississippi, moving towards Pickensville, which is in Alabama, so right along the Alabama and Mississippi border. We do have a tornado that is imminent here, back over along the Alabama and Mississippi border. Let's go full cam. Maybe they're seeing something. They keep... Is that the... Okay, the camera guy keeps changing the camera view. This is in Collins on the PDS tornado. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know where this is looking anymore. I'm just going to keep it down the bottom right. But that storm is very concerning. Again, back up along the Alabama and Mississippi border. Very strong rotation just east of Brooksville that is racing towards Highway 69 and Columbus in eastern Mississippi. So again, you need to be in your safe place if you are in that warning. And this tornado is now just crossing over Highway 49. So the large and extremely dangerous tornado is now crossing over Highway 49, moving into Salem, Blakely Creek, Union, Hopewell, Gilmore, and Smith, just north of Collins here in Mississippi. I don't understand why the camera guy didn't keep it north. That's where the tornado is. And I actually think the camera just went out. So I think we, like, just lost power, maybe. Or maybe not, it came back. This is the latest scan. So the tornado, again, is moving right over Highway 49 right now. Approaching Salem.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We just had a report of baseball-sized hail as of a couple minutes ago in Tuscaloosa in Alabama. So we just had a report of baseball-sized hail up there. Okay, they're moving the camera again. Are they looking at this now? Camera froze. Okay, this is again in Collins. And they are moving the camera all over the place. I don't know what's going on. I don't know who's controlling the cameras, but they're not really doing a great job. I'm pretty sure the tornado was north, and they keep going back south. Alright, we're just gonna keep that bottom left again, or bottom right. Let's go back up north of Livingston. Oh, they have it. Okay, they've moved it. The tornado's back in there. So it is to the northeast now of this camera. It looks like we're next to the... I don't know if that's a Hardee's or something. That's some sort of restaurant. They have the view of that tornado. It's beyond the tree line now, on the north side of Collins in Mississippi. Obviously, it's going to be very difficult to see it, but it's a big tornado on beyond that tree line. Apparently, that's a Hardee's, by the way. So I guess I got that right. The tornado itself is, again, has just crossed over Highway 49. It is approaching Salem, north of Highway 84. And so that tornado is beyond the tree line. Obviously, we can't see it, but it is beyond that tree line. It's probably still causing damage as that continues to move to the northeast. All right, we need to go back up to Pickensville area. We still have a very strong area of rotation just west of Pickensville, Alabama, north of Macon in eastern Alabama, or sorry, eastern Mississippi. That is a strong area of rotation. We're probably going to see a tornado with this in the next few minutes. That is moving towards Route 82 as well. So Route 82 is in the track of that potential tornado. We have a new tornado warning now for western Alabama. This is north of Livingston, north of Interstate 2059, back over near Scuba and Emily and Gainesville. Strongest area of rotation is crossing over Route 45 and will eventually go towards Gainesville over the next 20 minutes. Rotation is once again intensifying north of Tylertown, near Highway 27. We could get another tornado as this moves towards Bassfield. It's literally the same area that we've been talking about for like hours now. We've already had 2 different large tornadoes here in southwestern Mississippi, and we could get another one if this is able to materialize north of Tylertown. Another intense supercell attempting to develop there. Okay, we do have some new damage reports coming out. We did have, obviously, that
this is an urgent
tornado
alert.
that moved
a tornado
into
is on the
Taylorsville.
ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And we just got a new report of extensive tree damage along Highway 37 and damage to a roof of a structure about a mile south of Taylortown. So, new report there. We also have a confirmed tornado for Covington, Smith, and Jones counties in Mississippi. That is going to be for Taylorville again. Taylorville, you are under a tornado warning. You may have just gotten a tornado, but another one is coming. So if you're in Taylorville, you once again have got to get to your safe place. If you've been hit by a tornado and you have nowhere to go, get into a ditch, get into the lowest floor possible, get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, from what we've already heard, Taylorsville was hit pretty hard by a tornado just about 25-30 minutes ago. It wasn't even that long ago. And there is another one that's going to be coming into Taylorsville over the next several minutes. It's taking a beeline towards Taylorsville. It's not even really that much further north or south with its current trajectory. So, again, Taylorsville, you've got to be in that safe place. This is a dangerous storm. It's unbelievable that this place is going to get hit potentially by a second tornado as well. Also, we do have a little rotation back in Louisiana west of Independence that is not currently warned. And we also have some rotation west of New Orleans. So a couple of other storms that we're watching for in eastern Louisiana. No active tornado warnings. I am seeing another report from Taylorsville. There is extensive tree damage. Again, in Taylorsville. I think we're moments away from having a tornado near Cliftonville and Bigby Valley in eastern Mississippi. Very tight rotation right now, moving towards Forreston. And this is probably going to be on the ground at any time if it isn't already, near Pickensville, Alabama. Also, a new report. This is actually from yesterday. As of moments ago, an EF3 tornado was confirmed in Cave City with estimated winds around 140 miles per hour in Arkansas. That's according to the National Weather Service of Little Rock. A tornado has been confirmed as an EF3 from yesterday. We've probably had a lot of other tornadoes that have been confirmed, but that's just one of them. All right, quick update on Tennessee. We do have flash flood warnings in effect around Nashville. The main area of severe weather is mainly on the southern half of the state near Pulaski and Lawrenceburg, and mostly just isolated damaging winds for right now. The tornado threat is relatively low for the time being, but it will increase as we go later into the afternoon hours. So Murfreesboro, McMinnville, Cooksville, and Tullahoma all need to be staying weather aware. The risk right now is low, but it will increase a little bit later. And here's that baseball-sized hail report in Alabama. Again, just south there of Florence. That's almost 3-inch diameter hail on the south side of Florence. In addition to all the tornado and wind threat that we are seeing in the Dixie Alley, we are also seeing very large hail happening. So that is definitely not what you want to see. Rotation is once again intensifying near Montrose. We have intensifying rotation right now near Montrose. This is on a storm that has already produced a tornado back over near Taylorsville, and it's now trying to produce another one. Storm Media is not far from this, so we'll pull them up. Slot 1. So it'll be bottom right of your screen. Storm Media is very close to that tornadic supercell. So that one might be trying to produce here soon. PDF's tornado warning does continue for at least a few more minutes. Near Collins and Seminary. The tornado damage, by the way, is significant in Taylorsville. I'm seeing even more photos. It is substantial, the tornado damage in Taylorsville right now. There are lots of homes damaged, and even in some cases destroyed, and tons of trees down. Whenever we have photos, and I can show you, I'll definitely let you know. But it does not look good. And Taylorsville is about to get hit by another possible tornado. So there's not much turnaround time between that tornado hitting and potentially another one hitting in the next few minutes. Still have rotation near Sartonville. The main concern right now are these two storms, one near Taylorsville and one near Lewin. We have a new radar scan coming in right now, so we'll see what happens with the velocities. Unfortunately, Taylorsville doesn't have really much knowledge of a tornado, I don't think, especially since they were just hit. Other than their phones going off, that might be their only way to even get an alert for a tornado. And that might not even happen because of, cell towers could have been damaged or destroyed from this tornado, the first tornado that went through Taylorsville. So there could be there might be another one going through Taylorsville in the next few minutes, and those people might not be very aware of it. So definitely concerning. But some of the good news is that the debris signature on this tornado has become a lot smaller. So it has become a lot smaller, not as large of a tornado at this point, but, it could still be in progress. We do now have a tornado in progress near Montrose. So we now have a debris signature that is popping up on radar near north of Turnerville. So this is now a confirmed tornado. So this is just dropped in the last minute or so. There is now a tornado near Turnerville. So what it looks like on the velocities. And a little tightening just east of Montrose. Storm intermediate bottom right is very close to this. That is your area of rotation. And your tornado is, again, just going to be east of Montrose. The storm's moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. The current tornado warning, again, is observed. Means it is a confirmed tornado moving to the east, northeast, and northeast. What in the world? We just had a... moments ago, or was this about an hour ago? We had a magnitude 3 earthquake in Maggie, Mississippi. That never happens down here, like, hardly ever. Maggie, Mississippi just had a magnitude 3 earthquake. What? I don't even know. That's crazy. There's never earthquakes down here. Like, they're so rare, even in Mississippi. And we just had a 3.0 magnitude earthquake in Maggie, Mississippi. This is 6 miles away from Maggie. And for those that are curious, here are the... This is... trying to get the details here. This, like, I think just happened. The information's just coming in. Alright, they don't have, like, a map yet showing where the magnitude of the earthquake was and all that, but it was in Maggie, so... I don't know if that has anything to do with the tornadoes that we're seeing, but that's kind of crazy. Alright, once again, we do have a tornado in progress, just dropped in the last couple minutes near Verba, east of Montrose, in eastern Mississippi. This is going to be moving eventually towards Enterprise. Meridian still needs to be staying weather aware. We got a supercell to your southwest that is going to be capable of producing a tornado. Again, that is quickly moving to the northeast, going towards Meridian and Marion. And we still have rotation over Taylorsville. Currently, no confirmed tornado for those in Taylorsville. Nonetheless, hopefully if you're watching in Taylorsville that you're still in your safe place. Strong winds are likely in this area. As this moves through, we have very strong winds going towards the radar. Away from the radar, they're a bit weaker. But we could still see a tornado drop as that goes towards Bay Springs. Bay Springs in the track of that. Still have strong rotation north of Sartonville. This is, again, still radar indicated rotation. Nothing confirmed on that as of right now. The storms in Louisiana are quite messy, but we do have a little rotation west of Amite City. And then west of New Orleans, we're still watching a small storm here south of Covent that could become tornadic at some point as that moves towards the New Orleans area. And this tornado warning, the PDS tornado warning, will probably be canceled here shortly. If that happens, let's hope that that is going to be a slight break in the PDS tornado warnings. But it might not, because the storm back up in Gainesville, Mississippi is still trying. Is it this one? Yeah, Gainesville. Let me go to the other radar and show you guys. Are we talking about Gainesville, Mississippi? Is that a different storm? Is that further south? That might be further south, sorry. It's not this storm. This storm's broadening out a little bit. Okay, this is near the border. Sorry, guys. Trying to get the location. That's not it either. Okay, our location searching is not doing great. Okay, it's this storm over here. It's moving into Alabama. So this one is starting to become more concerning. Rotation is intensifying very quickly near Gainesville, Alabama. It's going to be moving towards Union, Alabama next. This is what it looks like on the velocities right now. So notice again, we have strong winds going towards the radar in addition to away from the radar. So pretty decent circulation here. And as this storm clears out a little bit here, as the warm sector grows and we start to see more inflow going into the storm, I think this storm is going to end up producing a tornado. So this is probably going to be one of our first tornadoes of the day in Alabama. And this one is moving in the direction of Tuscaloosa. And the storm back up near Columbus, honestly, though the rotation is not that strong right now, this will be something to watch for as it moves towards Reform and eventually Fayette. I wouldn't rule out a tornado with that storm. It is very discreet. Any discrete supercells today are capable of producing tornadoes. When was the earthquake? I don't know the exact time. The reports are just coming in, though, so I don't know if it was a while ago or if it just happened, but it's pretty rare to have an earthquake at any given point in even a tornado outbreak. Okay, we are starting to see strong rotation once again on this storm. Near Taylorsville. Rotation is ramping up very, very, very quickly. So we may have a new tornado trying to drop here in the next few minutes near Taylorsville. And we also just got a damage report. Don't think I can read it. We do have a damage report, or we do have another damage report there in Taylorsville from the first tornado. New tornado is probably going to drop here soon as that goes towards Bay Springs. Let me check in. Let's see first. That's Storm Intermediate. Let me go to...
So slow right now.
So this is CJ Ziegler. He's back over in Bay Springs right now.
Yes, I will.
So he's just out in front of this tornado warning.
This is an urgent
Yeah,
alert.
you can.
A tornado
you
is on
say,
the ground.
it's
Seek
on,
shelter
Twitter. It'll be
immediately.
on Twitter eventually. Actually, I might have uploaded. I think. Yeah, it is. Okay, then.
We check on Tornado Pagey. I'm just going to check where they are. All right, Tornado Pagey is also in this area. They are near this storm that's possibly going to produce a tornado in the next few minutes.
Yep.
I'm already starting to think out the routing.
Where we're going.
Where specifically I want to see it.
Oh man, look at that.
What time?
46.
Yep. It's
Correct me
48.
if I'm wrong. That's running like.
The clouds are moving
right
so
at
fast
down
here.
It's
Oh,
coming
yeah.
right from there,
Good idea of the
straight in front of us.
amount of wind shear and how strong the winds are in the low levels.
I'm worried about this road 15 because that little baby noodle just crossed over that in Lewin. See what I mean?
All right, CJ is also in Bay Springs. We're going to keep a close eye on both of them. I'm going to put Tornado Pagey back on the bottom right. But this storm is ramping up once again. We might have a tornado dropping in the next couple minutes going towards Bay Springs. We have that hook echo once again on this storm, right along Highway 531. I do think a tornado is imminent on this storm. All right, so the earthquake occurred about an hour ago. So that's when it occurred. But the report just the actual earthquake detection just came in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a brand new tornado warning. That's going to be for Greene and Pickens
A new
County
tornado warning
in
has been
Alabama,
issued.
and another tornado warning just issued for Marion County in Mississippi. So the tornado warnings are just lining up right now. Similar to what we had yesterday, tornado warnings and tornadoes in general are lining up right now across Mississippi and also into Alabama. We are beginning to see that threat of tornadoes increasing in Alabama. So again, make sure that you have ways to receive warnings. Stay tuned. It's going to be a busy next few hours. It'll probably be busier than what we've been dealing with here recently. The new tornado warning for Alabama is west of Tuscaloosa. So Gordo, southeast of Liceville, and near Union. You are now included in this tornado warning. So please get to your safe place if you are in that warning. Back over in Columbia, Mississippi, we are seeing a intensifying supercell right now, right over Columbia. This is actually a live shot on the radar mega cyclone port in Columbia. You can actually see, I think this is the inflow feeding into the storm right now, which is kind of scary to look at. But there in Columbia, Mississippi, that storm is beginning to rotate more and more. Currently not in a tornado warning, but the rotation has been increasing a lot. I know this camera can move. I just don't know if anybody's controlling it. But I know this camera has moved in the past. Let me give it a second to see if it moves. But we do have inflow going right into the storm. Corey is watching a funnel. Oh, Corey has a funnel. What is that? Whoa.
26 people like.
Corey Gherkin has a lowering.
A flash flood warning has been issued until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Mississippi: Covington, Scott, and Smith.
Too bad to do a super zoom.
It's in Bay Springs, Mississippi for reference. This is the one that has been producing, or an area that has already had a tornado, but this is a storm that may produce a tornado at any time. This was initially a PDF's tornado warning cell at one point.
The National Weather Service in Jackson has issued a tornado warning for southeast.
This is a drone shot, again, in Bay Springs, where a tornado is going to probably drop here in the next few minutes.
Northwestern Jones County in southeastern Mississippi.
So once again, Corey Gherkin on this storm.
Central Daylight Time. At 2:35 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a tornado-producing storm was located near Taylorsville, or 8 miles north of Collins, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard: damaging tornado. Source: radar confirmed tornado.
Visibility
Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur.
By the way, huge shout out to Tamara with the $50 super chat.
40 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
I hope your son's alright. Yeah, that baseball-sized hail is back up there just south of Florence. Appreciate the generosity.
Repeat, a tornado is on the ground. Take cover now.
Emergency management are reporting quarter-sized hail in Shoal Creek, by the way. Highway 72.
Avoid windows.
There's reportedly a tornado on the ground right now near or west of Bay Springs. Again, Corey Gherkin has a drone right now that's looking at this storm. There's apparently a tornado somewhere over there. According to a chaser in the area, that there's a tornado in this area.
Central Mississippi until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 2:48 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a tornado-producing storm was located near Garlandville, or 10 miles south of.
I don't see anything here. We're looking at a drone, but it could also be a non-condensed tornado somewhere in this line, or maybe even rain-wrapped. Hey, Ryan, appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat.
Damage to roofs, windows, vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely.
Huge shout out to Carla with the $50 Venmo donation as well. Really appreciate the generosity.
Chunky around 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Meehan around 3:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Collinsville, Meridian.
Corey has audio on. Yeah, the audio should be on, right? You guys hear stuff? You hear Corey's feed, right?
Duffy around 3:20
That's the supercell right there in near Bay Springs.
25 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Marion around 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
You said you went south on 15?
Your audio? Okay.
Take cover now.
Yeah, I'm on 15 now.
Move to a basement or an interior room on the lower
Hey, Puppy,
floor
appreciate the super chat.
building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. A tornado warning remains in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northwestern Sumter County. At 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Enel.
Alright, that Columbia camera never ended up moving.
Moving northeast at 50 miles per
We're going to stay on Corey, but I just want to give you a heads up. For the Columbia, Mississippi storm, there is still strong rotation. That storm's probably going to try to drop a tornado going towards Summerall, which is just west of Hattiesburg.
mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed.
PDS tornado warning officially ends in 3 minutes, by the way, for the other storm. So we'll be back down to a normal observed storm.
Impacted include Geiger, Fanola, Gainesville, and Warsaw. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
All right, I'm gonna stay on Corey for a second. I gotta go take a quick 60-second break. I'll be back in 1 moment. Stay tuned.
For northern Jasper and northwestern Clark counties. At 2:39 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located near Montrose, or 10 miles northeast of Bay Springs, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, damage to tornadoes. A tornado warning remains in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for north central Sumter County.
Big rain rack mass due south of
p.m. Central Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Panola, or 13 miles south of Aliceville, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado.
Radar doesn't tell me jack shit. What's the actual location of this vessel in comparison to Base Springs?
To those caught without shelter.
The only I see is south of town, but I've got inflow going north.
Windows and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Panola and Warsaw. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building.
All right, we are back.
If you are outdoors in a mobile
Looks like Corey's starting to get a lowering here.
move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
If you're just tuning in, this is the storm near Taylorsville, now approaching Bay Springs.
Northwestern Clark counties. At 2:39 p.m. Central
Approaching Bay Springs right now. Strong rotation overhead.
or 10 miles northeast of Bay Springs. Moving northeast
And this is a drone shot
per hour. Hazard.
near Bay Springs right now.
Source.
I'm flipping to you now.
Tornado. Impact. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage.
And Kopic's in the same area as well. I'm gonna stay on Corey though.
Time. To repeat, a tornado is
TDS
on the
moving into
ground.
Bay Springs right
Take
now.
cover now. Move to a
Just
basement
popped up
or an
last game,
interior
so the
room
area
on
of
the
interest is
lowest floor
north.
of
The
a
TDS
sturdy
literally
building.
about to hit Bay Springs.
Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself
Yeah, I
from
think I
flying
see the
debris.
area of interest.
Look how low the clouds are. It's crazy.
Weather Service in Jackson has issued a flash flood warning for
Yes, this is an M&M cookie for those that are wondering.
Central Mississippi.
It's actually pretty good.
In Rankin
Are you
County
still south
in
if you
central
turn around?
Mississippi, Scott County in central Mississippi.
Yeah, that's that secondary. There's a pop just ahead of me. I think I see the lowering
Jefferson
now.
Davis County in south central Mississippi.
Yeah, I see you.
Possible right there.
South central Mississippi.
Yeah, 'cause there's the highway. That's north-south, right? The highway.
We don't have anything confirmed as of yet on this storm, but
It's looking slightly southwest. That should be fine here.
Central Daylight Time. At 2.
all right, just gotta change our. All right, we're going back to this. Sorry, guys.
North of town.
No longer have a PDS tornado warning. It's back down to
Big one.
the highest warning is now observed, which is technically this one. That might be a lowering right there. That might be the funnel.
Are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to be.
A lot of scud activity. It's really hard to tell what's actually rotating from being this far away.
I'm gonna take 18. Yeah, big tornado, big wedge.
Impact. Flash flooding of
What?
small creeks and streams.
Kopic just said there's a big wedge. This is Brandon Kopic.
Guys, you can see the edge.
Is that the tornado?
Big wedge tornado, guys.
Holy
Big wedge.
crap. That is a huge tornado if that's actually a tornado. That's what Kopic is saying. Well, is Kopic on the storm? I need to double check. Is it this storm? I don't have his location tracker anymore. Yeah, this is the Bay Springs storm.
Where in proximity to Bay Springs is it? Is it north of town, just north of town, in town, south of town?
It passed north of Bay Springs.
Radar isn't confirming anything yet, and the velocities are a bit broader. Kopic is saying that there's a large tornado on the left here.
Looked like a big wedge, but I couldn't tell that well because of a car in front of me, of course.
At the bare minimum, we are seeing a large lowering. So even if there is not a tornado, there is at least a large lowering. There is more confirmation than just Brandon. Corey's going through a bunch of trees.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we now have a PDS tornado warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation, which is now in effect for Jasper, Lamar, Covington, Smith, Jones, and Jefferson Davis counties. It is a large area. This is going to be... Wow, this is a huge tornado warning. This is northwest of Hattiesburg. In Laurel and Taylorsville. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this warning. This is a huge tornado that's moving towards Summerall, Seminary, and Collins. We need to go back to Corey. He has a large lowering on his POV right now on that Taylorsville storm at Bay Springs. I don't know why it's not loading.
It's on the left side of the road right now.
Oh my goodness, this is Copic's view.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's on the ground, but it very well might be. It is ripping.
That looks huge. This is again in Bay Springs.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Does not look like it's on the ground right now. Does not look like it's on the ground.
Okay, so despite this looking absolutely insane, Brandon doesn't think this is on the ground. All right, Corey's bringing down his drone. We're going to stay on Brandon.
They've put a PDS radar indicated warning all the way up, almost to us.
Yeah, I saw. It looks like it's got a gnarly cut, but there's multiple reports of it on the ground.
That just looks so sketchy. At the minimum, we have a huge wall cloud near Bay Springs, if not a tornado.
Okay, so I just got a clear view again. I can confirm it is not. NOT negative, not on the ground.
Okay, so Brandon's saying it is not on the ground. There is a large wall cloud, though. Definitely a concerning storm, no matter what. And again, that is the storm near Bay Springs. The PDS tornado warning that was just issued is near Summerall, west of Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Wish there wasn't so much.
This is once again Brandon Kopic. He's also on YouTube. My goodness. That just looks crazy. Massive mezzo on that. It might have been a false alarm, but I mean, it's hard to tell, and that honestly looks huge. If I was chasing this, I would probably think, oh my god, that's a big tornado, even from a distance. Like, unless you were looking at radar, which the radar did not look that impressive, but... Thank you, Ellipse, for the $50 super chat. Huge shout out as well to Madison with the $100 Venmo donation. Way too generous. I appreciate the donation. Order yourself something more filling than an M&M cookie. Appreciate the Venmo donation, and maybe I will. We'll see. All right, we're gonna put Brandon bottom right of your screen. Let me go back to
a new tornado warning
here.
Has been issued.
We got a lot of updates. First off, we have a PDS tornado warning for those near Summerall. So a large and extremely dangerous tornado is in progress near Summerall, Mississippi. It's moving towards Seminary and will eventually move towards Laurel and Ellisville. It's also going towards Route 84. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building that is currently moving to the northeast. And then we also have the storm near Bay Springs, which is what Brandon's looking at. That rotation's been a bit broader. But if this storm's able to reorganize, which I think it has a chance to, it definitely could drop a tornado. That storm has already produced at least one tornado. We have a new tornado warning in northern Alabama near Athens. A broad area of circulation moving towards Athens, Ardmore, and Elkmont. So seek shelter immediately. If you are in this tornado warning, get away from windows and get onto the lowest floor possible. This is once again a brand new tornado warning in northern Alabama. And we still have a tornado warning west of Tuscaloosa, which looks like it's about to drop. This has a nasty hook echo to it in western Alabama, just off to the west of Tuscaloosa. A tornado is a very strong possibility with this storm. A new radar scan coming in as we speak. The velocities here look very concerning. Very strong rotation right now, just south of Aliceville. We're going to have to keep a very close eye on that. Also, there is a new report. The tornado that happened in Cave City, Arkansas yesterday has just been upgraded to a high-end EF3 tornado with maximum sustained winds of around 165 miles per hour. So that tornado just received an upgrade. I'm going to go back to Brandon Kopic here for a moment.
You're north if you're on 18. We are on a little road.
Also, we now have a tornado in progress for sure, west of Summerall, Mississippi.
15, I believe.
Tornado has dropped.
Yeah, that's the one everybody's on. I'm seeing it here now. It doesn't look like it's down.
Yeah, I just passed you, Connor.
Well, I don't know what's going on. Like the moisture cutoff is like here or what? But it's like they get past this little line here. But
All right, we're going to go back to radar. All right, so now a tornado is in progress. So we now have a new large tornado in progress. This is going to be back over near Melba, west
This
of
is an
Summerall.
emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This warning has just received an upgrade. So this is now a observed large and extremely dangerous tornado that is near Summerall, southeast of Bassfield, and south of Collins, moving to the northeast towards Seminary. You need to seek shelter immediately if you're in this warning. We have a debris signature over Melba on the northwest side of Higgins. And it is going to be tracking towards Route 49, Seminary, Collins, just off to the northwest of Hattiesburg. Also, we just got our latest SPC outlook. The new Storm Prediction Center outlook is out. The high risk obviously still maintained, but just to give you guys a quick update, our high risk for severe weather still in place in Alabama and Mississippi. The moderate risk of severe weather is from central Tennessee back to the Gulf Coast. Our enhanced risk goes all the way into Georgia. Marginal threat still in place into the Ohio Valley. But obviously our greatest threat right now, between now and about 9 or 10 o'clock, will be in Alabama and Mississippi. I'll have another radar scan in a second, but we definitely have a tornado in progress here. And this is the latest scan. So still a tornado causing significant damage near Morse. Sorry, I did not mean to play that. Near Morse and Melba. So significant damage still happening near Morse and Melba. It's going to be approaching Highway 589 and Union over the next several minutes. It's not far from Hattiesburg. This is what it looks like right now in Hattiesburg, which is just southeast of this tornado warning. It's definitely pretty windy, but nothing too crazy for right now. Oh, what's storm intermediate looking at? Storm intermediate has a view. I don't know which stream they are. Did I not have a full screen thing for them? Okay, sorry guys. Alright, this is Storm Intermedia. If they load. Alright. I'm gonna keep them bottom right, and I'm gonna try to load it again. They have a lowering of some sort near Bay Springs. Okay, here's their full screen view. This is near Bay Springs.
In the rain there, maybe. Maybe. I'm having a difficult time telling. Hey, it's us. Should we turn around too? Probably. It's just gonna get away from us if we sit. Right. I was hearing a lot of moos. A lot of murs.
I'm glad you didn't see much, Nicole. Appreciate the super chat. Other than the crazy hail. Alright, so the storm that they were looking at is the one near Montrose. And again, that rotation has been a little bit weaker, but it is still relevant. It's still a discrete supercell. It's the one that Brandon Kopic was on a few minutes ago as well. Has had a large lowering for a long time. It is going in the direction of Newton and Meridian. So Newton and Meridian, you need to be ready to go to your safe place. There currently is a tornado warning for those in Meridian as well. So stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in Meridian. I also want to throw this out there. While we have all these tornado warnings happening, we actually have a little line of thunderstorms that's developing all the way back down over near Jackson right now, with probably at least some damaging winds in here, and lightning, low visibility at times as well. So a little interesting line of storms back over near Jackson right now. So even if you have not seen storms yet, or if you even have seen storms, you're probably going to get storms almost no matter what, because we got this full-blown line of storms forming back over along Interstate 55. So pretty interesting stuff there. We still have a tornado in progress approaching Seminary. And stay in your safe place if you are in this warning. Hey, do you know if we have Hazcams here? Where is this? Alright, let's go Hattiesburg on here. Don't think we do? Okay. Oh, actually, no, we do. We have one in Laurel. But I don't have it on here for some reason. Sorry, guys. We have a camera coming up in this PDS tornado warning. It's in Laurel. Let's see if I can get it. So Laurel's gonna be in the track of this by the sounds of it, or near Laurel. Yeah, Laurel's up in line for this PDS tornado warning cell. So we got Laurel, we got Taylorsville again in another tornado warning. I think this is at least the third tornado warning now that we've had in Laurelsville. And then we also have one for those in Ellisville and Sumrall.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We now have a brand new tornado warning for those in Jasper, Newton, and Lauderdale counties in Mississippi. This is going to be for Meridian and Marion. It's going to be an extension to the tornado warning that we currently have, I think. Yeah, they just reissued a new one. So, brand new tornado warning. For that area of rotation that Storm Intermedia was just on, near Highway 613. Moving in the direction of Meridian. And seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. All right, new report. We do have, apparently, 911 is reporting flooded homes along 1562 in the Auburn and Eggville area in Lee County in Mississippi. So we are actually getting reports now of flooding in those areas. Bottom left of your screen, that's Collins, which is currently in this PDS tornado warning, and then we also have Laurel out in front of it. Let me go back to Tuscaloosa. We haven't looked at that one in a little bit. My goodness. Look at this supercell west of Tuscaloosa. Huge hook echo on this storm. This is like tracking kind of northeast right now. Let me going towards Highway 82. Let's hope this does not go towards Tuscaloosa. We do not need any more tornadoes in Tuscaloosa. But this tornado is on track to go at least towards Highway 82 east of Gordo. Rotation is still pretty strong on this too. Velocities are actively picking up on winds as high as 80 to 90 miles per hour going in the direction of the radar site southeast of Aliceville. Back down to Collins again. Still have a tornado in progress approaching Seminary. Again, the south side of Collins, a large tornado. It has been in progress for the last few minutes. Still looks like we have a tornado. It's not nearly as large of a debris signature, but it is going to be moving into Seminary, and it's going to be hitting Highway 49 in just a moment. More rural areas like Bethel and Oak Bowery and Sand Hill are going to be hit by this. Really, the most concerning area that's in the track of this right now is back over in Laurel and Ellisville. Laurel and Ellisville are two areas that are in the path of this, which is a little bit more concerning. A lot more population in those areas. I want to quickly go back up to Tennessee. We haven't checked in here in a while. At this point, Tennessee is a really a full-blown wind threat for right now. I wouldn't rule out a tornado, though. Back down near Shelbyville, we actually have a little hook developing here and a little inflow. There is a potential for a tornado as that goes towards Shelbyville and McMinnville over the next couple of hours. Just see if we have any view of anything along the leading edge. For right now, nothing in the view of those cameras, but still watching mainly for a wind threat in southern and central Tennessee. And tornado warning does continue for just a few more minutes if you're in Elkmont, Ardmore, or Athens in northern Alabama. In my opinion, this storm is not that concerning, but more than anything, we're talking about wind and hail here. Hail as large as the size of ping pong balls, and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds are going to be a possibility. I am definitely growing a lot more concerned right now about the storm west of Tuscaloosa. I mean, we got a huge hook echo on this. And once again, it's a very favorable environment. I've said it a lot today, but there's a lot of wind shear, and we are still in the high risk of severe weather. And unfortunately, it looks like this is going to be beelining it for Tuscaloosa, and maybe just the west side. But let's hope this weakens. But right now, it's on track to be a dangerous storm here very soon. Also, there is a report back a few minutes ago that there was a quote-unquote wedge tornado out of this storm near Collins, and it might still be, I think it is still on the ground, but according to a storm chaser in the area, it was a very large tornado, and currently that tornado is located over the north side of Seminary. So the tornado's now moving over the north side of Seminary. That's the debris signature. And it's going to be approaching Willowtown and Oak Bowery over the next few minutes. There's also, in Bay Springs, Mississippi, there's extensive tree damage and trees that are blocking Highway 531. There's a lot of trees uprooted, metal structure, and damage to tractor trailers as well, being reported near Taylorville, but extensive tree damage in Bay Springs. We've had extensive tree damage in Taylorville as well from that previous tornado. Severe weather has been very minimal so far today in most of Louisiana. We still have some strong storms near New Orleans, but for the time being, not seeing anything overly concerning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we just talked about this a moment ago, but we now have a tornado warning, actually a bit further to the north. There is now a tornado warning for those in Murfreesboro. Murfreesboro is now in a tornado warning. If you are in this warning, get to your safe place immediately, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible into an interior room of your home or building. So there's a brand new tornado warning. Very populated area here. If you know any friends or family in Murfreesboro or Fosterville or Midland or Milton, make sure that they're aware of this. Very populated area here in Tennessee. This is the latest radar scan. Watching for a tornado right in that little hook here. Got a little inflow, little hook. It's going to be going towards I-24 over the next 20 minutes. Once again, the storm in western Alabama, that's west of Tuscaloosa. This is going to pose a significant risk for a tornado if it's able to drop. Going towards Gordo and Tuscaloosa. If you are in Tuscaloosa, if you're back over near Gordo, I would definitely make sure that you are at least staying weather aware, have that tornado action plan ready to go, and also have an emergency kit ready to go, have closed-toe shoes on you, just in case you are under a tornado warning and you actually end up getting hit by a tornado. Have flashlights on hand, phones charged up, ready to go. Definitely recommend if you're anywhere in Alabama, Georgia, even Mississippi, or Tennessee.
A new tornado warning
you should be
has been issued.
100% charging your phones up. Make sure that they're fully charged in case you lose power, and have flashlights ready to go, and extra batteries. We now have a brand new tornado warning. It's for the west and north side of Tuscaloosa. And it's in Tuscaloosa County, Alabama. This is going to include Mount Olive, Booth Estates, North Crest, Driftwood Estates, Lake Cove, Rising Tide, North Wind, North Riviera, Skelton Bend Estates, Wyndham Springs, Wiley, Witston, Three Forks, Sandtown, and Wenwood. North of Tuscaloosa. A lot of different communities are in the path of this, and the rotation, again, has been very strong this entire time, and it's not far, I think, from producing a tornado. Is a very impressive supercell, so please make sure to seek shelter if you are in this warning. This tornadic supercell will be heading in the direction of the west side of Tuscaloosa. Hasn't Three Forks been hit before? I have no clue. I don't know anything about Three Forks. There's a lot of forks. There's Rolling Fork. I don't know. There's just a lot of forks. Four Forks, I think, was another one. And again, this is the PDS tornado that we have in place right now for those near Seminary and Collins. We still have an active PDS tornado warning here, meaning that we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress, or it has at least been at points. Not seeing as much of a debris signature anymore, but I would still say there's a tornado here. We have very strong winds going towards the radar and as well as away from the radar. Again, moving towards So-So and eventually going towards Laurel. There is a report of a rotating wall cloud near Lewin, Mississippi, moments ago. Okay, I am seeing... Okay, I'm seeing a new report. There is still a large tornado with this. It just crossed Seminary moments ago, apparently. Back over, again, near Seminary and Collins. Just had a large tornado, potentially a wedge, move over this highway. There hasn't really been a debris signature recently, but there is apparently still a large tornado here. And that tornado is quickly approaching Highway 84. Also, new report, there are trees and power lines down across MS 49 near Collins, near Seminary as well, after the tornado. So there are reports now of a lot of tree damage in the area. This tornado is currently on track for Laurel, Sandersville, and just south of Taylorville right now. And again, Taylorville for the third time is under a PDS tornado warning. I think this is, yeah, this is the third time, isn't it? Or just Taylorsville. For a PDS tornado warning. This one right now, it looks like is going to stay south of you, but nonetheless, it is still a dangerous storm moving to the northeast. The tornadic supercell that was heading towards Meridian is weakening, so that's good news. This one's weakening out quite a bit, not nearly as concerning. These tornado warnings actually might get lifted at some point soon, but for the time being, it's going to continue. And we're going to stay here for just a moment, then we'll go back to Tuscaloosa. This is the most recent radar scan. If we have a tornado, it's going to be located right about here, east of Collins. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. It's the second highest level of a tornado warning you can get. There's essentially 4 levels. You have radar indicated, observed, PDS, and then tornado emergency. And we've already had a couple of tornado emergencies today. We had one yesterday. So, yeah. Tornado emergencies are very rare. They only happen literally when we have catastrophic tornadoes. Like, you have to have something very intense for there to be a PDS tornado warning. Alright, new velocity scans coming in. We'll wait for that, and then we're going to go back to Tuscaloosa. And as well as Tennessee. Give an update on that. This is the latest scan. Still very strong rotation. Approaching Shady Oak and Hebron along Route 84. There have been reports in the last 5-10 minutes that there was a large tornado crossing the MS 49 roadway near Seminary. So there's likely still a tornado in progress here approaching Highway 84. It is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning still. West of Tuscaloosa, we've been watching this storm very closely. It has been very close to producing a tornado at this point. And it still has a hook echo. It still looks very organized. Rotation is still strong. It's going to be approaching Highway 82 in the next few minutes, going towards the west side of Tuscaloosa. For now, we don't have anything confirmed on this, but it is still a very nasty supercell. Plenty of lightning as well. Also, back up in Tennessee, we still have a tornado warning. East, or actually just south of Murfreesboro. And we actually have a hook developing on this. So a little QLCS tornado threat attempting to evolve near Interstate 24. Near Murfreesboro going towards Woodbury. There will be a camera out in front of this here soon, but it's a little far away. Let's see what this is. Short Mountain. Do we have Short Mountain on here? Okay, we do. Put that bottom left of your screen. We just got a new SPC outlook for the rest of today, our new SPC mesoscale discussion. So some new details here. Multiple supercells capable of intense to potentially violent tornadoes will persist into the evening hours. So this includes the Tuscaloosa area west of Birmingham, Meridian, Butler, Laurel, Hattiesburg, Wiggins, and back through Macomb. So we are nowhere near done with this tornado outbreak that's happening in the Dixie Alley in the southeast. Multiple more tornadoes are in the forecast, and even more strong and potentially violent tornadoes will be happening. And currently, the majority of the tornado warnings right now, again, are from western Alabama back into southeastern Mississippi. We have multiple discrete supercells in progress right now, and I would say in the next hour or so, really, the most concerning one is probably this one in western Alabama. Probably going to be that one. That one, again, is very discrete. The other few back in Mississippi, they're discrete, but they have a little bit more issues when it comes to being separated from a bunch of other storms. This is live in Columbia right now. This is Columbia, Mississippi. We have a storm rolling through, and it's actually rotating. We have rotation moving right over Columbia as we speak. This is live on the Radar Omega Cyclone port. Not seeing much right now, but there is rotation on this storm. We're going to put that into the one slot if it loads. All right. We're going back to the 3 cam view, and we're going to put that bottom left. I think we're going to... So, as of now, the PDS tornado warning that's currently in place south of Taylorsville, this one is likely a recycling right now. It's probably going to drop a new tornado in the next couple of minutes. Near Route 84 heading towards Soso. The west side of Laurel is going to be in the track of it, mainly the north and west side, pretty far west of Laurel at this point, but Laurel has been removed here from this particular tornado warning for now. Tuscaloosa storm still remains very concerning. Again, we still have very strong rotation west of Tuscaloosa that's moving east-northeast. And it's becoming a lot more rain-wrapped, which is going to make this even more dangerous. So, rain-wrapped area of rotation going towards Highway 82 and Highway 171. North and west side of Tuscaloosa in the track of that. Yeah, I do think we're going to see a brand new...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we got a lot of stuff happening. All right, so first off, we have a new tornado warning in Tennessee. I'm going to quickly talk about this. It's going to be for those in Tullahoma and Lynchburg, back over south of Manchester in southern parts of Tennessee. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. In addition to that, it looks like we do now have a tornado near the Tuscaloosa storm. Very tight rotation now near Kurt. Here's a bit better of a view of that rotation. It has tightened up a lot. The strongest area of winds that are going away from the radar have not tightened, but this right here is a tornado that has dropped west of Tuscaloosa. It's approaching the highway there near Coker, moving to the northeast. We don't have a clear debris signature as of right now, but that is strong enough for there to be a tornado, which again is currently heading towards the north and west side of Tuscaloosa. Route 82 also in the track of this. Again, dangerous storm. You got to be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. This is actually one of the Alabama camera live shots that's going to be back over near where this storm is. Currently, we just kind of see the leading edge of this thunderstorm activity. But might have a better view of this here in just a few minutes. This is near Airport Road for reference on US 82, which is currently not far from where this tornado is tracking. Rotation is still very strong right now near So-So. Don't really see rotation, again, this large and this strong. But it is a large area. It actually stretches about 6 or 7 miles. I'm going to be moving right into So-So over the next couple of minutes. The bottom middle camera in Laurel actually is kind of looking in the direction of this storm. I'm going to quickly full screen it just to see if we can actually see anything on this. So this is the Laurel camera, which is just barely outside of the tornado warning, but is looking at the storm. So that's what it looks like right now. It's pretty far away, though. I mean, it's not far away, but it's still probably about 15, 20 miles out from the area of rotation. We still have strong rotation west of Tuscaloosa, approaching Highway 82. So watching that very closely right now. I think Brandon Kopic is currently en route for this potentially large tornado that's happening further down to the south. Let's check in with a couple storm chasers real quick. I need to see where everybody's at. Alright, so Tornado Pagey is actually near this particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, in the Laurel area. This is Brandon Kopic, which is... Alright, there we go. Let's listen into him for a second.
Ahead of these supercells remains very favorable for tornadoes. With 1,500 to 2,000 MLK per SBC meso, and 0 to 1 SRH in excess of 300. This yields an STP value around 5, which is forecast to shift east with these storms through the evening. Effective trends have shown rapid, strong to intense tornado development in supercells with unimpeded inflow and circulation disruption when showers and storms impede this inflow. Expect this pattern to continue into the early evening.
Here it is yapping about the environment right now.
Being supercells with clear inflow of at least mid-62 points.
Trying to see where everybody's at right now.
The threat for intense and potentially violent tornadoes will persist from these supercells.
Okay.
As long as they remain ahead of the development.
Let me check where Ben is. All right, let's go to Ben Williams. Ben Williams is actually on the tornado warning in Alabama, and so we're going to go to him for a moment.
A new tornado
and there's now a new tornado warning for
been
Cannon
issued.
County, Tennessee.
This is just their info. Look, it's hail.
Give me 1 second here.
Woo, we're getting some hail.
This is Corey Gherkin. Ben Williams is the only chaser I know that's all the way out in Alabama right now. And that's his view right now of this supercell. So this one's the one west of Tuscaloosa.
You guys see anything? It kind of just looks really rain wrapped back. Slightly weaker right now. I'm not getting great internet either.
He's near Holman, which is right in the direct path of this. Still looks like we have a tornado on this storm.
Back into the trees here.
This is
now
an urgent
confirmed.
alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Pretty strong rotation back in there, guys. Look at that. Really strong rotation. I cannot tell if it's on ground or not.
This storm has just been upgraded to a confirmed tornado west of Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Okay, yeah, it's passing to our west, so just right up here. It'll pass right up here to our west. It looks like we're in the clear here to our east.
All right, let's go to live radar. This storm has just been upgraded. It is now an observed tornado, and it might be a large one. It might be a large one. The velocities are very strong. Just crossed over Route 82 and is currently tracking to the northeast towards Shirley, Montgomery Lakes, and Brownville. Velocities are very strong, and we do have a deep debris signature that just crossed over Highway 82. So this is definitely a tornado that is in progress. There's that tornado debris signature. It's crossing right over Highway 82, which is this blue line right here, southeast of Gordo. It's going to be crossing again that highway right now, and it's going to be approaching Ecola and Shirley, just west of Tuscaloosa. Apparently the debris signature is larger. Wow. Oh, okay, yeah, this is a big-time tornado. That's a big-time debris signature from the other radar site near Holman. And bottom right of your screen, that's Ben Williams. He's like the closest chaser to this from what I know.
A new tornado warning
And so
has been
he's
issued.
right now on that storm. And we now have a new tornado warning for Kemper County in Mississippi. But we have a big tornado right now that just crossed Highway 82 west of Tuscaloosa. The good news is that this storm is moving away from Tuscaloosa. It's not really going in that direction, but it's still going to hit some areas that are north of Tuscaloosa. So that's definitely not a good thing. All right, new tornado warning. This is along the border of Alabama and Mississippi. That's for the storm near DeKalb and Scuba. Rotation is intensifying on that storm, so seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible if you are in that tornado warning for Kemper County, Mississippi. We have 3 tornado warnings actively in Tennessee, one of which is in Tullahoma. The rotation is pretty broad. It's, again, more of a QLCS tornado threat that we're talking about here in southern parts of Tennessee. And same thing back up near Woodbury. This is mostly going to be embedded tornadoes in a line of thunderstorms. With that said, the tornado threat is definitely here, and we definitely could see an isolated tornado with this as it moves to the northeast. So make sure that you're staying in your safe place. There are a couple of cameras here. We're just going to check and see if they have anything. And for now, they don't. All right, so if they have anything, we'll go to them. Gonna go to Ben Williams on the Tuscaloosa storm.
Right in there.
Tornado's in front of him somewhere. It might be rain wrapped.
Might have to up the contrast. But I thought I saw a big cone back there.
The debris signature is now on the north side of Holman in Alabama.
I thought I saw a big. You can see the updraft right up in there. I don't know. Thought I might have saw one. I'm gonna have to up the contrast on my video and see. But okay, we got some debris falling. There.
Apparently there's debris falling in front of Ben.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Yeah, there's debris falling. Little leaves falling. I do think we had one. It's so hard to see, guys. It was impossible to see. All right, we're gonna have to go. Get out of here right now.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning now that has just been issued. We're gonna keep Ben bottom right. Brand new PDS tornado warning has been issued. This is for those in Meridian. In addition to Heidelberg, Stonewall, and Quitman. This is a particularly dangerous situation. If this isn't on the ground, I'd be shocked, but the rotation is insane on this storm. It is currently tracking towards Heidelberg and going towards Pahucha, Stonewall, Interstate 59, and Meridian. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. This is a dangerous storm. Very strong velocities. This could definitely lead to a strong and long-track tornado. So please seek shelter if you are in this warning. This is the latest velocity scan. Let me see where everybody else is at here. Strongest area of rotation is going to be approaching Highway 528 between Bay Springs and Heidelberg here soon. Let's go to Brandon Kopic. So Brandon Kopic is currently near where this large tornado is. I think he's back up near like Heidelberg, but he's in position for this once it gets closer. Just look how ominous the skies are right now, though. It is very dark for being 3:48 p.m.
It's got a big mezzo.
I mean, this thing just looks so off to be like a PDS. Like, just looking at the storm, it just looks... I mean, Brian said it earlier, but it just looks very weird. And this thing is just getting rain dumped on the mezzo, so even if there's a tornado down...
I got a feeling that some of these PDS tornado warnings that they've been issuing are more because of the intensity of the rotation rather than the there actually being a tornado, because honestly, like on this storm, it does feel as if it's really strong rotation, but we don't have a debris signature as of right now. But like if a tornado drops, which it probably will, it's going to be more than likely not just strong, but potentially even intense or violent. This has happened a few times today. I mean, there could still be a big tornado in here, though. The velocities are just so tight together here that there most likely is a tornado, that just the correlation coefficient isn't picking it up clearly. A couple new reports coming in. The Missouri State Highway Patrol is reporting at least 12 fatalities in Missouri from the storms last night. And then also a new report in West Alton, Missouri, is that a roof was blown off of a home from last night's storms. So again, major rotation right now in eastern Mississippi. I want to go back to Tuscaloosa, as it does appear as if this storm is beginning to recycle. We are beginning to see a little bit of a new hook develop on the south side of this. And Ben Williams, bottom left, is on this storm right now. We're keeping a close eye on him. It's moving towards the northwest side of Tuscaloosa. That is an area that we're watching for, an area of recycling, which basically means it has a tornado that has fizzled and occluded, and a new one is going to try to drop as it moves northeast. There is a report that a woman was thrown a quarter mile from one of the tornadoes today and survived. That is a new report coming out. Apparently a woman that was thrown a quarter of a mile from one of the tornadoes today survived. That is insane. I don't know how that happened, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I would really want to hear the story about that. That's actually crazy. There is reports in Russellville, Alabama, of egg-sized hail falling there moments ago. So a new report there of egg-sized hail, which is 2 inches in diameter. Those are not cheap eggs. We still have a few tornado warnings up in Tennessee. We got one east of Murfreesboro near Woodbury. It's a large, broad area of circulation. It's going to be moving towards Smithville eventually, and McMinnville. And continue to stay in your safe place if you're in those tornado warnings. It's more of a, again, QLCS tornado threat, meaning tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. Same thing goes for the one near Tullahoma, moving towards Manchester. And Tracy City will be in the track of that in about 30 minutes. Wondering if a tornado could pick you up and gently lay you down. I'm gonna be honest, I have no clue. I really would like to hear the story though about that, but I've never, I don't know. I feel like I've seen reports of that happening in the past, but like a quarter of a mile is a far distance. That's crazy, though. That is crazy. Rotation again on the Tuscaloosa storm has been cycling. We've had a tornado on the ground on the north side of this warning for a little bit, but it is occluding, heading towards Moore's Bridge and Highway 171. And there's going to likely be a new tornado that develops on the northwest side there of Tuscaloosa in the next 20 minutes as that approaches State Route 69. That's also going to be heading towards the west. That's going to be heading just west of Birmingham as well. So some of the suburb areas could be dealing with a tornado at some point. Once again, this is our particularly dangerous situation tornado that is in progress. Northwest of Sandersville, moving towards Highway 528 between Bay Springs and Heidelberg. For those that have not been tuning in today, for most of it, again, we had a tornado in Taylorsville. We at least had, I think, one, maybe two. We had a tornado near Bay Springs, and then this is another storm that is producing a tornado barely further to the south and east of where those tornadoes happened. And those other tornadoes off to the north and west happened like hours ago now. And this will be approaching Interstate 59 near Pahucha here very shortly. Are there any cameras heading along I-59? I don't think there is. Any tornadoes yet? We've had plenty of tornadoes. We've had probably at least a dozen tornadoes today, if I had to guess. Couple other updates from yesterday. We had a couple of EF1 tornadoes confirmed, including areas like the Villa Ridge in Missouri. And just for reference, this is some of that damage that happened yesterday. That's pretty significant. Over in Villa Ridge in Missouri from yesterday. So far, at least, I mean, we're very early stages, but there's at least been like 5 or 6 tornadoes that have been confirmed from yesterday's storms. But that number is only going to climb. New report coming in of half-dollar sized hail falling in, or had fallen a little while ago in Tuscaloosa in Alabama. All right, let's go over to Storm Runner Media. Well, this is Tornado Pagey.
To a degree, there's something away. It's definitely some sort.
Oh, actually, wait. Let's go to CJ. What is CJ on right now?
It was still up here, so it wafted that stuff over here probably.
CJ's on the PDS tornado warn cell. He's like in the thick of it. He is definitely losing signal. All right, let me go to here. Let me get Storm Runner Media on here. Storm Runner Media is just waiting for the storm, so we're not going to go to him. We're going to keep a close eye on. Yes, it was not a KSI reference. I was wondering why I was saying KSI in the chat. That was not a KSI reference. So CJ is pretty much right next to where this tornado would be. Wind is very calm where he is, though.
What route is this, sir? Not to be on it. 15. Look at that.
We'll go back up to Bay Spring.
Okay.
That's our only option.
Yep.
Thank you, Neva, for the 5 gifted memberships. Shout out to Joanne and Cameron with the $50 and $25 Venmo donations. Oh, there's damage right there. So this is where that large tornado has been nearby. Some large trees down there on the road. We have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The severe weather threat may increase downstream of the active tornado watch. So they'll probably issue a new severe or tornado watch for eastern Tennessee here soon. The highest damaging wind risk will be from about Knoxville through about Chattanooga in Tennessee. Rotation is ramping right back up again north of Tuscaloosa. We have strong rotation developing now near Highway 43, moving to the northeast. So once again, rotation is ramping up here. Tornado threat is increasing just north there of Tuscaloosa. This is actually a live shot right now in Tuscaloosa, or north side of it. This is the storm right here on the Alabama traffic cam. Clouds are moving very fast right there. We're moving the camera. The rotation's over there in the middle somewhere. I'm guessing it's rain wrapped. And the camera guy's moving it now to the left. Shout out to Trucking and as well as Cody with the super chats. I am still watching, yes. Okay, also for the super chat. Yeah, I will be definitely sleeping a lot tonight. Appreciate the super chat. Alright. This camera's just moving all over the place, but if it has anything, we'll go back to it. But the rotation's definitely strengthening there near Highway 43. The Tuscaloosa storm is definitely recycling and may drop a new tornado here at some point, as it does continue to move to the northeast towards North Riviera and eventually going towards Wyndham Springs and Wiley. So if you're in any of those locations, you will eventually be in the track of this storm. And by the way, I know a lot of people are watching mainly from the Dixie Alley. I just want to give you guys a heads up. If you are along the East Coast tomorrow, the main concern will be during the morning. Mainly a wind risk. There will be a couple of tornadoes. Have ways to receive alerts. The threat is mostly going to be in the morning, though. So, just letting you guys know for anybody that's tuning in from those areas. I know some of you are. All right. Let's go back to the PDS tornado warning cell. I want to go back over to a few different people. Tornado Pagey is in Stringer, Mississippi. On this PDS tornado warning cell. Very heavy rain, obviously. Go over to Brandon Kopic as well. He is not far from this. Let's listen in. I'm pretty sure he's right along. I think he's on the interstate.
Thanks to the large tornado on the ground heading their way, and there's literally not. And that's why people don't take some tornado warnings seriously.
Alright, so we're heading up north towards like Tuscaloosa and
Yeah, going to being extremely cautious today, but today's not unfolding like forecasted, so I don't know. I think they need to back off a little bit.
Oh, whoa, look at Tennessee right now. This is in Tennessee right now. This is in Short Mountain and DeKalb. There's a tornado warning here right now. It is very windy. Very windy up here in central Tennessee. On the radar mega cyclone port. Look at that wind. It is very strong. Winds as high as 60 to 70 miles per hour and possibly a tornado in this area. Also, new report, there is a truck that is submerged on a roadway in Lee County, Mississippi from the flooding rain. Once again, this is back over in DeKalb, which is currently in a tornado warning near Woodbury, Tennessee. The winds, again, very strong here. This gives you an idea of what you can basically expect in central and eastern Tennessee over the next few hours. Thank you, King Lee, for becoming a member. Shout out to Todd with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you also, Roger, for the Venmo donation. Oh, the wind is definitely strong. It's still going. Camera's shaking quite a bit. Still windy. This again back up in Tennessee. Which at this point, Tennessee, again, mainly a wind risk. Still a couple tornadoes being possible. We still have strong rotation on the tornado warning back over in Stonewall. This one has just been downgraded. It is no longer PDS. So for the first time in hours, I think the last time we did not have at least a confirmed tornado, I'm pretty sure was at the beginning of the stream, which was 6 hours ago. So as of this exact moment, there are no confirmed tornadoes on the ground. This one was downgraded from PDS to a normal tornado warning, but it still has rotation near Highway 18, just to the west of Interstate 59. This is still a concerning storm, but there's a lot of convection right now out in front of it, and all of this convection is a good thing. Let's hope that continues, because if we just see a mess out in front of these discrete supercells, they're going to have a lot harder of a time producing tornadoes. They could still produce tornadoes, it's just harder for them to do so. Just northwest of Hattiesburg, there is a storm rotating near Sumrall right now, moving towards Ellisville.
A new
that is also
tornado
going towards
warning
Laurel.
has been issued.
So we may have to watch that. That might produce a tornado at some point. Additionally, back over south of Columbia, we still have a little bit of rotation there. That's going to be moving towards Hattiesburg, so Hattiesburg be on alert. And then we now have a new tornado warning in Tennessee. So that's going to be for Sparta, McMinnville, and Spencer. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. We actually have a lot of areas of rotation right now in this line, back over near McMinnville and Woodbury. All moving in the direction of Smithville, Sparta, and Spencer. And according to storm spotters, there is a lowering still north of Tuscaloosa. Rotation is still pretty strong on this storm near State Route 69. That's tracking to the northeast. So if you live along State Route 69, just north of Tuscaloosa, and make sure that you're in your safe place. The rotation's still pretty strong here. No tornado, though, as of right now being confirmed, but there is a lowering on this. Put some W's in the chat for Todd with the $100 Venmo donation. You're way too kind. I appreciate that. Thank you for keeping us informed and keeping us safe. Appreciate the generosity. This was moments ago on the Tuscaloosa storm. A little time lapse from live cam chaser on the Alabama traffic cam. This is just moments ago. Very windy in Tuscaloosa. Clouds again just ripping. The low-level winds are just so strong. I don't know how much I believe this, but NATOcast just released a new outlook for today. And again, I'm just saying, I don't know how much I believe this, but NATOcast has put out like a 60% area in central Alabama. And again, this is an experimental tool. It uses a bunch of different computer models and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm not sure how much I believe there being a 60% potential for tornadoes. Again, the Storm Prediction Center, for the record, has a 30% tornado risk out in the pink, which is pretty similar to what NATOcast has here, but they even have higher probabilities in central Alabama. I guess we'll have to wait and see if that happens, but central Alabama does not have any storm activity quite yet. I would still say it's a good hour or two until like areas in here really start to see that significant tornado threat starting to ramp up. By the way, what time? Let me look at the time zone map. I need to figure out what time zone Alabama is in, because I don't know when the time zone changes. Oh, it's Georgia. Okay. So we're good on Central Time. I said to make sure. Thank you, Jason and Newland, for becoming members. Based on what we've seen so far, I don't think a 60% is unreasonable. Well, here's the thing. We have to do nowcasting. We can't really do things that we saw like 20 hours ago or whatever on the computer models. Right now, what we're seeing, just in general, is that we still have a lot of thunderstorms, obviously, but we actually have, in some cases, too many storms. Like, if you look down here in Mississippi right now, there is a ton of convection that is out in front of these discrete cells that we had. And so that's going to limit the tornado risk to some extent. Now, will that last until all the way through Alabama? We don't really know. I still think we're going to still see a few more discrete cells out here, especially in Alabama, in the next couple of hours. But this, like right here, for example, west of Birmingham, this is a pretty decently organized supercell. It's discrete, all that sort of stuff. What we have in Mississippi is not like that anymore. Mississippi is all turned into, for the most part, just a linear mess of storms. Like, we have some discrete and semi-discrete storms, or I would say we have more semi-discrete storms than discrete, which means that these storms are sharing energy amongst each other, which in general will limit the tornado threat. But it still will exist, it's just not as high. So if this continues, honestly, even a high risk of tornadoes would not really be apolitical. I can't even say that word. It wouldn't be I can't say the word. I'm not going to say it, but it wouldn't basically apply. But the storm west of Birmingham, for example, like this would definitely, be in that criteria. Now, what we've seen over the last few hours in terms of our tornadoes, I think honestly verifies for the risk so far. But this was one of the fail modes that could have happened, where we just have a bunch of storms that are messy, which again, we could still see tornadoes. So the tornado threat, though, in general, would just be a bit lower. Apple political. I don't think it's how you say it. Applicable. Thank you. All right, I got it. Applicable. Thank you, Glenn, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Hades for the super chat. The storm that's north of Tuscaloosa still is really the most concerning, going towards eventually Dora, Cordova, and west of Birmingham. By the way, don't forget, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do live streams like this all the time. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. We're going to continue to relay reports on there throughout this live stream, in addition to tornado reports and other reports that come in throughout the next few days. Like, we'll be posting updates on tornadoes that have been confirmed and all that sort of stuff. If you want to learn more about that, we'll have a video possibly tomorrow morning, but if we don't, we'll have one Monday, and we'll review some of that stuff as well, since this just has been such a major tornado outbreak. So make sure to, subscribe, click the bell icon, all that sort of good stuff. We'll keep you posted with the latest. Shout out to Bernie with the $50 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Apparently, there is a fish NATO that is attempting to develop right now. We have a fish NATO back over just north of New Orleans. This is actually a potential tornado risk for those in Maineville and Madisonville. So there's a tight area of rotation right now heading towards Maineville, Louisiana, and just south of Madison and south of Covington. Thank you, Kat, for becoming a member. I hope you've eaten. I had breakfast this morning, and then I had 2 cookies throughout the stream. It's been a good diet. All right, here's the latest radar scan, and yeah, we have a little fish NATO right now in a lake that's north of New Orleans. It's gonna be moving towards Maineville, so we may get a tornado warning here soon for Madisonville or Maineville. Be watching that closely. And we apparently, yeah, we have a new tornado on the ground. Tuscaloosa storm, just north of Tuscaloosa, is now producing a tornado. So we have a brand new tornado in progress just north of Tuscaloosa. Near State Route 69. Yeah, make sure that you are in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. A new tornado has just dropped on this storm and is moving to the northeast. And they've just
This is an
upgraded
urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is now a confirmed tornado north of Tuscaloosa. So there is your debris signature. Again, north of Tuscaloosa, right along the route there. Moving to the northeast, right along State Route 69. And make sure that you're in your safe place, away from windows. Lowest floor possible, an interior room of your home or building if you're in the warning. Thank you, Zoe and what for becoming members. I've been seeing a lot of reports that Tylertown is a pretty much disaster. Tylertown was hit by a big tornado earlier. And earlier today. And unfortunately, from what I am seeing, there is major damage in Tylertown. I don't have any photos on me right now, but if anybody sees damage photos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll at least retweet them on Twitter. All right, this is the latest scan. Yeah, we still have an active tornado approaching Wiley. Velocities are the tightest right now near Windham Springs. That tornado just crossed over State Route 69, moving toward Three Forks. For whatever reason, the correlation coefficient isn't updating, but this is what it looks like on the correlation coefficient. This is scan over scan. So the latest scan here, the debris signature is not nearly as large. Which may either mean one of two things. Either one, the debris is not nearly as significant to lift up, like trees and stuff like that. And then two, it also could be potentially just a tornado that's weakening already. All right, we do have now a new tornado that has dropped. Storm Intermedia is actually near this. Once they come back, we'll go to them. There is a tornado that has just dropped west of Interstate 59, and this is going towards Enterprise. So velocities have tightened on this storm near Paulding. Brandon Kopic, I'm pretty sure, is right on this too. And this is now
an
a
emergency
PDS tornado.
alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is now a large and extremely dangerous tornado that has just dropped just along and west of Interstate 59, moving towards Enterprise, Meridian, and eventually going towards Marion. If you are in this tornado warning, you've got to get to your safe place immediately, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado
warning has
here
been issued
in Mississippi. And we just got a brand new tornado warning for the Fishnado that is approaching Madisonville and Mainville. So seek shelter if you are in this warning. But yeah, this tornado is definitely big. We are seeing a big debris signature. That is a big time tornado now, moving towards Interstate 59, approaching Beatrice, I-59, eventually going towards Enterprise. Enterprise is going to be in the track of this. Let's go to, we'll begin with Brandon Kopic. He is in Paulding. So this is Brandon Kopic. Storm Intermedia, I believe, might be closer to this.
We have Arthur driving deals ready to zoom off.
All right, let's go to.
Unless you get them down here.
Yep.
They tornado warn those down there now.
This is Tornado Pagey. This is Storm Intermedia, though.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Alright, I'm gonna keep them bottom. Actually, I'm gonna keep both of them bottom here. Oops.
West of me.
Okay, so Storm Intermedia bottom left, they're right here, and Brandon Kopic's in a similar area. But we have a big tornado right now heading towards Highway 18. Again, this is a large tornado. The new PDS tornado warning notification that popped up, again, that is the current tornado warning. It's just an update. It has been updated to now being observed. So this is, again, a confirmed tornado that's going to be heading towards Enterprise over the next several minutes. But the tornado is actually going in the direction right now of Storm Intermedia, which is actually kind of sketchy. It is currently, it's taking a slight bit of a right-hand turn, moving towards Highway 18 near Orange. There are a few buildings in the track of this, and they just lost signal, so that's
a new tornado
not a
warning
good thing.
has been issued.
We have now a new tornado warning for those in Laurel, Heidelberg, and Quitman. If you're in this warning, again, seek shelter immediately. Brand new tornado warning for Laurel, Ellisville, Heidelberg, and Quitman. We've been watching this storm for a little bit too. The rotation's still not super tight, but it could intensify over the next few minutes. And this tornado, again, is quickly growing in size. It's on the north side of Lake Edens and is moving towards Orange.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I'm not sure where Corey is. Okay, Corey's not near this. Okay, let's go back to... Alright, Storm Intermedia is back. They are positioning differently because they are, like, in the track of that tornado. We now have a new confirmed tornado in Alabama. So, brand new tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado via radar going towards Dora, I-22, just south of Jasper. So, seek shelter, again, if you're in the pink polygon. Brandon Kopic, I think, is close to this. I'm going to go to Brandon. Brandon Kopic is on that PDS tornado warning.
I'm debating on bailing towards where you guys are for safety's sake. I'm going to give it, latest scan should be coming in. I think I'm going to come your guys' way. Just for safety's sake, because if it passes just to my east, I'm at the well.
Okay, so Brandon's repositioning.
Debris signature got bigger.
It's not too far.
And Storm Intermedia has no connection, but we'll keep it in the bottom left whenever they come back. Tornado on the latest scan has gotten a little bit smaller, but it's still there. And it is currently approaching, again, the Highway 18 stretch from Rose Hill to Interstate 59. Also, tornado, it looks like we have a tornado moving inland right now near Madisonville. Wow, yeah, right over in Madisonville, Louisiana. This was a Fishnado, and it's now a tornado that's moving into Madisonville. So moving towards Madisonville and I-12. Just to the west of Mainville. Very tight area of rotation, moving to the northeast. Stormer Media has low connection, but they are like next to where this tornado would be. I'm gonna just stay on here until their connection gets better. Brandon Kopic's also kind of in this area as well, but we do have that, again, large tornado that is just crossing over Highway 18. Enterprise will eventually be in the track of it. There's also a new report that there is debris on I-24 eastbound.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
At mile marker 89.2 in Rutherford County in Tennessee. Tree across roadway with east lanes blocked. That is up in Tennessee. As again, a brand new report. And we now have an upgrade. The tornado warning again, northeast of Tuscaloosa, has been upgraded. It is a confirmed tornado. The other one was radar indicated. Now it's confirmed. Go to Brandon here. He's next to this tornado, I think.
I'm gonna go back to 59 and go north.
Either that or he's in the RFD surge on that tornado.
Right here, crossing the road. Tree's about to come down.
Can you see it?
No, the trees are about to come down right in front of me, though. There's people up there. They're lucky. Wow, yeah, it's crossing right here.
Yeah, probably would have.
Looks like Stormer Media is like in it, but their connection is super weak. Stormer Media, I think, is like in it. They're like in this tornado, it looks like. Or like next to it. Yeah, Stormer Media is right next to this tornado right now. They're like in it right now, right along Highway 18.
We're on the edge of the tornado right now. Oh, yep, the winds are getting stronger.
And there go leaves flying. There is a tornado right in front of them here. On Highway 18. Again, this is going towards Enterprise, Mississippi.
Poor phone.
Well, they're turning around smartly. That just happened between Rose Hill and Beatrice.
Just go back to 59.
Got plenty of leaf debris on the road, which is pretty typical with the wind. Going back the other direction, away from the tornado.
That was close. Wow. That was cool.
Or you should be in a good spot right where you are if your spotter network's accurate. We're going back to the highway. That got sketched for a second.
Yeah, let's go back to Brandon real quick.
I'm more worried about, you know, a tree falling on my car.
Okay, Brandon's a little bit further off, a different direction. All right, so the tornado on radar, as of right now, the correlation coefficient isn't showing as intense of a tornado, but there's still at least something here. There's at least some debris, probably a smaller tornado at this point compared to what we had before. Just crossed over Highway 18. Once again, if you're in Enterprise, Mississippi, be in your safe place. I-59 corridor from Pachuta back through I-59. That is an area that we are dealing with the potential there for a tornado, and at the minimum, some wind damage with how high the winds are going to be. We still have a tornado warning near Madisonville in Louisiana. That rotation was strong there for a moment. It is weakening out as it moves inland, back over near Interstate 12 now, northeast of Madisonville. No debris signature for the time being. Northwest of Birmingham, Alabama, we still have a tornado that is in progress. It is a confirmed tornado via radar back over near, going towards Parrish, Cordova, and Dora. That is moving northeast. We still have a hook echo and an inflow notch. Still capable of producing
a new tornado warning.
A tornado that could be strong and even long tracked. But the velocities are definitely continuing to stay strong here. We do have a new tornado warning that has just been issued. This is all the way back down into Louisiana. And it's going to be an extension of the tornado warning that we currently have, I believe. And that's going to be for Pearl River County, Mississippi, and then Washington and St. Tammany parishes in Louisiana. That should pop up here in a second. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning just west of New Orleans that has just been issued for damaging winds. So here's that new tornado warning. So again, Covington, back through Sun in Louisiana, you are included in a tornado warning. It's your safe place in eastern Louisiana. Tornado warning still does continue for the Laurel and Ellisville area. I think we actually have there's a HazCam in Laurel. I do want to see if there's anything on that. And Laurel, looks like just raining as of right now. Oh, it's actually bottom middle. Never mind. There is still a small debris signature approaching Interstate 59, southwest of Enterprise, so possibly still a small tornado in progress. It is fully rain-wrapped, so it is still a dangerous storm moving northeast. The rotation on the storm west of Birmingham continues to remain intense, and that's heading towards Dora. And we actually have rotation near Aliceville right now, back over in western Alabama, that does not currently have a warning. So Aliceville going towards Gordo and west of Tuscaloosa. A little bit of a rotation there. That could get tornado warning here soon. New report that there are trees reportedly down on Highway 43 in Bayon Creek, Landy, in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And there's also a train spotter reporting flooding on State Route 15 and State Route 18 in Bay Springs, Mississippi. Both roads are not passable. And I'm getting now a report that there's a new tornado debris signature on the storm in Alabama. And there is indeed a tornado debris signature. This radar's just slow. Before we do that, what is going on with Storm Intermedia? Looks like something happened there. That's not good. I don't know what happened there. Hopefully they are okay, but
We'll be right back, Chad. We'll be right back.
Somehow a car went into the ditch. I don't know if that was from the tornado or something else, but hopefully they're all right. All right, we're gonna go back to here. Could have been hydroplaning. It could have been a wind, tornado, whatever it might have been. The Tuscaloosa storm is definitely becoming more concerning. These are the velocities right now. North of Tuscaloosa. It's really not the Tuscaloosa storm anymore, but it's north of Tuscaloosa. It's heading towards Dora and Cordova. Velocities going towards the radar, still strong. Very strong going away from the radar. Again, I do think that this is going to have a high probability of producing a tornado over the next several minutes. It's currently a observed tornado warning, but we haven't had anything confirming that really via radar. But we do have at least a small tornado debris signature that is popping up. So we do think that there's at least a small tornado that is at least just dropped now near Pleasant Field, going towards Good Springs, and going towards Barney in Alabama. There's another report now coming in that there are trees and power lines that are blocking Alabama 69 Road between Buffalo Ridge Road and Yellow Creek Road in Tuscaloosa. Sounds like there's a lot of debris on the roadways around Tuscaloosa, from what we're hearing. The PDS tornado warning has been let to continue. So this is a continuing PDS tornado warning for Meridian and Marion in eastern Mississippi. So they have continued that for now in Clark and Lauderdale counties. We haven't really seen anything on radar that confirms a tornado right now, but still is capable of producing a tornado as it moves into Meridian.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning in Tennessee. This is going to be for White, Putnam, and Cumberland counties in Tennessee. Also, Sparta. All right, we gotta go to that here in a second. Okay, so it's gonna be for Sparta. So Sparta, Pleasant Hill, Monterey, you are all included in a brand new tornado warning. The rotation here is actually looking quite strong. So there's definitely a possibility that we get a tornado here in the next few minutes. So again, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. There is a live shot here that we are gonna go full cam to. Maybe not. Or maybe we will. My camera just froze. Okay, so let's go full screen. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone Port here in Sparta, Tennessee. Left side of your screen is where we'd be looking for a possible tornado. And it's right now very windy, even out in front of this area of thunderstorm activity. Not to make light of the situation, but this is actually one of the craziest phone feeds I've ever seen from Matthew Capucci. Apparently he was under a tornado warning, and then moments later he gets a notice from Domino's about getting a Parmesan stuffed crust pizza. Alright, this is again in Sparta, Tennessee. We're gonna stay here for a second, but again, this is a tornado warning. Watching for area of rotation back on here over on the left. Huge shout, by the way, to Nurse Trina with the $50 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Dustin, as well, for the super chat. And as well as Bernie. And shout out also to Margot for the $50 Venmo. Kelly, Mary, Judy, Todd.
A new tornado
all for the generous
warning
Venmo
has
donations.
been issued.
If we have a tornado, it's going to be in here somewhere on this Tennessee storm. And that was a bird or something that just flew by. Brand new tornado warning for Pickens County in Alabama. That's western Alabama. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the 3-cam overlay, and we're just going to put that bottom of your screen and for Sparta for a moment. We'll go back full cam in a second. Western Alabama, new tornado warning. This is west of Tuscaloosa, going towards Gordo. You can seek shelter if you're in this warning. Pretty similar track to the last supercell we had go through this area. Our PDS tornado warning still continues near Stonewall, just to the south there of Meridian. Again, I have not seen much here over the last few minutes. I would really make this a PDS tornado warning since there isn't really a tornado here, but you know, just stay in your safe place. Definitely strong winds at the minimum, and we could still see another tornado with that as it moves northeast. The Laurel storm also, not really much organization. There's a lot of rain out in front of these storms, so they are starting to struggle a little bit. But Alabama is definitely ramping up, and Tennessee even is ramping up. Let's go to the full cam view of Sparta, Tennessee. This is, again, the tornado warning up in Sparta. Moving towards Monterey and Pleasant Hill right now. Bottom right of your screen is that rotation. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. This is like the biggest storm in U.S. history. I don't agree with that. I'm not gonna lie. This is not the biggest storm in U.S. history. And this is definitely nowhere near being the biggest severe weather outbreak in history either. I mean, I still think April 27th, 2011 is really up there. I don't think this is anywhere close to it. Especially today. This is nowhere near it. But, like, you know, in general, Yeah, one thing I do want to point out here, I can't draw on this, but you can see in the middle of your screen all that rain coming down. That's actually like a huge downdraft that's essentially bringing tons of damaging winds right now into Sparta. So kind of an interesting little detail there, but very limited visibility in addition to very strong winds hitting the surface.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay, we now have a new confirmed tornado. That's going to be for Walker County in Alabama, and we just got a new tornado warning that is observed for Meridian. All right, so the new one's for Meridian. This is an observed tornado for right now that is just to the south of Meridian. It's approaching Marion over the next several minutes. You can seek shelter if you are in Meridian or Marion in Mississippi. I know I've said it a bunch for these areas. Meridian in particular has been under like a bunch of different tornado warnings, but you are again under a tornado warning. Just stay in your safe place. You're almost done in those areas. We have very strong rotation right now west of Tuscaloosa going towards Gordo. That is definitely a concerning storm. We'll have to watch that very closely. That rotation near Gordo is on the stronger side of things. That one could definitely drop a significant tornado. All right, let's go back to Sparta. Sparta, Tennessee on the Cyclone port on Radar Omega. This is again a tornado warning currently in Tennessee. Winds are picking up. Also, we now have a tornado on the ground.
This is an urgent alert.
That just happened there. But we now have a tornado in progress going towards Gordo, Alabama, west of Tuscaloosa. Bottom right of your screen. TDS signature, tornado debris signature there. Bottom right of your screen now is going to be Sparta. So this one looks like it's Sparta right now. Rotation's going right over town here over the next couple minutes. We are now up to 23 fatalities from both yesterday and today from this storm system, according to weather fatalities. 12 of which were in Missouri, 4 in Texas, 3 in Arkansas, 3 in Mississippi, and 1 in Oklahoma so far. So almost 24 deaths now from this tornado outbreak and the dust storm that we had in Texas and Oklahoma. All right, this is moving right over Sparta right now. The rotation's more on the north side of town near Rainbow Hills. Just got a report in Kenner, Louisiana, of quarter-sized hail being reported. That's over in St. Charles County. All right, well, so far Sparta has not been too bad. It's just been mostly wind. It's going towards Pleasant Hill and Monterey. That radar-indicated area of rotation. All right, a couple more updates. Back over near Cordova, we still have strong rotation. Oh, goodness, guys. This is bad. This tornado is growing quickly. We got a big-time tornado right now, southeast of Carrollton. A huge debris signature.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter
immediately. We now have officially
immediately.
A particularly dangerous situation. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado heading towards Gordo. Gordo is currently in the track of this. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This radar scan does not do it a justice. This is... Let me pull up the most recent radar scan, which shows a monster tornado currently heading towards Gordo. So a huge tornado right now heading towards Gordo, Mississippi. Or sorry, Gordo, Alabama. In Pickens County, Alabama. You need to seek shelter. I mean, the debris signature is huge. This is the latest scan. It's approaching Noland and Gordo. Gordo is in the track of this. In Gordo, there's a little over 1,000 people that live there. There is a Subway, a City Cafe, Los Angeles Mexican restaurant. I don't know if that's accurate. Or in the Gordo Drive-In. There's also a Piggly Wiggly, Dollar General, Family Dollar, and a hardware and supply store. There's a couple schools and a golf course that are in the path of this. There is a big tornado, though, right now heading towards Gordo. If you can, you need to get into your lowest floor possible. And also make sure that you are putting either a helmet or a mattress over top of you to protect yourself. This is a very dangerous tornado that is moving into that area, and that is a significant tornado. The debris signature is pink on reflectivity, which means that this is potentially an intense, maybe even a violent tornado right now that's heading towards Gordo, Alabama. This is an extremely dangerous storm right now heading towards Gordo. Cannot stress how important it is to get to your safe place in this warning. There is a camera, believe it or not, in Gordo. And so, I can't put it up on the bottom, but I'm going to go full cam to it once this gets a little bit closer. But again, this right here is a debris signature. That is debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere heading towards Gordo. This could even, I mean, I'm not ruling it out. It's early stages, so I'm not sure if it will happen, but yeah, I wouldn't rule out this going tornado emergency.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
With how large the debris signature is and how strong this tornado is. This is a really bad situation for Gordo. If you have any friends or family in Gordo, please make sure that they are aware of this. If you want to spread the word about this, again, posts are on Twitter and Facebook. This is a significant tornado. I mean, the debris, you can't, I mean, the debris is just, it's
This is
insane.
an emergency alert.
That is a huge debris signature. It's actually going through almost the radar table that we have. And we just got a new tornado warning. That's going to be a extension to this, as this could be a long track supercell going towards Barry, north of Tuscaloosa, south and east of Fayette. This is a brand new, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that is in place. So big tornado is about to cross Highway 86 near Noland, and it's going to be going towards Bostic and Gordo. This is in Gordo. So this is in downtown Gordo. It's a really blurry camera for some reason, but this is really our best shot of seeing it. I'm not going to keep it on right now. I'll put it back up when it gets closer, but there is a view there in Gordo that we're keeping an eye on the Alabama traffic cam as this tornado is rapidly approaching with a big debris signature. And that is just huge. So in Gordo, currently where this tornado is tracking towards, it will be hitting areas like the Cattle on a Flame restaurant, Swamps Daddies, Birds Land Service, the Great White Roll-Off and Recycling, and Gordo Reliable Auto Repair are some of the areas that are in the track of this tornado on the west side of town. In the downtown area, you have the Dollar General. You also have a Piggly Wiggly, Faith Independent Baptist Church, the Gordo Dixie Youth Baseball and Softball Field, the Washington Body Shop, and Thomas Drive Mobile Home Park. If you are in the mobile home park, you got to be in a sturdy structure or a ditch right now. You should not be anywhere in that mobile home. Unless it's a storm shelter. I don't know why the radar keeps going backwards. This is your last chance, though, if you're in Gordo, excuse me. You have to get in your safe place. Last chance. This tornado is going to be hitting there in the next 5 minutes, more than likely.
This is an emergency alert.
Tornado warning has been updated. It is still a particularly dangerous situation for Gordo. As of now, the debris that is currently being lifted up by this tornado is being lofted up at least 15,000 feet on this storm. And keep in mind that we literally just had a tornado here about an hour ago. And that's not even that far from this. We've had so many tornadoes near each other today. It's been like the common trend. This one and this one. I have one here, now we have one here. This is a live shot in Gordo right now. This is a camera in downtown Gordo looking in the direction of the tornado. I apologize, it's kind of fuzzy. I can't do anything about it, just the camera. But this is the Alabama traffic camera. It looks like near a gas station. And the tornado is going to be kind of in the middle somewhere. Probably just beyond those trees. I don't know how the quality, I don't know how the quality gets this low. Piggly Wiggly is a grocery store, yes. Yeah, if there's a tornado, it's back somewhere in here. I don't even know what direction we're looking anymore. I would say this is probably southwest towards where the tornado is. It is a massive wedge tornado, by the way. This is a large wedge tornado. I'm seeing a couple of shots of it. I can't show, unfortunately, but there are... This is a large wedge that's moving into Gordo. And it's probably back in here somewhere, if I had to guess. Or is it that? Oh, this might be it right here. I think that might be it. It's just it's so hard to tell because, like, it's just so dark out. I mean, there is still a big tornado here, though, no doubt. We still have a huge debris signature. Okay, I think it is this. I think this is it right here. Yeah, we have the leading edge right here of the lowering. I don't know why the camera's going the other direction. That to me looked like, I'm gonna go back to radar here. The tornado right now is over the west side of Gordo, so that's where it's currently located. So a big tornado hitting the west side of Gordo. And again, I think it's right there in the middle. I think it's actually, it has to be right there in the middle somewhere. It's right up the road. It's about to be hitting a residential area here over the next 30 seconds to a minute. keeping a close eye on it. The tornado now is over the north side of town, so it's over the north side of Gordo, where we still have a large tornado. There's actually, I just saw debris go flying across the screen. There was like a little area of debris that just went across the screen, like a little kind of leaf or something small. So the tornado is up in here somewhere. So this is hitting the northwest and north side of Gordo.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is
There's
on
a
the
new
ground.
tornado on the ground in
Seek shelter
Sipsey,
immediately.
Alabama. Oh. It might be here. Camera's moving again. There's a leaf that just went across the screen. This camera's probably going to go out. There was just a leaf that went flying, which means that there's something here. If I had to guess, though, I'm guessing the tornado's off to the north. It's so hard to tell, though. I mean, I don't even know what the direction of the camera is. It kept moving. But again, we still have on radar. There's still a big tornado right now over the north side of Gordo. We still have a big debris signature. It is approaching Fairview and eventually going towards Brownsville and Moore's Bridge. Our next in line for this tornado. We have a lot of other updates as well. We do have a new tornado warning back over for Dodge City, Hanceville, Good Hope, and Coleman. This is a confirmed tornado on radar. So a tornado is currently confirmed west of Interstate 65, moving in the direction of Dodge City. So seek shelter if you're in that tornado warning. We also have a tornado warning still continuing for the Meridian area. And that's just broad rotation for right now. Elsewhere, though, that's really it. I mean, the main activity right now is in Alabama. We do have a tornado warning also back up into Tennessee with an isolated QLCS tornado being possible near Monterey and also just west of Pleasant Hill and near Spencer. But we still have a big-time tornado right now in progress near Fairview. We'll be approaching Moore's Bridge over the next several minutes. Yeah, this is for about 5 or 6 minutes ago, this was a large wedge tornado. Like 5-6 minutes ago. I'm not sure if it still is. But like 5 to 6 minutes ago, this was a large wedge. There are photos again on Twitter. Which does not surprise me by any means. That debris signature was huge. It still is large enough here. Over the south side of Fairview. The Red Barn Antiques Gordo in Gordo has likely just been hit by this tornado. It's going up Jesse Pearson Road, and it'll be going towards the Brown Family Farm and Crossroads Church are in the path right now of a significant tornado. Likely an intense, if not a violent tornado moving to the northeast, and it is still in progress. This is luckily no longer in the Gordo downtown area, but Gordo obviously being very populated. That was a big concern there a moment ago. A lot of people that live in Gordo. A lot more people, at least compared to up here, that live in Gordo. The Freeman Cemetery, Wynn Cemetery, Moore's Bridge Cemetery, and the Mayfield Volunteer Fire Department will eventually be in the track of this tornado. All right, we just got a new tornado watch that has just been issued until 1 a.m. Eastern time. This is in eastern Tennessee and northwestern Georgia. A few tornadoes are likely. Scattered damaging wind or widespread damaging winds up to 75 miles per hour, in addition to 2-inch sized hail being possible. 2 million people are included in this brand new tornado watch until 1 a.m. Harriman, Knoxville, Lafayette, Athens, Chattanooga, Dunlap, Dalton, Calhoun, Jasper, and Ellijay. This is still a very dangerous storm right now north of Gordo. Long term, it's going towards Wenwood, Berry, Oakman, Parish, Jasper, and eventually Carbon Hill and Cordova. And much more rural areas of Alabama, but it's still a significant tornado, without a doubt. The storms have been a lot more messy here over the last hour in southeastern or even eastern parts of Mississippi. So, as of right now, the tornado risk is a little bit lower, but we're still watching it closely. Corey Gherkin is currently going through some storm. Let's go to him real quick. As I try to load something up here. If Corey is not broken. I think Corey broke. Corey is in Cuba, Alabama right now. So he's back over on the tornado warning near Meridian.
Yeah, I'm passing 157B right now.
Oh no, we still got southeasterlies right here.
Yeah.
Hey, PGA, I don't think it's Colony, Alabama. There's nothing over there.
Yeah, let's do like we're not supposed to do. Get on the open deck. It's getting windy here. 1, 2, 3. Hard to see how windy.
You're saying Alabama's names and I've never heard of them and I live here. A lot of the Alabama names in some of these areas are like really like just community names or unincorporated towns. So that's what's popping up on the map. I just relay it because there are some people that live in these unincorporated places that actually know what they are. Personally, I've never heard of most of them, but... Shout out to Salty with a $50 super chat. I really appreciate that.
It is here. Radar showing it further north than it is or something.
Thank you, Carla, also for the super chat, or becoming a member, and officially for the super chat.
Yeah, I am, where the heck am I now? Almost in Tuscaloosa. And I'm probably going to keep on...
Corey's on the tornado warning in far western Alabama. But in the meantime, we still do have, again, a tornado in progress northeast of Gordo. This is, again, not lifted by any means. It is still in progress, approaching Moore's Bridge, going towards Brownville. Moving northeast towards Route 43. So once again, continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. From what I've been seeing on the velocities from the radar site over south of Birmingham, the rotation's been a bit weaker, but we still have a tornado here. About 5-10 minutes ago, this was a much more concerning wedge tornado that was in progress, and it's at least a little bit smaller, but it's definitely still producing damage approaching Moore's Bridge in Brownville. Back up into Tennessee, we got a line of thunderstorms rolling through eastern Tennessee now. This is going to be going towards Knoxville eventually, and Harriman. The main concern again right now is damaging winds. Low tornado risk across this line. Stay weather aware if you're back up into Tennessee. The storm north of Birmingham has a new tornado that has dropped. So we just had a tornado drop in the last couple minutes near Cold Springs and Bremen. This is going towards Dodge City. So tornado has just dropped moments ago. It looks like it's going to be a brief one, but nonetheless, just make sure that you're in your safe place. Good Hope and Dodge City near I-65 are in the path of that, just south and west of Coleman. Holly Pond, Haynesville, Garden City, and Baileyton and Fairview will be in the track of this storm. All right, again, this is the one tornado near Gordo. We're gonna go back to Corey Gherkin, back over in Cuba, Alabama, on the Western Alabama tornado warning, which this is what it looks like if you're trying to drive out there right now on any of these supercells. How's it going, Alex? Appreciate the super chat, Chris. Yes, I did sacrifice a lot of sleep to be able to go live today. A lot of sleep was lost.
Hello? All of us out here driving in the donut hole. Oh, we're definitely getting some pretty strong southerlies.
Of course, driving through a bunch of rain. We still have a tornado in progress northeast of Gordo. Let me go back further to the south. Still watching a very messy complex of storms right now along the Alabama and Mississippi border. And in my opinion, I don't really see a whole lot of this being that tornadic here for a little bit unless we start to see some clearing out. Because currently there's just a ton of convection all around, like, all these storms. And it's just making it a very messy setup right now along the Alabama and Mississippi border. But there is still going to be a risk of tornadoes and damaging winds. Really good news, though. I mean, like, this is... We could have a much more worse situation right now if it wasn't for all of this convection being all next to each other. I'm not saying we will not see more strong tornadoes, but, like, this being like this is definitely a good sign. With all the amount of convection that we have around those supercells that we've had for hours, by the way. And that's the power of having a lot of moisture, too. That's one of the biggest things that basically creates a fail mode is when we have way too much convection. And we essentially have that right now in eastern Mississippi. We don't have that in Alabama by any means. There has barely been anything in Alabama. But the more we see these random storms kind of moving into Alabama here, that's going to kind of limit the tornado risk a little bit. But the storms really that are the most concerning, like, at this exact moment are north and west of Birmingham. And we've actually had a bunch of damage reports coming out, one of which was in just north of Tuscaloosa, in Bayonne Creek Landy of a tree blocking Highway 43. There's also another damage report of multiple trees that are down across Samantha and Lake Tuscaloosa areas, including Tierce Padden Road from a possible tornado. And before I go through those damage reports, we now have a new report coming in the last 5 minutes that there is serious tornado damage near Jesse Pearson Road at 159, which is going to be from the Gordo tornado. Homes are seriously damaged and hundreds of trees are down. A search and rescue is currently ongoing. So we're now hearing serious damage to homes around Gordo due to a tornado that just hit in the last 20 minutes. And unfortunately, it looks like this tornado may still be going. We still have a tight area of rotation there. There's numerous trees snapped on US 82 near the northwest city limits of Gordo as well. You can see the initial beginning, essentially, of this tornado only a little while ago. It was, again, a big wedge, reportedly, and photos also showed that. And it hit the west and northwest side there of Gordo, and then it eventually occluded out, and what we had left was still a small tornado, but all of that right there is literally just debris fallout that was being lifted up from this tornado just north and northwest of Gordo. And we still have debris in the atmosphere heading towards, like, Fayette and Barry. So that's not even from the the little tornado that we have right now. That's from about 20 plus minutes ago now. We do have an area of rotation that's beginning to tighten up a little bit back over near Jamestown, Tennessee, moving towards Aldart, Grimsley, and Clarkage. A good idea if you're in this area to stay away from windows, damaging winds being the main concern, but a tornado is definitely possible as that continues to move east-northeast. Thank you, Xavier, for the super chat. Will Ohio get any severe weather tonight? I think the severe weather risk for Ohio is very low. It's very conditional. I don't really think we'll see much there. The PDS tornado warning has been downgraded. We are back down to still a confirmed tornado, but no longer PDS. There are more reports coming out of Seminary, Mississippi, of leveled homes. This is from Matt Mageria out of Seminary. This is some of the tornado damage that is coming out of Seminary, Mississippi from a tornado that hit not too long ago. Obviously, significant damage here. This is the scene of many areas today. Many areas when it comes to our tornado damage. In some cases, it's much worse than this. This, honestly, is not the worst tornado damage I've seen. And that's kind of saying something, because we've had a lot of strong tornadoes. We still have a tornado in progress near Highway 171. Still have a debris signature popping up on radar. So at least still a small tornado moving through northern Tuscaloosa County in Alabama. They have downgraded the tornado warning for Coleman County, Alabama. It is back down to radar indicated rotation. The supercell's become a lot smaller here recently. But it is moving northeast towards Arab and Bluntsville. Continue to stay in your safe place. If you are in that warning, the tornado does appear to be getting smaller here on the storm in northern Tuscaloosa County. Based on the tornado intensity guidance score, which, again, this is just kind of a tool to use. We won't know the intensity of what we just saw in Gordo until, you know, tomorrow or whenever this survey finishes. But the intensity scale mathematically was around a EF3, EF4 tornado. So, which doesn't surprise me. I do think the Gordo tornado is definitely intense, just from what we saw on radar. So, unfortunately, a very destructive tornado. In Gordo, we've had plenty of those today. There's going to be serious cleanup efforts here over the next few days. There's going to be serious cleanup efforts, and some areas might be changed forever with the amount of intense and violent tornadoes that we've seen today. This is a little side note, but the Tallahassee National Weather Service Office weather radios are experiencing connectivity issues. So they're trying to resolve those issues. So if you're back over in the Tallahassee area of Florida for the overnight threat into tomorrow morning, mainly in the Big Bend, that is just a little heads up back over in the Florida Panhandle. Thank you officially for becoming a member. Shout out to Teresa with the Venmo and as well as Renwick. I will check out that fan mail or the fan mail email thing or fan art after the stream. I appreciate that. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate the super chat. So it looks like across the board right now, 4 tornado warnings in Alabama and Mississippi. Still got about 3 to 4 hours left of our peak tornado risk, which is mainly in Alabama at this point, and also southern Mississippi, eastern Tennessee. They'll eventually move into Georgia tonight. First channel I've ever become a member of. That's a W. Thank you, Michelle, for the super chat. Cuba, Alabama, it's mostly wind as of right now. They haven't issued a tornado warning on that storm. So. Also, Chris, thank you for the super chat. Now my other 2 are watching. Q Shadow, Ava and Aiden. How's it going? It's getting windy in Montgomery. Thank you for the report. Is it an enhanced or moderate risk area? This is all in the high risk, I'm pretty sure, right now. All the storms that we have right now are still in the high risk of severe weather. It's crazy to think, but our high risk of severe weather is still not even fully used. So we still have a good amount of our high risk left of severe weather near Montgomery and Birmingham. Those areas have yet to see really much. But again, this is kind of what was forecasted. We were expecting storms in this area, you know, mid-late afternoon, early evening. The moderate risk goes up to Chattanooga, Dothan, Montgomery. The edge of Montgomery's in that. Mobile, Gulfport. So we still have a significant risk of severe weather ahead here for the next several hours. Many of you are still in a risk of severe weather. And we also have a marginal threat even back up into the Ohio Valley, which not much has happened here, but there's one severe storm up in just north of Detroit. So one severe storm up there in the marginal risk for right now. Yeah, the high risk will continue here for the next few hours. There's a new report of possible kids trapped inside of a house with damage being reported in Gordo, Alabama. Again, there are search and rescue efforts currently happening in Gordo after a huge tornado hit the northwest side of town. So more reports coming out there of Gordo. And we may get a tornado warning here soon near Jamestown, Tennessee. We have an area of rotation heading in the direction of Jamestown right now. Damaging winds the main concern, but there is a little bit of rotation there on the northern side of that storm. There's a new report from the Sipsey, Alabama Fire Department. Numerous trees are down, with some trees on top of homes. There's a report also in Lake TCL, Highway 69 in northern Tuscaloosa County that there's a lot of debris on the road from a possible tornado, including trees and power lines being down. And more trees down. I mean, we have a long history here of just trees being down and power lines, either from wind damage or even a tornado that ripped through northern Tuscaloosa County and moved into areas just south of Jasper. I got a photo an hour ago from my friend of the tornado that hit Tuscaloosa County High School, and it was huge. We've had a lot of big tornadoes. We've had a lot of them. And this is crazy, but we're actually we're down to 2 tornado warnings. So, I mean, this is like a miracle for having a high risk right now. We have only 2 tornado warnings for the time being, none of which are in Mississippi. The only tornado warnings we actively have are in Alabama. And they're both north of Birmingham and Tuscaloosa for the time being. But don't let your guard down. Again, we still got several hours of severe weather ahead. Damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes continue to be a possibility for the next several hours, but it's nice to have a little lull in the activity. I'm gonna go over to Brandon Kopic real quick. We'll listen in to him. I gotta take a quick 60-second break. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
More cellular stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going to Tuscaloosa because each one of these freaking supercells has been, for whatever reason, going insane once it gets closer to Tuscaloosa. So I don't know why, but I'll probably go to Tuscaloosa and then south.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yep, there it is. They just tornado warned it to our south. Right on freaking cue.
All right, we just got a brand new tornado warning. Brand new tornado warning has been issued back over in Sumter County, right along Interstate 2059. Actually, Corey Gherkin's in this area. But there is now a new tornado warning. Area of rotations over near York, and it is moving in the direction of Route 43. So again, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. Corey Gherkin wasn't far from this, but he might be traveling up Interstate 2059. I think that might be what he's doing. New report coming in Grace, Mississippi. A farm shop was destroyed and several homes were destroyed just south of Grace on Highway 1. The Sharkey emergency crews reported injuries with medical on the way to the Grace area. Yet again, more reports of significant damage. You got a touchdown counter. It'd be great to see how many. Would you guys want that? Would you guys like in the future, if we were able to confirm tornadoes via radar or, you know, visual, would you guys want to see like a total tornado counter for the stream or something like that? I'm curious. I've had people recommend that in the past, but I just think it'd be hard to keep count of. Like for yesterday, for example, we had so many tornadoes. It's just hard to keep count of. I mean, it is an interesting idea. Everybody's saying yes. I don't know. I feel like it would be complicated, though, because if we could double confirm a tornado by accident somehow. If we had a tornado counter yesterday, you know, we would have been probably up to 50. We still don't know exactly how many tornadoes happened yesterday, but it's probably a lot. Actually, I can get some of the details on that. Get those details in a moment. Tornado warning. That was the tornado that produced the tornado producing storm that hit Gordo has been canceled. So we are back down to 2 tornado warnings, and we no longer have any confirmed tornadoes. So we are just back down to
a new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning for Jamestown. Jamestown, Tennessee. You are now included in a tornado warning. This is approaching Jamestown, going towards Sharp Place, Paul Mall, and Cedar Grove. This is located right over Jamestown, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So again, seek shelter, get away from windows, the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building in Jamestown. There is a camera in Jamestown that I'm going to try to pull up here. Doesn't have a view of anything quite yet, but we're going to put it on the screen.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, bottom middle of your screen will be the Jamestown camera. Also, we got Clark Range. All right, we got a new tornado warning as well for Colbert and Lauderdale counties in Alabama. So once again, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This back up near Florence, actually. Whoa, we got a tornado warning up near Florence. Much more populated area. Florence, Alabama, Musk Shoals, going up towards Lexington. Rotation is currently entering into the tornado warning. Tuscaloosa will be in the track of this over the next several minutes. This is over near Killeen and west of Layton. I think there is a camera. It's going to be coming up in Florence, too. Maybe not. Never mind. It's not. It's over in Decatur. All right, well, we're back up to 4 tornado warnings. They're all kind of spread out right now, but we got one down over here in western Alabama near York. We got one north of Birmingham, the other one in Florence right now. Florence is the most populated area out of every one of these places. And then we have Jamestown, which from what I've seen, the Jamestown camera is now kind of looking more at the storm. So, but rotation currently, it's on the broad side of things, but it is going to be capable of producing a tornado near Jamestown, Tennessee. It's going to be traveling right along State Route 52 over the next several minutes. So Jamestown will be bottom left, and then bottom middle will be Clark Range, which is just south of that. We still do have rotation. I mean, this storm here is just so small. But we still do have active rotation near Coleman and Holly Pond. It's just again, this storm has shrunk down in size drastically. It's much smaller. It's a lot less intense. There's not really any hail or really much wind with it anymore. But it's still rotating. And this is what I mentioned this at the top of the stream. Like, there was a storm chaser before all this kicked off today that was on a cell, like a little shower that was literally rotating with a little lowering and stuff like that. And, you know, it's crazy to think that this storm's still rotating, even though it's so small, and the cloud base is also really small, and it looks terrible on radar. I mean, this is a terrible radar presentation, and it's still rotating. Just shows you the power of today's severe weather event. Let's go to Corey Gherkin. He is currently back over on the York tornado warning from that general area.
I've never seen a couplet that far off, though.
No, I don't think so.
How many tornadoes today? I don't know. We probably at least had a dozen. I don't think we've had as many tornadoes as yesterday, but it's again, it's hard to tell. We have to wait until the National Weather Service surveys everything. Because until then, we really will not know.
Yeah, it was in the same region. Southern Mississippi that time. Remember, they were pretty far off that time.
I feel like it's going to be constant paralleling this thing all the way across. And I'm doing 45, so.
Yeah, I went ahead and dropped south, but I'm gonna get on 80 and see if there's better one on 80. Yeah, probably not a bad play because we're stuck in traffic going west.
This is a pretty good meteorological explanation into why we are not seeing as widespread of a tornado outbreak right now from Storm HQ. Talking basically about how our jet stream today is more meridional, which essentially means our jet stream winds, which are the winds in the 300, 200 millibar level, they are essentially, they're more out of the south today compared to what they could have or should have been, which would have been more out of the southwest, which has essentially led to more forcing, which has led to more storm activity. And so that essentially has created a problem where we have a lot of more moisture essentially coming out of the Gulf, and that is leading to just an environment where there's a lot more convective activity. And so that's what we're seeing currently in the southeast. Now, again, strong tornadoes are still possible, everything like that. I'm just saying, you know, this today could have been a much more significant outbreak of severe weather. But we definitely are lucky that the trough ended up being a bit more oriented out of the south. Brandon Kopic, or Corey Gherkin was just... Corey Gherkin's in York, where there is a tornado warning, and the wind has picked up a lot here over the last minute. It's a rain-wrapped area of rotation. Hey, Jen, for the super chat. I don't know how long we'll be streaming. I mean, my guess is that we'll be live at least for the next, like, 3 or 4 hours, maybe longer. But we'll be live as long as needed. We might be live all the way into the early overnight hours. Just depends on if it's still significant enough. Winds are really gusting here near Livingston and York. Radar and cell in western Alabama. Back over in...
So thick, you can't even...
This is the Jamestown tornado warning in Tennessee. So Jamestown tornado warning in Tennessee right now. This is in northeast Tennessee.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We now have a new confirmed tornado warning, which this is going to be for those in New Hope. So they've gone ahead and upgraded this tornado warning. It's back to being confirmed for New Hope, Arab, and the Guntersville area. in northeastern Alabama, just south of Huntsville. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. There is a confirmed tornado right now heading in your direction. It's been confirmed in the last couple of minutes. This is, again, one of the ugliest storms I've ever seen when it comes to producing a tornado. It looks terrible on reflectivity, but, I mean, again, this is the power of today's setup. And it is producing a tornado now. The rotation's been pretty strong on this. And that right there, again, is the velocities. So, definitely strong enough for there to be a tornado. Florence, Alabama, you are still in a tornado warning as well. Rotation's been pretty broad, but it's going to be moving into the southwest side of Florence over the next few minutes. Just make sure that you're staying in your safe place as this moves in. This is a very messy storm up here as well. Not to take away from today, just generally wondering, any tornadoes have a chance of being EF5? I don't know what, like, so far from what we've seen, it's impossible to really determine if we've had an EF5 tornado. By the way, this is in Jamestown on that tornado warning. The wind's picking up now. But, yeah, I don't think, I don't know. It's going to be something the National Weather Service surveys. I have not seen anything to that level at this point today. I think we've had many tornadoes, though, in the EF3, EF4 range here across Alabama and Mississippi. Mainly in Mississippi, but we had one in Alabama, probably. But, yeah, it's hard to get an EF5 tornado nowadays. I'm going to be honest. Like, it's almost impossible. Like, you would have to have an entire... I honestly thought Greenfield, Iowa was an EF5. Like, it's impossible with how the scale works. Because you need it to be destructive enough, and basically everything needs to be destroyed. And that, honestly, is... And there's many tornadoes that have been probably EF5 intensity, but... You know, tornadoes are determined on damage. They're not determined on the wind speeds, which is kind of weird, but that's how the scale works, so. I really do think there needs to be a balance between the wind speeds being used, and then in addition to the, you know, damage that is observed and surveyed. Because, I mean, again, the last EF5 tornado we had was over a decade ago, which we've almost undoubtedly had one recently, in my opinion, but... Hey, Velocity, appreciate the super chat. We need a max scale. I'm not making a max scale for tornado damage. That's just stupid. It's literally pointless. Oh, the wind's definitely pretty strong right now in Jamestown. And now it's really strong. Wow. This is, again, a tornado warning in northeast Tennessee. Wind has really picked up in Jamestown. It's been bowing out a little bit more, so it might just be more of a straight line wind risk. The Cave City tornado may have had an update to 165 mile per hour winds, which that's in Arkansas. One more mile per hour would make an EF4 tornado over in Cave City, Arkansas from yesterday. Very intense wind right now moving through northeast Tennessee. Shout out to Renwick and Scott with the Venmo donations. And the camera is out. Might have lost power there in Jamestown or just having issues, but nonetheless, that is a really strong area of wind that's been moving through the Jamestown area. So that's a continuing tornado warning here for just a little bit longer, back up near Jamestown, Tennessee. Severe weather in Kentucky has been pretty minimal. No severe weather in Kentucky today, but still watching for isolated severe weather in the southeastern part of the state. The Ohio Valley, again, it's been pretty quiet too. Really not much up here. It's been pretty stable, so not too concerned about stuff up there. Florence tornado warning still ongoing, but rotation's been broad at this point, moving into Florence, Alabama, and will eventually go towards Lexington. I do want to throw this out there. There is a storm that I'm a little bit more concerned about that has no warning on it. It's this one right here. This is the one that produced the Gordo tornado about an hour ago. And that tornado was huge. That was more than likely an intense or violent tornado. I'm not saying that will happen with this storm, but there is still active rotation that is heading towards the Falkville area and Coleman. So we need to watch this one very closely. I would honestly, if you're in this area, just make sure when the storm gets closer to you, that you are staying away from windows, and obviously be vigilant for a potential tornado as that approaches Interstate 65. And then this is the storm that has had a confirmed tornado via radar, according to the National Weather Service, near Arab and New Hope, just to the west of Guntersville. So confirmed tornado on that storm right now. And then the tornado warning back over in York and Livingston has been canceled. For right now, though, I mean, really, this is not bad, right? We have 3 tornado warnings, and the southern half of the state is just all mess right now. That meridional flow bringing a lot more moisture than expected into the Alabama region and even into southern Mississippi is really messing up with these discrete supercells that we had. Otherwise, we'd be talking about so many different tornadoes right now happening. We also have severe weather going on in southeastern parts of Louisiana and southern Mississippi. Main concern is damaging winds. The latest radar scan is showing even stronger rotation on this storm near Addison and Arley. The rotation is continuing to intensify just west of Interstate 65, going towards West Point and Coleman. No tornado warning on this as of right now. No tornado warning on this. I think there should be, though. Last night was insane. 23 tornado warnings at once. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. That was insane. If you ever use the word insane for something that's literally crazy, I would have to say yesterday, that was literally insane. Still surprised there's no tornado warning on this. It's rotating. The radar site back over in Mississippi shows rotation, but not nearly as strong. But I don't know, man. It's definitely rotating in the low levels. We might even have like a little wall cloud on that or something. Something is going on in Chattanooga. And yeah, we got a little storm rolling through. That's what it looks like outside in Chattanooga right now on the radar Omega cyclone port. It's raining. Confirmed rain. Not really much up there in Chattanooga, though. It's pretty tame.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, there is now a new tornado warning for Limestone, Coleman, and Morgan counties in Alabama. And it might be for the storm that I've been talking about. But I don't know. It hasn't popped up yet. Yep, it is that one. So they have issued a tornado warning after talking about it here for a little bit for Falkville, Priceville, and Decatur. So seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they have issued now a new tornado warning for Winston County, Alabama. That's going to be for the other spot. This is a CWA region split, basically meaning the National Weather Services take care of different locations. And so that's why there's 2 different tornado warnings for this. But nonetheless, your Route 278 near Addison, that is a brand new tornado warning. And seek shelter if you are in that warning. So it's going to be going up towards Decatur, and we actually do have a couple of at least a couple of cameras in Decatur. Decatur will be bottom middle. We'll do that. Decatur is upcoming into this tornado warning here soon. South side of Decatur. Shout out to Bless Farms with the $10 PayPal donation. Appreciate that. And we just got a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings in Tennessee. Starting to see more severe thunderstorm warnings popping up across eastern central Tennessee, stretching from the Kentucky border back towards Chattanooga. We actually just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Chattanooga. There is a tornado possible label on this right over East Ridge. A little bit of rotation there over the east side there of Chattanooga. That is a storm to watch for. A little discrete cell is moving off to the northeast. This is not as favorable of an environment for strong tornadoes, but we could still see an isolated one up here. Don't rule it out. Definitely something to watch for as this goes up towards the Athens area, just west of Cleveland in southeastern Tennessee. There are more reports coming in of significant damage and potential injuries in Sipsey, Alabama. This would be for the area of Campbellville Road to the northeast of Sipsey. This matches the radar debris signatures at that time, which was about 45 minutes ago or so. Also, this is a view right now in Hattiesburg of a storm that is rolling in. Which, on radar, I don't really see much rotation, but as the clouds are, again, hanging very low on this storm. It's been a common theme. Clouds are very low today, which has led to a more increased tornado risk as well. Thank you, Fish, for the $5 super chat. How does Slidell, Louisiana look like? It's mostly just wind. Not really much of a tornado threat there. Thank you, Anna, for also the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chuck, for the $50 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. I think Knoxville, anywhere really there in eastern Tennessee, will be mostly a wind threat. I don't really foresee there being much of a tornado risk, but like an isolated tornado or two can't be ruled out. I still think our greatest tornado threat is in Alabama, Georgia, and that's really it, I think. Maybe the Florida Panhandle, like late tonight. And extreme southeastern Tennessee definitely could see something. I do think we're about to see a potentially significant tornado drop here in the next few minutes. Back over north of Arley near Addison. The rotation is increasing very quickly. And this is definitely looking more concerning. This is the velocities. Winds being measured on radar. Upwards of 90 miles per hour just going away from the radar. So there's definitely some intensifying rotation there. We are starting to see a couplet form. It's completely rain-wrapped. So this is going to be a rain-wrapped tornado. So, make sure you're in your safe place. Definitely looking more and more dangerous over the last few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Thank you, Amber and LL, for the super chats. We do have a new tornado warning for White, Van Buren, and Cumberland counties here in Tennessee. That is a strong area of rotation. So, new area of strong rotation moving towards Crossville. You're in Crossville, Tennessee. You need to be in your safe place. Pleasant Hill is in the track of this.
A new tornado
and also
warning
heading towards
has been
the
issued.
Fair Glade area. And they've issued a new tornado warning also for those in Bledsoe County, north of Pikeville. You can seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Can you explain rain wrapped? So, if you've ever seen a photo of a tornado, most of the time, when you see a photo of a tornado, it's going to look like this, and then you got all the rain over here, right? Or wherever. There's rain somewhere, but it's usually not there. You don't usually really think much of it when you see a tornado. Instead, with a rain-wrapped tornado, it's like this. There's a tornado, you probably can't see it, and there's just rain wrapping around it. So, like, there's literally no way to visibly see it in most cases. unless you're in it. So it makes it a very dangerous situation. Bottom left of your screen is going to be Crossville, Tennessee, which is in the path right now of this potential tornado. That's going to be back up here. And again, that's right there, the rotation going to Village at Indian Rock Lake. The storm is quickly organizing here just east of Chattanooga. This discrete supercell near Saudi Daisy and Lake Site. It's quickly organizing into something potentially tornadic here soon. We got a new radar scan coming in. Wait for that in a second. Thank you, Richard, for the $10 super chat. South of Meridian, Mississippi. Hope you stay safe. Hey, Jeffrey, from Jeff and Sarah B. I appreciate that. In Crossville, Tennessee. You're right in the track of this. Make sure that you're in your safe place. Let me go back to here because this is an updating. Yeah, rotation is definitely, I mean, the rotation's definitely trying to wrap around right now near Chattanooga. Northeast side of Chattanooga, we do have a little bit more rotation developing on this. This is, again, a supercell that is moving northeast. Middle Valley and Saudi Daisy are on the track of that. Oh my goodness. We have very strong rotation right now in Tennessee. Back over to your Village at Indian Rock Lake. Very strong rotation just northwest of Pikeville, moving towards the Crossville area. That is very strong rotation. Definitely could see a tornado on this at any time. Once again, if you are in Crossville, Pleasant Hill, a strong tornado is not an impossible thing to happen. So what you want to do if you're in Crossville, I would personally get the mattress off the bed, right? Go into the tub, get the mattress off the bed. If you have a helmet, put that on, because in case this is a potential strong tornado here, which is possible, this is heading right towards that area, Crossville and Pleasant Valley, or Pleasant Hill, excuse me, and Fairfield Glade. But the rotation is really tightened here over the last few minutes. Obviously, this is a little bit more aloft, but we probably have a large wall cloud if I had to guess. That is going to be moving into Village at Indian Rock Lake and then eventually moving into Crossville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have yet again another tornado warning for this is going to be in southern Tennessee, back over near Chattanooga. So just north of Chattanooga, we now have a tornado warning. Saudi, Daisy, Lakesite, Sail Creek, and Birchwood. You are in the path of a discrete supercell that is wrapping up very quickly. Start to see a hook echo and a strong inflow, which is indicative here of a potential tornado that is going to be dropping over the next few minutes. Moving along State Route 58, going towards Birchwood. You're gonna get to your safe place. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And get into an interior room of your home or building. That rotation, again, has been ramping up a lot over the last few minutes. And it's going to be capable of producing a tornado. And also, this right here, we actually got two cells here that are tornadic. We got one here north of Saudi Daisy, and the other one right here northeast of Chattanooga, both of which are rotating. So both of them could produce a tornado. Thank you, Peter, for the super chat. As well as Marsh. Let me go back down to Alabama real quick. We haven't looked here in a little bit. There hasn't updated either in a while for some reason. Let's go to... Okay, so just going to go kind of through a few tornado warnings here. The rotation on the storm that's back over near Addison and West Point, that rotation's a bit broader at this point. That's south of Decatur for reference in Alabama. The storm south of Huntsville, that rotation is a bit broader at this time. Honestly, right now, the most significant tornado threat that's happening right now is back over in Tennessee, which is actually kind of surprising. Because we have two areas of rotation near Saudi Daisy, northeast of Chattanooga. And then we have a much stronger one that's back up near Crossville, just south there of Crossville. Very strong rotation, which could lead to a tornado here shortly. But we're definitely seeing an uptick of severe weather there in eastern Tennessee right now, and hence why we have a tornado watch in place. While we wait for the next radar scan, don't forget, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Do severe weather coverage like this all the time across the southeast and really across the entire country. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. After this severe weather event is all said and done, after tomorrow, we're going to have a lot of updates on those platforms with a bunch of survey damage and all that sort of stuff. And we also post a lot of rapid fire updates on Facebook and Twitter. And those are at MaxVelocityWX. The links to those are also in the description. And also join our Discord server. If you're on Discord, we have a Discord server link down below. What do you think about the cell near Cleveland, Tennessee? I don't know where Cleveland is. Cleveland, Tennessee. The one that's north of Chattanooga. I think this one might produce a tornado, given its discrete nature. I don't think it would be very hard for this one to produce a tornado with it being discrete. Approaching State Route 58 right now. Yeah, if you're in Chattanooga at this point, the risk of severe weather is a little bit lower, but you're not done quite yet. Keep in mind that we still have a lot of other severe storms back out to the west that could still produce a threat for severe weather, even in an hour or two, potentially. So definitely stay weather aware, even if you're in Chattanooga. I do have a new radar scan that's just come in. Rotation as of right now, north of Chattanooga, still enough there for this to be tornadic. Nothing confirmed though as of right now, just radar indicated rotation, keeping a very close eye to it. It does drop, I'll let you know. For right now, it is still radar indicated rotation near Lake Site. The one that's back up near the Crossville area of Tennessee. So what the rotation looks like right now near Village at Indian Rock Lake. It's a little broader on the latest scan, but it is still strong enough for there to be a tornado. So Crossville, Tennessee. Continue to stay in your safe place. If we get a tornado, it will be heading into Eastland, the Oneida subdivision, Janmore Acres, and Pleasant Hill. Bottom left of your screen there is a live view there in Crossville. Huge shout out to Kimberly with the $50 Venmo. Put some W's in the chat for Kimberly. Appreciate the generosity. And thank you, Penny, also for the $25 Venmo. You guys have been way too kind the last 2 days. I really appreciate it. Obviously, I'm running on no sleep, and you can only imagine how much college work I have to do after 24 hours pretty much of streaming the last 2 days. We're about to cross a total of 20 hours of being live just in the last, like, 28 or 29 hours. So, it's been a crazy last 2 days, to say the least. But I am I'm approximately 40 days away from graduating with a bachelor's degree in meteorology. So, cannot wait for that. Thank you, Angel, for the super chat. Is that Eastern Tennessee tornado heading towards Greenville, Tennessee? Greenville? Are we? Did I spell it wrong? I did spell it wrong. Greenville, I have no clue. You're just too far out at this point. I'd say the tornado risk, though, over there near Greenville is relatively low. Should be mostly winds over there. Hey guys, you don't understand how excited I am to be done with college, so I can actually focus on doing like severe weather outbreak coverage and all that, like all the time. We'd be able to do so many more things. We'd have so many more upgrades if that happened. So, cannot wait. Full-time college and doing this full-time is quite the balance, I gotta say. Where do you go to college? I don't make that public. I'll make it public, though, after I'm done college, because there's just no point. I have way too many people that follow me now, so I don't want people just knocking on the door of my college. My plan is to stay independent. For those that are wondering, I still plan to do YouTube and all that. Like, I don't see that changing. I honestly think the future of weather broadcasts and stuff like that will be on social media, and I think honestly, like at this point, we have an audience that's almost larger than news stations have, like local news stations. But I still think local news stations are very important. Like I think they serve a very valuable purpose, especially in an outbreak like this. And like last night, for example, obviously a lot of you were watching. You know, we had upwards of 25 tornado warnings at one point. And if you think about it, like I can't cover 25 tornado warnings. That's when local news can actually come in handy in some cases. But even then, like I thought we did a pretty decent job at least at covering that. Thank you, Lando. Appreciate that. Rotation's a bit broader right now, northeast of Chattanooga. The last couple scans. And then rotation back up near Crossville is also a little broader. They have canceled the tornado warning that was south of Huntsville. The tornado warning for Priceville, Decatur, and Falkville still continues. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. Again, rotation's been a lot broader on this storm too. There is legitimately a chance that we have no tornado warnings in a few minutes for northern Alabama or really anywhere in Alabama. That rotation's been weaker over there. And the storms are just a complete mess right now in southern and western Alabama, all because of all the moisture that's coming out of the Gulf. It's much more of a southerly wind in the low levels. So, yeah. Also, about 10 minutes ago, there was actually a tornado debris signature near New Hope. It was very brief. We missed it, but it was a little brief tornado. I'm not sure if we're going to see it on this. Let me try to go back a few more frames. Don't really see it here, but there was a small tornado that happened, I think near Cherokee Ridge. Very brief. Nothing crazy, but brief tornado happened up there just a few minutes ago. All right, this storm's about to roll into Crossville. We'll go full screen to Crossville. At this point, I don't think there's any confirmed tornado warnings. Okay, all of them have been downgraded to radar indicated. Thank you, Jessica, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Stay safe in Chattanooga. And also, thank you, Justin. Appreciate that. Shout out to Holly also for the $20 Venmo. Well done. I appreciate that. Let's get some W's in the chat, by the way, for all the mods today. All the mods yesterday and today. Really do appreciate them helping out, keeping our chat safe. And you know, I know a lot of people like chatting, being able to relay reports and just talk about the weather that's happening, talk about your area. Thank you, Hales, for the very generous $50 super chat. The Poplar Bluff tornado that happened last night in Missouri has now been a preliminary EF3 tornado. And it looks like the camera went out. Not sure if power just got lost or something in Crossville. Crossville is, again, in the track of a possible tornado. If there is one, it's going to be on the west side of town, more than likely, near Pleasant Hill. Rotation's tightened up just a little bit near Lake Site. It's a little bit stronger rotation near Lake Site, approaching Birchwood. That's northeast of Chattanooga. Hey, Corey, appreciate the $20 super chat. Thank you, Kayla, also for the super chat. At this point, if you're in Tennessee and you're west of this line, you're mostly just rain at this point, which is actually going to lead to a significant flooding threat. We have quite a bit of flooding potential that's happening right now across literally all of central Tennessee. So a lot of rain is falling in a very short amount of time. This is going to lead to the potential for flooding. So I definitely recommend, if you're anywhere like in Nashville, for example, or Murfreesboro, just stay weather aware in terms of the rain. Flooding is definitely going to be a stronger possibility here over the next few hours. Plenty of flash flood warnings in effect. Lots of roadways also having some issues. All right, we have a lot more updates. Beginning with yesterday, in Somerville, Indiana, there was an EF2 tornado. In Oakland, Indiana, there was an EF2 tornado. And in Algiers, Indiana, another EF2 tornado. We had 3 different EF2 tornadoes yesterday in Paducah. If you want to see more details on those, I'm posting the report on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Again, a lot of reports are going to come out over the next 24 hours. Somebody named Kayla in the chat said, I'm dispatching EMS in Alabama and Tennessee, and I can't thank you enough for helping me and my crew stay safe. I'm glad I can help. I appreciate you tuning in. What was the highest category tornado today? We have no clue about today. The surveys are probably starting, but like we don't have any confirmation of any tornadoes yet today. Yesterday is really the only information that we have, and so far we at least have, from what we know, we've probably at least had 25 tornadoes yesterday, but it more than likely was more than that. We're just waiting official surveys, which will take a few days. Will take a few days for those official surveys to come in. Well, for right now, there are no tornado warnings in Alabama. And our high risk of severe weather is still in place. Keep in mind that the next SPC outlook is in about 2 hours. And again, just keep in mind that Alabama's in a high risk. With that said, the storm setup here has been completely a mess. Like we've really had nothing in terms of organization over the last couple hours in western Alabama. Really a good thing. It's really a good thing. But we definitely have to watch the Gulf Coast area because we have a little bit more clearing down here. We could see a tornado risk increase over the next couple of hours near Saraland, Hattiesburg, and back into Enterprise, Alabama, Crestview, and Pensacola, Florida. Tornado risk is definitely possible to be on the rise over the next couple hours down here. And then Tennessee has definitely been active here recently. But all that convection across central and western Alabama is definitely a good thing. It is a good thing. Tornado warning still continues for Crossville, Tennessee, and north of Saudi Daisy. This is that live shot in the Cumberland EMA over in Crossville, which this is the radar mega cyclone port. Not really seeing much right now, just very calm and eerie conditions. Clouds are very low on the right side of your screen. Shout out to Holly with the super chat. Thank you, Latonia, as well, for the $30 Venmo. Doing a fantastic job. I'm near Sony Daisy, Tennessee. Yeah, you guys I think are going to be all right. I think it'll be all right from at least the storm that's passing through. Keep in mind, we could see another storm behind this, but the risk of severe weather definitely gets a little bit lower as we continue to go later into the afternoon. But there are some storms rotating back over near Lynchburg, like a little area of rotation near Lynchburg. So this might be a bit more of a threat in a couple hours for the Chattanooga region. Generally speaking, though, it's not super concerning. We are beginning to see an uptick of rotation in southeast Mississippi back over east of Hattiesburg. So an uptick of rotation now just northeast of Hattiesburg. So what it looks like in Hattiesburg right now. Rotation is increasing just a little bit. This might end up getting tornado warning at some point. It's moving more in the direction of Waynesboro. I've got to say, guys, if we had another tornado in Waynesboro, that would be insane. We've had, I don't want to like say we're going to, but like we've literally had two, I think two EF3 tornadoes at least in the last like month or so. We had one on the north side of Waynesboro, and we had one on the west side of Waynesboro. Two different, at least strong tornadoes. I don't know about intense, but at least strong tornadoes in the Waynesboro area just in the last month or so. And I do think we'll get a new tornado warning here shortly in Mississippi. That storm is definitely starting to rotate a little bit more. Little area of clearing out in front of that supercell. Shout out to Robert with the $20 Venmo. Ramon as well. Julie, thank you. And Kenny. Outstanding coverage from East Ridge, Tennessee. I appreciate that. And thank you also, Emily, for the $30 Venmo from Northeast Ohio. Guessing the weather's been pretty nice up there in Northeast Ohio today. Will Georgia be bad? I think Georgia's going to see some significant severe weather. I think it'll be more driven in the wind facet, though, rather than tornadoes. But I still think a few tornadoes are definitely in play, maybe even a strong tornado or two. Keep in mind that Georgia is still a few hours away from really seeing the most significant risk. It'll be mostly after sunset. Thank you, John, for the super chat. Thank you, LaRuca, for becoming a member. Also, Blake for the super chat. Anything in Alabama? We have absolutely no warnings in Alabama right now. It's really the first time in like 5 hours, I think. So no warnings in Alabama right now. We should be getting a tornado warning, though, in a moment in southeastern Mississippi. We still have tornado warnings active in eastern Tennessee. Got one northeast of Sody Daisy, but this one's probably going to be let to expire. The rotation's been a bit weaker here over the last few minutes. And we also have one east of Cookville near Crossville. This one still has very broad rotation, but this will also probably be let to expire. I think now the bigger concern that's beginning to develop is back down near Hattiesburg. That rotation's ramping up very quickly. Got a hook echo over Fox, and it's moving towards Waynesboro. So if you're in Waynesboro, make sure that you are staying very alert. We've covered Waynesboro twice now in the past, and I feel like we at least have some viewers in the Waynesboro area. I could be wrong. I feel like we at least have some in that area, though, with 2 tornadoes happening in the last, like, 2 months. So if you're in Waynesboro, definitely stay alert. This is not a drill. You guys have been under plenty of tornado warnings in the last few months. Thank you, Void. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Nick, as well. Got caught in the straight line winds. Possible rotation in Wentzville, Missouri last night. Crazy night. Great work. I appreciate that. Hopefully you stayed safe. Thank you, Mary, for becoming a member. Thank you, Jackie, for the $100 super chat. Put some numbers in the chat for Jackie. Thank you, Verna, for becoming a member as well. Tornado warning in Hamilton County, Tennessee. Very quick. Sounded like my house was in a blender with ice. However, no tornado. That is an interesting description. Shout out to Jason, Jordan, Charles, and Gina, all with the Venmo donations. Appreciate the generosity. If you are just tuning in, this is in southeast Mississippi, back over near Fox, south of Laurel. Strong area of rotation is developing. Probably going to get a tornado warning at any moment. And if we do end up getting a tornado warning, it would be for those in Waynesboro and Shabuda. Hey, Patty. Appreciate that. Thank you, Robin, and as well as Rescue. Greenville, Tennessee. I don't really think we're going to see much there. It'll be mostly wind. Low tornado risk, but mostly wind over there. That's really anywhere along, like, the North Carolina and Tennessee border. Anyone stable for that? And also thank you, Chelsea, for the gifted membership, and Catherine. Atlanta area. We still got a few hours until Atlanta. Let's do a quick future radar. We haven't done one in a while. We've been so busy with all the confirmed tornadoes and such. Let's go through the future radar for tonight. I'll kind of give you an idea of the timing rundown here. So this is what it's going to look like over the next few hours. Let me go to this screen. So this is what it'll look like here over the next few hours. So currently we got a bunch of storms out there, a lot of convection. It's, again, a relatively messy setup at this point. It's become a lot more messy. We are still watching for tornadoes, but generally speaking, the high risk will probably just be discontinued at 8 o'clock tonight when the next SPC outlook comes out. But we'll still have a chance for tornadoes, including areas like central and southern Alabama, back towards the Florida Gulf Coast. This is around 8 o'clock tonight. About 9 to 10 o'clock, we're going to continue to see these storms moving to the east. There will be a potential again for tornadoes up and down this entire area of storm activity. I wouldn't honestly be surprised if by 9 or 10 o'clock tonight, we start to see the tornado risk increase again with some of these discrete supercells that fire off out in front of the line of storms. So that'll be something to watch for as we go into the mid to late evening tonight. So then eventually, as we get closer to around midnight, these storms are going to be moving into eastern Alabama and as well as northern Georgia. Mostly a lot of rain, lightning, wind, some hail, and a low tornado risk, I think, for northeastern Georgia. If you're back over in the Atlanta area, I think a tornado or two are definitely possible. And then back up and down the Alabama and Georgia border, we'll continue to see the threat here for damaging winds and some tornadoes embedded in the line of thunderstorms. And then as we go into the overnight hours, we have to go to a different model run. But as we go into the overnight hours into early tomorrow morning, we're going to continue to see damaging winds and a few tornadoes being possible from the North Carolina area all the way back into Florida. There will be a tornado risk tomorrow. I'll show you the risk outline in a second. It's mostly going to be wind, I think, though. This is mostly a morning risk. By early afternoon, we'll have a little bit more severe weather in North Carolina and South Carolina before that's all mostly offshore with very little severe weather left over. But again, today's severe weather risk in general is much more significant than what tomorrow will really ever be. This is, again, your risk of severe weather for the remainder of today. The high risk of severe weather is still in place in Alabama as well as in southeastern Mississippi. If we go into tomorrow's risk, it's a lot different. It's a slight risk, which is a 2 out of 5, from Washington, D.C. back into the Florida panhandle, where we're mainly talking about wind. But there is a 5% tornado risk that is in place. And that goes from Richmond, Virginia, back into Jacksonville and Gainesville. We'll keep a close eye on this. I'm not sure if we'll be going live tomorrow. I personally don't think we will. I just don't see there being enough of a need to, especially since I'm going to be sleeping a lot tonight. I'm probably going to be sleeping in, and so unless something uptrends tonight, pretty good chance I will not be live tomorrow, but we'll see. If needed, we'll be live for a few hours. All right, new tornado warning. We've been anticipating this for quite a while, but they have now issued a new tornado warning for Jones County in Mississippi. A tornado is probably going to be dropping in the next few minutes near Fox, moving towards Waynesboro, Mississippi. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Very strong rotation right now, heading in the direction of Route 84 and heading towards Waynesboro.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And the new tornado warning is going to be for those in Waynesboro. So if you're in Waynesboro, Mississippi, make sure that you're getting to your safe place, get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building. This is a dangerous storm here that is moving to the east-northeast and will likely produce a tornado in the next few minutes. Might have a tornado on the ground right now or one in the next few minutes. Just southeast of Laurel. This rotation is definitely strong. Do have a camera in. Let me go to this screen. We do have a camera in Laurel, which is off to the north. It won't really see much, but if they do move it, we might see something. So bottom middle will be Laurel. Probably going to see a tornado dropping here in the next couple minutes, going towards Waynesboro. You know, we've had multiple tornadoes already in the last 3 to 4 months in the Waynesboro, Mississippi area, and this one honestly looks like it'll be our next one to drop with how strong the velocities are currently. We have very strong winds going towards the radar, upwards of 90 miles per hour. Going away from the radar is unknown, but if we do get a tornado here, it'll likely be strong and potentially even a long track tornado. But I could see there being a problem with this storm, and it's this little convection down here to the south. We'll see if that affects this tornadic supercell at all, but over the next 5 to 10 minutes, it doesn't really have much stopping it. So Waynesboro, you need to be underground or in your safe place. Thank you, Holly Jolly. Appreciate that. Thank you, Craig, as well. Thank you, Katrina. Thank you, Ann, for becoming a member. All right, this is the latest radar scan. Once again, velocities are really tightening up right now. This is a very strong couplet near Tullahoma. And it's going to go into Strengthford over the next couple of minutes. Very strong area of rotation. By the way, all tornado warnings right now in Tennessee have been canceled or let to expire. Just a heads up. The only tornado warning that's active is this one. This is very strong rotation. Just a look over the last several minutes on a little loop. See how much more intense it has gotten. We probably have a tornado on the ground. And this could definitely go PDS. There are no tornado warnings in Alabama right now, but I do have to say, like, if this storm, for whatever reason, which it's possible, if this storm does stay on course and it continues to stay strong, the main areas in Alabama that would be in the track of this would be like Needham, Butler, Thomasville, Coffeyville, Gilbertown, and Silas, which is far south of Interstate 2059 for reference. Another radar scan in just a moment. But again, if you're in Waynesboro, Mississippi, get to your safe place. If you have any friends or family in this area, make sure that they are heeding the warning, as this is a strong area of rotation. Would not be surprised if we already had a large tornado on the ground with this. Waiting for the next radar scan here. This is the latest velocity scan. So still very strong rotation. We have not had a clear debris signature here in the last couple minutes. But again, we could be talking about a big time tornado if this thing drops. Just gonna see the other radar site to see if it's any different. I'm not seeing anything clear as of right now, but we again could have a tornado with this. Near Waynesboro. Or is that Maysville, Alabama? Is there a storm up there? Or Gurley, Alabama? All right, back up near Huntsville. Oh, look at this. We actually got a supercell up here east of Huntsville that's forming. Huntsville, Alabama. It's heading in the direction of Huntland, Tennessee. That has a little bit of a hook to it. Might become a concern here soon. There is a tornado possible label on the severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're in this general area, just stay weather aware through Tullahoma, Winchester, and back up towards I-24. A tornado is definitely possible as this moves northeast. Another report coming in is that there are several trees down in Griffith Creek, Tennessee. We do have a new mesoscale discussion coming in from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be for the Gulf Coast regions and across central and southern Alabama. The environment remains quite conductive for strong tornadoes, which I agree, but it's going to be conditional on the storm mode.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
If storms can end up staying more discreet here over the next few hours, our tornado threat will be much more elevated. However, if we end up seeing a more messy, clustered area of showers and thunderstorms, the tornado risk is definitely going to struggle. But nonetheless, strong tornadoes are still in play. If you're anywhere from Birmingham back towards Gulf Shores, Pensacola, into Biloxi and Wiggins. We have a brand new tornado warning up into Tennessee. This is going to be back over west of Oak Ridge, east of Crossville. A strong area of rotation developing there, moving towards Harmon, the Wartburg area, going towards Oliver Springs. It's another little tornadic storm here embedded in the line of thunderstorms. Well, we'll probably end up getting a new tornado warning in a moment for those north of Harmon, Wartburg, and Oliver Springs, north and west of Oak Ridge. So just a heads up. You'll probably get the notification in a second to go to your safe place. Latest radar scan on the strong rotation west of Waynesboro is still not indicating a tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning again in Tennessee. This is going to be this is going to be the same storm. And actually, they're tracking this more to the northeast, so it's actually not going towards Oak Ridge, but it is going in the direction of Wartburg, Sunbright, and Huntsville in Tennessee. Again, that's your couplet. It's going to be moving into Wartburg over the next 5 to 10 minutes. Sunbright, you got about 10 minutes. And then Huntsville, about 20 to 25 minutes from now, until it's knocking on your doorstep. And then Dunlap, Tennessee. There is an uptick of rotation here as well. This is a very messy setup right now in Tennessee, but we got several low-top supercells, all just north of Chattanooga. And we have a new one that's over near Dunlap. And this is heading in the direction of Pikeville and eventually Crossville. It's going in the same path as the other storm. This one's also rotating. So something to watch for a tornado risk there. Also, yet again, another mesoscale discussion. The tornado threat will continue across northern Alabama into southeastern Tennessee. And actively, the more significant threat of tornadoes is seemingly across eastern and central parts of Tennessee. They're far east there of Nashville through Crossville, Jamestown, and near Gatlinburg, Knoxville, just west of there. But the warm frontal boundary still leading to enough wind shear here across northern Alabama. All right, they have just issued a new tornado warning on the storm near Dunlap that we were just talking about. This is going towards Pikeville, New Harmony, Lee Station, Lusk, Palio, and again, just south there of Crossville, which Crossville is just under a tornado warning. So seek shelter, get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. Let me go back to Mississippi real quick. Check in on that tornado warning near Waynesboro. Rotation's been strong on the storm near Waynesboro for quite some time. Again, don't let your guard down if you're in Waynesboro. Continue to stay in that safe place. Marthaville and just south of Shibuda will also be in the track of this. Just southeast and east of Laurel. Rotation's definitely still strong enough for there to be a tornado heading towards Route 84 in Waynesboro. Just to the west of Gilbertown in Alabama. Long-term track of this, if this storm does maintain its composure, it'll be moving towards Butler, Thomasville, Linden, and just north of Jackson in western Alabama. And there are some storms now forming on the Gulf Coast near Biloxi and Gulfport. None of these look very significant for right now, but tornado risk is possible if they're able to organize a bit more. I'm gonna go back up to Tennessee here. This storm's really starting to wrap up near Pikeville. We are starting to see a stronger inflow and a hook gecko present heading towards Pikeville, Tennessee. Village at Indian Rock Lake will also be in the track of this eventually. What is Chattanooga going to look like tonight? I mean, the severe weather threat is going to continue, to say the least. So, if you're in like eastern Tennessee, I'll draw a line. Basically, if you're east of it or along it, you still have a chance for some severe weather. It's basically anywhere along or east of this line, you still have a chance. I don't know what happened here, but anywhere east of this line, essentially, you still have a risk of severe weather. So, like Nashville, you're done. It's a lot of rain leading to flooding, but Chattanooga is still in the risk. Because we still have storms back out to the west that are still rotating and are still producing a threat there for some damaging winds and even maybe an isolated tornado. I'm still growing a little bit more concerned here about this supercell near Lusk in Tennessee. There is, again, a more evident amount of rotation on that cell moving towards Pikeville. There's a little cell near Dayton that's beginning to rotate, but that one's not too concerning. But there's also another storm over near Athens. That one also not rotating much, but there are a couple cells here again that are attempting to rotate. If they're able to organize a bit more, we could see a tornado drop out of one of those cells in southeast Tennessee. We have a new report coming out of Plantersville, Mississippi. There are 911 reports where State Park Road and Lee County Road are flooded, with further reports of a resident trapped with floodwater threatening the residents. So the flooding threat has actually become more prevalent. Near the beginning of today's stream, we did talk about the flooding risk for today. And there is a moderate risk for flooding, which is the second highest level that you can get for a flood risk, similar to severe weather. And that's mostly in Tennessee, Kentucky, northern Mississippi, and northern Alabama. And so far, that forecast from the Weather Prediction Center has been pretty spot on. And a lot of flooding so far in those areas. Thank you, Laughs Daily, for the super chat. Thank you, Stuart, as well. Shout out to Chip, as well as Josh and Daniel for the Venmo donations. We have massive flooding in central Tennessee. There's a camera there in Nashville. I'm wondering if it sees anything. That's what it looks like in Nashville right now. It's still raining. It's been raining there for a while. It's hard to get a good angle of all the flooding, but I mean, you can see all the green circles. They're kind of small, but all these green circles are all different flood reports of either flooded roadways or vehicles stranded. A lot of that's happening right now across central Tennessee. Let's check back in on Mississippi. We haven't looked at that in a few minutes. Rotation's not nearly as strong as about 5-10 minutes ago, but again, stay in your safe place. The tornado warning is on the north and west side of Waynesboro, Mississippi, moving towards Marthaville. Gilbertstown in western Alabama will be in the track of that soon. We do have another storm forming near Richton and Beaumont. This might organize into a supercell here soon, but it does not look overly organized for the time being. It's going towards Chatham in Alabama. And we have a really messy storm here. This is back over near Demopolis and Marion in western Alabama, just south of Tuscaloosa. This is a very messy storm, but we could see an isolated tornado come out of this, believe it or not, even though it's really messy. If we were to have one, it would probably be buried in here near Demopolis. Might even see something try to spin up on the northern side of this too if we get a little inflow notch. And then everything out here near Montgomery is non-severe storm activity that is moving through. There's also a little cell near Cordova and Dora in central Alabama that is beginning to rotate just a little bit. A little bit of rotation there. Northwest of Birmingham. It's moving to the northeast. The storm near Pikeville, north of Dunlap, has continued to intensify with rotation. Scan over scan, going towards Melvine, and again, eventually towards Crossville. But this storm in particular, it's been rotating quite a bit, and the rotation has intensified every single radar scan that we've looked at. See that rotation, it's continued to intensify, and it might not be far from producing a tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do now have a brand new tornado warning for Marengo, Hale, and Perry counties in Alabama. Which is going to be the storm back down over near Marion. This is very far back down to the south. So this is Demopolis, New Bern, and Marion. It's buried in this really messy storm. If we have a tornado, it'll be completely rain-wrapped. Lots of lightning. near Highway 80. The rotation's just southeast of Demopolis and is moving towards New Bern, Marion, and the east side of Greensboro. So seek shelter if you are in this warning. It's a very messy storm. This is pretty crazy. This is on the I-10 traffic camera in Mobile, Alabama. This has nothing to do with the severe weather, but it has to do with the storm system. Look at the water crashing along the roadway here. And there are actually some cars that pulled over, it looks like, not driving through the salt water. This is because of how strong the winds are. Keep in mind, this low pressure system back up in the Midwest is at around 975, 980 millibars. The water is crashing along the coast with a very strong southerly wind. So kind of interesting stuff. I mean, it's not really storm surge, but a little bit of coastal flooding happening there back along the Gulf Coast. Has all to do with the strong winds coming out of the Gulf. Very strong winds down here. So Mobile is actually seeing some of those impacts. It's almost like a mini hurricane, but not even close. It's like a tropical depression, if you will, if you want to go in that direction. Very, very small storm surge, essentially. Once again, we are watching a very rain-wrapped area of rotation here. Demopolis and Uniontown. This is moving into the direction of Marion in southern central Alabama. And we also have multiple tornado warnings back up in Tennessee, one in eastern Mississippi. Most concerning storm right now in Tennessee is the one near Pikeville. The rotation's been strong at times. The latest radar scan has broadened out just a little bit. It actually looks like it may have just taken a left-hand turn. Got to see the path here of this rotation. It's been kind of turning a little bit to the left, which can sometimes include tornadoes. So that's likely what we just saw here. There are more reports coming out of Bakersfield in Mississippi of a potentially violent tornado from earlier. There are trees literally leveled everywhere. Lots of damage to homes as well. Likely an intense, if not violent, tornado there from earlier. And again, we will not know any of the ratings for any of today's tornadoes really until at least tonight, but if not tomorrow. Most of them will probably end up being tomorrow. So, shout out to Bettina with the $25 Venmo. Thank you, Josh, Chip as well, for the Venmo donations. Let's go back down to Alabama. Close eye on this storm. I'll quickly check in with Brandon Kopic. We haven't really been on any chasers recently. Let's see where Brandon's at. Well, Brandon's inside of a storm. Let's check in where he is at.
Make it through.
He's in Moundsville, Alabama.
Moundsville.
Yeah, I'm south of Moundsville a little ways now.
Copy.
Alright, so he's back over just south of Tuscaloosa. So they're heading towards this tornadic supercell. While they do that, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. I'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Yeah, it's been warned. Or are you talking about a new one?
No. Well, this one, I didn't know it was tornado warned.
Yeah, the Demopolis one? Yeah, it's been tornado warned. I'm currently about 40 minutes from Marion right now. 40 minutes, 40.
All right, we are back.
What is happening right here?
Thank you, Brandon, for becoming a member in Wicked. How does northern Georgia look tonight? I think it'll be mostly wind. Again, maybe a couple tornadoes. Generally speaking, the tornado risk, again, is really the highest still in this area. It's contingent on the storm mode being discrete, but like currently, that's where the main tornado risk is located. Other than that, we still have a tornado risk as well, even back up to Tennessee. We'll have one in Georgia tonight, but it's definitely the most significant back over in Alabama. Huntland, Tennessee. Okay, so we actually have a little bit of rotation northeast of Huntsville. It is beginning to bubble up near Huntland, just a little bit. Little cell there near Huntland. We actually have another one back over near Gurley as well. A couple of rotating cells right along the Alabama and Tennessee border. So another area to watch for over the next couple of hours.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they have just issued a new tornado warning southwest of Knoxville. So again, brand new tornado warning south of I-40, southwest of Knoxville, near Sweetwater. Rotation is located right here near I-75, moving towards Lenoir City, right up I-75, going towards the south and east side of Kingston. Seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and go on the lowest floor possible. There's possibly a multi-vortex tornado that's on the ground west of Waynesboro in Mississippi. Apparently, a few moments ago, there may have been a multi-vortex tornado moments ago back over on the northwest side there of Waynesboro. The rotation's been a bit broader over the last few scans, but that's a report as of just a few minutes ago. Rotation's going to be crossing over Highway 45 here soon. Is this going to hit Virginia? Virginia will see some severe weather tomorrow. It'll be a bit more isolated, though, than what we're seeing today. We are beginning to see that severe weather risk move in the direction of Oak Ridge and Knoxville. The weather is stretching further to the east now. So as of now, we have 3 tornado warnings in eastern Tennessee. We have 1 in Alabama. And then we also have a likely tornado near Waynesboro in Mississippi. Quick update on the one east of Demopolis. The rotation's actually been intensifying a little bit back over near Demopolis. Lots of lightning, strong winds moving towards New Bern and eventually towards Marion. just south and east there of the Greensboro area. And I'll eventually go towards Highway 5. But again, from what some of the reports that we are hearing, there's apparently a multi-vortex tornado, or may have been one in the last few minutes, on the north side of Waynesboro. And if that's true, this would be the third tornado that's happened in and around Waynesboro, really just this area, over the last couple of months, which is insane. I think we've had 3. I think we've had 3 tornadoes in Waynesboro since like February 10th. That's pretty crazy. It seems like we have a possible tornado right now moving into the north side of Waynesboro near Boyce and east of West King. A few homes up there. The main town there of Waynesboro is not right now in the direct path of this, but the north side is. This is a live shot in Sweetwater, Tennessee right now. Holy cow. This is live, and this is the virtual rail fan in Sweetwater, Tennessee. This is back over in the tornado warning just to the southwest of Knoxville. That is a very crazy looking storm right there. It's hard to tell what's going on back there, but there might be something in here. Definitely a lowering, likely a large mesocyclone here, which is rotating. This is tornado warned right now. Sweetwater, Tennessee. There's around 10 trees that are down, blocking CR13 in Livingston, Alabama. Another report. And tornado warning is active right now for Sweetwater, and we got a large mesocyclone here that's rotating. Sweetwater, Tennessee, once again. Thank you, Amy, for becoming a member. Shout out to anybody, by the way, that's been picking up Shot Max Velocity merch. Again, we have a couple more weeks left of 1 million subscriber merch, and then it's gone forever. It's the top link in the description below. I can't tell what's going on back there, but I mean, this does look very suspicious. We might have a tornado just to the west here of Sweetwater. It's behind a big building, which makes it hard to see. I don't know if this camera can move. I don't think it can. Could that be actually really useful? Where's Jonesboro, Tennessee? Is that further north of Sweetwater? Does anybody know? That's south. Where is Jonesboro? It's northeast, okay. So we'll have another camera coming up in Jonesboro, but we got a large mesocyclone, pretty large lowering there on the right side of your screen. This is in Sweetwater, Tennessee right now. Sweetwater cam is stationary, thank you. So this camera will not be moving. What I can do is I can move this over a little bit. Like that. We'll probably have a small window here to just see if there's a tornado. From what I'm seeing, it's just a large lowering. I don't see anything touching, but it's quite a hard angle to look at. There go some birds. There go the ducks. They're getting out of this storm. They know what's coming. Yeah, so that's definitely the lowering. I mean, this is where we would be seeing a possible tornado. So, I mean, the good news right now is that this is just a large lowering. It's not a tornado. But nonetheless, this is definitely still a storm that you want to be in your safe place for over in Sweetwater, Tennessee. That is still a huge lowering. This is right now near Sweetwater if you're just tuning in. Very ominous skies. They even have a little scud here in the middle. Huge shout out to Jackie with the $100 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. W's in the chat for Jackie. They also dug the cheese curd velocity college fund. Appreciate that. Thank you. We have now a new report, and not one you want to hear. 3 fatalities have been reported in Tylertown, Mississippi, from a powerful tornado earlier. Not what you want to hear. That area got leveled pretty much from what I've seen. All right, so tornado warning still continues north of Waynesboro. That storm's been it's been weakening. We did have a report of a tornado on that not too long ago, but it has been weakening quite a bit. Back over in Alabama, we still do have a tornado warning north or west actually now of New Bern near Greensboro, just to the north and west there of Marion. It's going to eventually go towards Brent. So if you're in this warning, stay in your safe place. We are beginning to see some cells forming back over near Atlanta. That is not really a good thing. We have a couple of storms forming northwest of Atlanta. Now, none of these currently are severe by any means, but this is something we'll have to monitor. We actually got a few different cells that have formed in northwest Georgia. These are actually a little bit premature, so we'll keep a close eye on it. But currently not too significant. The tornado warning that we've been talking about and looking at for a little while now is the Sweetwater one. We have a large lowering on that storm, and if we get it, well, I think we'll have another view coming up here soon. But there is a large lowering on that. So if there is a tornado or anything like that, we'll obviously let you know. But that lowering right now is just now north of Sweetwater, moving right along I-75. And then we also have our tornado warning back over near Pikeville. And at this point, this rotation's broadened out a lot just south of Crossville. Just stay in your safe place just in case you are in that tornado warning. But for the time being, the rotation's at least a little bit weaker. Also, we've had some damage reports along this slew of storms. A new damage report out of Palio, Tennessee, of trees down, and there's also trees twisted, apparently. And then tree and structure damage to homes in Palmer at 5 p.m. So about 2 hours ago, some damage reports coming in there. And then several trees down in Griffith Creek in Tennessee. Possibly from tornadoes, but at the bare minimum from some sort of wind damage. Huge shout out to Bobby with a $200 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Bobby. Appreciate the generosity. Also, shout out to Grant and Carson with the Venmo donations. Matthew just said he'll be back in a few. Mods and Max, it's dinner time. When is it dinner time? I don't even have dinner time. I haven't even had a lunchtime today. It's literally just been live for like 9 hours now. There's no such thing as dinner time when you're live covering severe weather or tornado outbreaks. By the way, here's a little time lapse. This is from Live Cam Chaser on Twitter. A little time lapse from that virtual rail fan. I think it's kind of cool to look at. This is that mesocyclone that was rolling into to Sweetwater just moments ago. Is still tornado warned at this time. But kind of a little cool time lapse. I'm gonna show it one more time just so it shows the entire thing. But when I say mesocyclone, it's just basically a large area of rotation, not reaching the ground. But yeah, pretty cool little time lapse of what we just saw over the last few minutes. Gotta say, by the way, this little downtown area here of Sweetwater, Tennessee looks pretty cool. Pretty nifty. Not sure if any of you are from the Sweetwater area, but it's pretty cool. Thank you, Harper, for becoming a member. It's not dinner time, it's tornado time, pretty much. The tornado warning in Waynesboro, Mississippi has been canceled, so we are back down to 3 tornado warnings, one of which is south of Tuscaloosa, and the other 2 currently in Tennessee. And the tornado warning has just been condensed a little bit for those in the Marion area, near Greensboro, near New Bern. And we have now another update. The death toll from this entire storm system thus far is now up to 30. Over 30, or at least 30 people now, have lost their lives to this destructive tornado outbreak over the last couple of days. Thank you, Lotus. I appreciate it. Thank you for the generosity. This is the latest radar scan in Alabama near Greensboro. We still have rotation east of Greensboro, west of Marion, moving in the direction of Highway 5. It's a broader area of rotation at this point. Currently in Alabama, there's no really definitive areas of like strong rotation that we have. The only areas of rotation that looked at least a little bit more concerning were back up north of Huntsville, which are now into Tennessee. We do have actually a little supercell here just to the west and southwest of Cohen, moving towards Sewanee. So that might become something a bit more concerning, but we have a lot of convection in front of it, so it might struggle just a little bit. That is going towards Tracy City and Pelham over the next little while. And we are still watching this beast of a storm near Lenoir City and Loudon. South of Kingston, north of Sweetwater. It is still capable of producing a tornado. It did have a large lowering on that virtual rail fan not too long ago. Yeah, I'm going to relay this one more time. Somebody was pointed out in the chat, but if you're in the National Weather Service of Tallahassee and you have an NOAA weather radio, currently the servers or something like that are currently down. So they are trying to fix that. So just a heads up, if you have a weather radio in the Tallahassee area, they are basically not working for the time being. And we are expecting severe weather in some of those areas tonight. Just to give you an idea of what's going to be happening here over the next several hours, let's go through the future radar. And this goes out till about 9, so I'll have to do the other run. So this is what it looks like right now. We got pretty much a few cells up there in eastern Tennessee. Those are severe. Lots of rain falling currently across the Nashville area. and even into southern Kentucky, where significant flooding is currently happening. Lots of flash flood warnings are in effect. By around 8 to 9 o'clock tonight, Central Time, this activity will continue to push east. There will still be a bit more of an elevated tornado risk back over in southern Alabama, and even back over to northwest Georgia. We could end up seeing maybe another isolated tornado or spin-up just outside there of Atlanta as we go late into this evening. By around midnight or so tonight, Eastern Time, the severe weather will continue to track east. Atlanta, Georgia, going to see some storms around then. Keep in mind, we have a couple of storms right now out there that's not accounted for in this future radar. And then storms will continue around Montgomery, back into Pensacola, Florida. By the overnight hours, the line will continue to push east. The tornado threat as we go into the overnight hours is going to be much lower, but it's not zero. We will still have a more elevated tornado risk in southeast Alabama and southwest Georgia overnight tonight, in addition to the Florida Panhandle. So it becomes a little bit more localized, but still exists in a somewhat large region. And then by 3 to 4 a.m., the line of storms continues to push east. And then we'll be dealing with a low-end threat for severe weather tomorrow morning from central North Carolina back into northern Florida. And then during the afternoon hours, there will be a little bit more severe weather in eastern North Carolina and Virginia before this all moves offshore. So that's the latest update, again, for the future timing for severe weather. But again, keep in mind that these little storms currently... These little storms right now back over near... the Rome area and just northwest of Atlanta. These are already starting to rotate, so I'll have to watch those. By the way, this tornado warning, I'm not sure if this is new. I don't know if that just got upgraded, but we now have weather spotters confirming a tornado near Loudoun. So there is a report now of a tornado in progress near Loudoun. Not sure if this is new, but this is just popping up on my end. So, tornado in progress near Loudoun. This is the storm north of Sweetwater that we just saw a few minutes ago with the large lowering just west of Lenoir City, approaching Interstate 40. So, there is now a tornado in progress, according to weather spotters in the area. So, if you're in this tornado warning, get to your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate that. Thank you for the generosity. Glad I could keep Ari safe. You also, Christian, for becoming a member. Bobby is going on a roll here. Appreciate it. Tornado on the ground, according to WVLT News in Knoxville, with the storm cell north of Sweetwater. Okay, so it's according to news, it sounds like. According to news, there's a tornado. From what we saw, it was a large lowering, so there might have been at least some sort of tornado here. Velocities currently are not very strong. It's very messy, actually. But if there is a tornado, it would be west of Interstate 75. It'll be moving into Pine Grove on the west side of Lenoir City. Lenoir City is pretty populated. The downtown area is not included in this. And back over in Eaton and Lawnwood, you are in the track of a tornado. And even if there isn't a tornado, still going to have very high winds. We have a new radar scan coming in. Shout out to Harold with the $50 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Holly and Harold.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We do have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for Loudoun, Rowan, Knox, and Anderson counties in Tennessee. It is a confirmed tornado. So a confirmed tornado right now near Lenoir City, southeast of Harriman, in eastern Tennessee. Get to your storm shelter, basement, your closet, your bathroom. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, this is going up towards Clinton and Oliver Springs. Are going to be in the track of this. This is the camera in Oak Ridge. We're going to put that up on here. Oak Ridge is going to be on the track of this. Back to a 3 cam view. But Oak Ridge bottom middle.
Yeah, I'm sitting here.
But again, tornado currently heading up towards Oak Ridge, or Oliver Springs, Oak Ridge, and Clinton. This is a much more populated area right now of eastern Tennessee. So if you're in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. There is some sort of CC signature here, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be hail. It's probably not a tornado, but no matter what, there has been a report at this point of a tornado on this storm. Just west of I-75, it has moved through the Dogwood and Pine Grove area, and if it stays on the ground, it'll be crossing over Woodlawn, Interstate 40, and will eventually go towards Melton Hill Lake, and then it'll go through the south and east side of Oak Ridge. Claxton and Clinton will also be in the track of this. Bottom middle of your screen is probably the best quality camera that you'll find in this particular area, coming up in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Stay away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible. Again, if you are in this tornado warning. The tornado warning back over south of Crossville will likely end up being canceled. The rotation's been much weaker over there at this point. And currently in Alabama, there is not really much happening in terms of tornadoes. We still have a tornado warning near Marion, but that one's not really doing much. It's mostly just a lot of lightning, very broad rotation. So that one might be let to expire. The more significant threat right now is in Clinton, or in Tennessee, I should say. But we're going to stay on Tennessee for now. This is a confirmed tornado heading towards Oak Ridge and Clinton. What was more active, yesterday or today? I would say yesterday actually was more active. In my opinion, yesterday was worse. And I think yesterday, like today was significant, like both days are major. Both days had major tornado outbreaks. I'd say today was too. We had many, like Tylertown, Mississippi, for example, they were flattened. Keep in mind that, like, if it wasn't for all of the convection out in front of the discrete supercells this afternoon, we would be talking about a lot more significant tornadoes that would have happened. And we are lucky that a lot of that convection formed out in front of this, in front of those storms, because if it wasn't for that, we'd be talking about a major tornado outbreak still happening right now with a bunch of different tornadoes in Alabama, Mississippi, and even maybe even to Georgia and Florida. Right around this time. So now, granted, again, we're still going to see more tornadoes tonight for sure. There will still be more significant severe weather, but it has been limited a lot because of that. Yesterday was not limited. Yesterday just blew up entirely. It was insane. New mesoscale discussion coming in from the Storm Prediction Center. A downstream tornado watch is likely within the next hour or so for Atlanta, Columbus, Americus, Dothan, Crestview, and Panama City. So do anticipate a new tornado watch here soon across Alabama and Georgia. Yesterday should have been a high risk and today should have been a moderate risk. I agree with the high risk today, no matter what. And I honestly thought yesterday, I mean, I said this multiple times and a bunch of people were like, you're crazy. But I literally said yesterday, I thought yesterday should have been a high risk as well. It doesn't matter though, in my opinion. Like I feel like it matters to an extent, but a moderate risk is already significant enough to the point where you should be taking it seriously. So I posted it on Twitter, like, I don't know if it was yesterday afternoon, I think it was the day before. I said we should have a high risk, or I wouldn't be surprised if we had a high risk tomorrow. And that was for yesterday. And I think honestly it performed as if it was a high risk. And we still have a confirmed tornado west of Lenoir City, moving towards Oak Ridge and Clinton and Oliver Springs. So it's confirmed by broadcast media or weather spotters, one of the two. I've seen conflicting reports there. This tornado right now is going to be crossing over, or actually is crossing, if they're still on the ground, it'll be crossing over Interstate 40. And it's going to be approaching Oak Ridge. So Oak Ridge is about to be hit by this. Hey, Tony. Appreciate the super chat. This storm is moving north-northeast. Moving north-northeast towards Oak Ridge. It's not moving due north, but it's moving more north-northeast. Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate the generosity. And thank you, Gabriel, for becoming a member. Thank you, Scott, Cody, and Matthew for the Venmos donations. Clarksville's not really going to see much. It's other than rain. You're done over there. We actually still have a severe thunderstorm warning back over in Florence, but just for damaging winds. It's kind of surprising. We have this entire line of storms back out here to the west that's still going, still producing some wind and maybe even a brief spin up somewhere in there. But once again, really, our main concern right now is in Tennessee. There's still stuff happening in Alabama, but I'm more concerned right now about the Tennessee storm near Oak Ridge. Especially since if the tornado reports are true, I mean, this is going to be going through a populated area. Bottom right of your screen is in Oak Ridge. The rotation has just crossed over Interstate 40, and it's approaching the south side of Oak Ridge in about 5 minutes, and Melton Hill Lake, and then it'll go towards Clinton, and Oliver Springs, Marlow, and Claxton. National Weather Service of St. Louis confirms 3 tornadoes, 2 of which were EF2 and 1 EF1. Thank you, Nick, for the super chat, and wouldn't be surprised if that's true. It probably is. I saw some confirmed tornadoes up there. I honestly think there are probably more to come that are going to end up being confirmed. There were a lot of tornadoes yesterday. We want to go down to the Atlanta area. We have rotation on the Adairsville storm. There's actually a little bit of rotation there just north of Adairsville, and there's also a storm north of Cartersville. And this is what the storm looks like right now in Cartersville. It's actually you can actually see the low-level clouds here. So this storm up over in just northwest there of Atlanta is a storm that is surface-based. So we definitely could see an isolated tornado up here in northwest Georgia. It's another view there in northwest Georgia on the Radar Omega camera. We also got another one down here, but that one's out. I think this one actually in Cartersville is like the best view. We definitely have some low-level clouds there on the right. Wouldn't rule out a tornado. These storms are a little bit premature. Popped off a little earlier than I would have thought. Still have strong rotation right now coming up on Highway 95. Oak Ridge is going to be in the track of this over the next 5 minutes. If you're in Oak Ridge or Clinton, Tennessee, seek shelter. Waynesboro, Mississippi is out of the woods here when it comes to severe weather. You're good over there. Tornado warning was canceled a little while ago. Chattanooga is not done yet, no. There's still more storms. There could still be an isolated severe storm as well. Thank you, Amber, for the super chat in Douglasville, chasing towards Cartersville. Stay safe. Susan, the Venmo's in the description. Yeah, Cincinnati's fine. Yeah, not much happening up in the Ohio Valley today. It was a pretty conditional
tornado
risk.
warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This can be back over in Alabama. This is for Bibb County in Alabama. I'll wait for it to pop up. But Bibb County, Alabama, you are now inside of a tornado warning. And that is, okay, so that's just an extension. So for Brent, north of Maplesville, west and southwest of Wilton, you are in now a tornado warning. The rotation currently is just to the north of Marion, and it's going to be approaching Highway 82 in Brent over the next hour or two. So yeah, if you're in this warning, or sorry, not next hour or two, next 20 to 30 minutes. Man, you can tell it's been a 20-hour stream or 20 hours of streaming over the last 2 days. But back over to Brent over the next 30 minutes or so. Potential for a tornado exists. You can seek shelter if you're back up there in Brent. The Clinton tornado cell is still currently a confirmed tornado. Rotation is intensifying once again, and it's about to be moving into Clinton over the next few minutes. Or sorry, Oak Ridge, and then eventually Clinton over the next few minutes. Bottom middle of your screen is Oak Ridge. That's a live shot. We're going to go full cam to that in a moment, but the rotation is definitely strong enough for there to still be a tornado. They are moving the camera, so we're going to go full cam to that. This is Oak Ridge right now, just about 4 to 5 miles from the area of rotation. About 4 or 5 miles north of the rotation right now, where there is apparently a confirmed tornado. Hey, what's up? Cat was looking at me. So left side of your screen is where I'm assuming that this storm is coming from. So that's probably looking more to the south and west. Shout out to Tessa with the $15 Venmo as well. And Nathan. And Scott and Cody. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Waynell, for the PayPal donation. Thank you, Joe, for becoming a member. Dayton, Ohio is probably not going to see much other than just some rain tonight. Is there a tornado confirmed in Oak Ridge? As of now, this is a confirmed tornado. I don't see much on radar that would confirm it, but it has been observed by weather spotters as of about 10-15 minutes ago, and it's going to be moving into Oak Ridge in the next, like, 4 minutes or so, maybe 5 minutes. And so this camera is positioned here in Oak Ridge. We'll see if we can see anything.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have just issued a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Van Buren. Van Buren and White counties. Back over near Spencer, that's going towards Sparta. So if you're in Spencer or near Sparta, seek shelter away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Small little discreet cell traveling up State Route 111, moving pretty much due north. We'll eventually go towards Pleasant Hill. Regardless of this storm producing a tornado, it's definitely going to be producing some hail and wind. So, definitely a significant, severe threat with this. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds will be possible. Thank you, Susan. Appreciate that. Thank you for the Venmo. Where's this storm heading towards? It's going towards Clinton, Lafayette, I think, maybe? And then just west of Maynardville in eastern Tennessee. It's moving more into the north-northeast. Not going... This particular storm is not going towards Knoxville. Oak Ridge has plutonium and has nuclear reactors. Well, that's not good. Apparently, Oak Ridge has some sort of like nuclear reactors or something. And this is heading in that direction. I'm guessing they have like some sort of protection against tornadoes. I don't know what it is, but... I'm guessing they have some sort of protection against that stuff. They're built pretty darn tough. Well, that's a good thing. I don't think in this case, like I don't think this is a strong tornado. It could be, but I don't think it is. If there is one, I think it would take a lot for something like that to be damaged. Brian says experiencing rolling thunder, steady high winds, and significant wind gusts in Sharp Mountain, Georgia. Appreciate the report. Thank you for the super chat. There are a few storms over there in northwest Georgia right now. Lafayette, thank you. Well, the storm's moving right over top now of Oak Ridge, so over the next couple minutes, we'll see if we see anything. We might even see some hailstones coming down here in a moment, too. I definitely think there's some hail with this storm. Thank you, Ryan, Katarina, Taylor, Walker, and William for the Venmo donations. Can we see that room that you are in? Guys, if you go back to my video yesterday morning, you can literally see like what my room looks like if I have my camera on 1920p by 1080p. It looks so different. Because I did that, I did the ad with AG1, the AG1 ad in yesterday's video. And if you want to see my part of my room, that's what it looks like. So... Well, here comes the wind. Wind is getting stronger in Oak Ridge. Camera's moving. Wind is intensifying. We might see some hail here over the next couple minutes in Oak Ridge. I don't think you want to see the rest of my room, by the way. I don't think you do. This is not good. We're going to have an actual weather studio in like a few months. This is just temporary. Despite us having all these computers and monitors, it's still very compact. That AG1 ad with the zoom was hilarious. That's what we're trying to go for. Hey, I'm not gonna lie though, like AG1's good. I actually enjoy it. I've been having it every morning. It's actually pretty good. Thank you, Jackie. Appreciate it. Glad to see you're eating. Yes, I am eating. That's what I'm eating. The CC drop that we're seeing near Oak Ridge is probably hail. I'm gonna be honest though, I really don't think we've had a tornado with this for a while. I've been kind of saying that, but seems like mostly wind and hail at this point, and it might even be becoming outflow dominant. There's not really much rotation left on this. But for now, it's still a confirmed tornado. And they just updated the warning. They still have this as a confirmed tornado. There's still a confirmed tornado near Oak Ridge, according to this warning from the National Weather Service, and we're right now in Oak Ridge. There's definitely hail with this. Might even have a tornado somewhere wrapped in the rain. How many tornadoes are confirmed so far? We've at least had 25 confirmed from yesterday. Today, no clue. Won't really know about today until tomorrow or Monday. So once again, bottom middle of your screen is the Oak Ridge camera. It's mostly wind as of right now. Moving towards Clinton. Some hail, but they have continued a observed tornado warning, which means there's still a tornado possibly with this, according to the National Weather Service. We do have a tornado warning back over in Spencer. This is in Spencer, Tennessee. A little bit further off to the west, near the village of Indian Rock Lake. So some rotation there, moving towards State Route 30, going towards Route 70. Pleasant Hill and Sparta will eventually be in the path of that area of rotation. And we've had a couple little baby supercells down here, back over in South Pittsburgh and near Chattanooga. None of these have materialized into much, but there is still a low-end tornado risk with something like that. And we do have a little supercell even back over in Calhoun in northwestern Georgia. That storm has been kind of going here for a little bit now. This is over in Pickens County, Georgia, on the radar mega cyclone port. You can barely see it, but it's very dark. Little cell here, but here's the cloud base right there. And that storm, too, might actually have a little bit of rotation. We have a couple of rotating cells here. Again, premature storms out here in northwestern Georgia, a little ahead of what we were anticipating. We still have a tornado warning in Alabama, and actually, we might have a tornado, possibly dropping or may have dropped briefly. Little tight couplet there just west of Brent, Alabama, not included in a tornado warning. That is going towards Route 82. There are also a couple of cells back over near Valley Grande, west of Selma, that are starting to rotate as well. So a little bit of rotation here along Route 80. That is going to be moving east-northeast. And then we also have a storm north of Mobile. That is currently producing some hail and wind, but currently the tornado risk is relatively low with that activity. The PDS tornado watch that's in effect in Alabama expires in 34 minutes. So what will end up happening is that they'll issue a new tornado watch here soon for central and eastern Alabama and also back into Georgia. And keep in mind, our next SPC outlook will be coming out here in about 30 minutes. So we'll see what the risk of severe weather is going to be for the rest of the evening and also into the overnight hours. I would assume that they're going to maintain a moderate risk at the minimum, but a high risk will probably end up getting removed if I had to guess. So that is the thinking, at least in my opinion, right now. Thank you, Mystic, for the super chat, and also shout out to a bunch of people. Danny, Found by Chance, Cheryl, Laura, and Lana and Christian, all for the Venmo donations. And also shout out to James with the $50 PayPal donation. Put some W's in the chat for James. Appreciate that. And as well as Lacey. And Laura says, thanks for keeping us updated. We watch you instead of our local weather stations. I appreciate you tuning in. And I just had somebody Venmo me and say it's snowing in northwest Missouri. Can anybody confirm that? Is it actually snowing in northwest Missouri? I find that hard to believe. Is it actually snowing? Actually, that might be true. Now that I think about it, it actually might be snowing up there. There are blizzard conditions in the forecast back up in Minnesota. No, they're actually, yeah, there's a little snow. Can you believe it? What in the world is going on? Is this a coating of snow? We have a coating of snow over north of Kansas City. We literally just had a whole windbag go through this area yesterday, and then in addition to tornadoes just off to the east of this part of Missouri. How in the world is there snow here? It's 34 degrees north of Kansas City. Absolutely crazy. It was in the 80s there yesterday. Literally, it was in the 80s. Now it's snowing. Rotation's tightening up just a little bit near Clinton, going towards Norris and I-75. Thank you, FBI, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Scott, for the Venmo, and Danny. Chattanooga is still under a risk of severe weather for the next few hours, but again, the main concern right now is just isolated wind and hail and maybe a brief spin-up. There isn't much left, though, for Chattanooga. Like, I'll be honest. Like, we got a couple cells over here. The more intense, I think, thing that'll happen in Chattanooga will be a little bit later this evening with a line of storms that's forming. But that'll be mostly isolated wind. And again, maybe a tornado or two in that line. The storm south of Dalton continues to look very interesting. This is a very tiny looking supercell. And there's an inflow right over I-75 approaching Dalton, Georgia. If you are in Dalton or Chatsworth or Eaton, you might want to consider staying at least weather aware. There's definitely a potential here for a tornado as this continues to move north. Any future risk for Atlanta? Atlanta will see some storms here pretty soon. We got a few hours, but we'll start to see some severe storms in your neck of the woods. A better shot around midnight tonight. But there could still be an isolated storm a little bit before that. We've had a few just north of Atlanta, so I wouldn't rule it out. But the most intense severe weather, again, has already passed us, but we still have a risk ongoing across Alabama, Tennessee, southeastern Kentucky, back into the Florida Panhandle, and as well as into Georgia. This is what it's going to look like around about 2 hours from now, so around 9:30. Lots of storms across Alabama, very messy. We'll be talking about mostly damaging winds with a few tornadoes still being possible. By 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, those storms are rolling into Atlanta, Georgia. Mainly going to be talking about damaging winds with still a few tornadoes being a possibility. A little after midnight tonight, we'll continue to see heavy rainfall. Damaging winds still the main concern from Atlanta back into the Florida Gulf Coast. And then as we go into the overnight hours, this is going to be fizzling or weakening out as it moves further east. Severe weather will be a much lower risk in the morning, and then we'll be watching for a slightly higher risk of severe weather as we go into late tomorrow morning and into the early afternoon hours, mainly from about Greensboro and Fayetteville all the way back into Jacksonville and Gainesville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And this severe weather threat will be mostly damaging winds, low tornado risk in that region. I don't really think we'll see much in the way of tornadoes, but we might have a couple. So, and low chance that we're live tomorrow. And what is this tornado warning? Bro, what happened to this tornado warning? What is this? We have a new tornado warning. I don't think this is intentional, but we have a new tornado warning. Fairglade. I've never seen a tornado warning like this. This is something. Is this like a CWA region and somehow this I don't know how that even happens. If you're in that tornado warning for, I don't know what county it is. Oh, I don't even know where it went. I don't know what county this is. The tornado warning disappeared on my software. They might have. Oh, what just happened? Okay, they updated it. All right, we got our tornado warning polygon. They changed the entire warning. It's going to be back down near Crab Orchard, Fairglade, or Fairfield Glade, and Ozone. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. That was definitely an accident. Somebody clicked the wrong button. Rotation right now is over Interstate 40, and it's moving towards Fairfield Glade over the next few minutes. So that was something. That was one of the craziest polygons I've ever seen. I don't even know how you'd explain that to somebody. Tornado warning will be let to expire for Clinton here pretty soon, but continue to stay in your safe place if you're in Clinton. This warning has been labeled as confirmed for quite a while. The rotation itself is going to be moving towards I-75 and eventually towards Maynardville here very soon. Just north of Knoxville. And we still have a tornado warning for another 12 minutes back over east of Sparta. That's what it looks like right now in Sparta. Really not much to see currently. All right. Thank you to Earl with the $20 super chat. In lower southwest Michigan, it was 70 today, and tomorrow was supposed to get to down to 25 with a rain-snow mix. That is wild. That is called a significant weather change. Shout out to Zach with the $20 Venmo. Okay, apparently Zach wants me to say, please say Ryan. It's important to save money. You're welcome, whoever Ryan is. Thank you, Salas, also for the Venmo donation. And Scott, appreciate it. What do you think about Oak Ridge for the rest of the night? Well, I mean, right behind the storm that we just saw, there is actually another little cell here that's going to produce some gusty winds and maybe some small hail. But after this, it's mostly going to be just some more isolated damaging winds. It's going to be a stormy evening and overnight.
A new tornado
just anticipate that we're probably going to have, plenty of... We're probably going to have plenty of different storms rolling through your area. Lots of lightning as well. Brand new tornado warning has been issued in central southern Alabama. This is going to be back over near Jemison, south of Albaster, and south of Calera for those in Bibb and Chilton counties. The storm isn't really rotating much right now, but we are starting to get that shape. A little bit of a hook, strong inflow as well, approaching Jemison and Interstate 65. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, get to your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible. If you're along the interstate there of 65 between Clanton and Calera, you're probably going to want to avoid this activity. Even if we don't get a tornado, there could still be some strong winds in your area. And there's also a little bit of rotation developing over in eastern Alabama. It's not a warned area, but just west of Goodwater. Starting to see a little bit of rotation there, moving to the northeast towards Ashland. So that'll be something to watch for. We have a string of tornado warnings in Tennessee right now, and then we have had a little bit of rotation near Dalton in Georgia, but that rotation is becoming a little bit weaker now. These storms, again, not really, they're really weird. They formed very early, and they're not in a great environment, so they're not going to have much success, I think, producing much of a severe weather risk. Rotation's actually cranking up a little bit near Sparta. I'm going to try to get that Sparta camera on here in case something does happen. We'll put it bottom middle of your screen. That's Sparta, Tennessee. Rotation's actually increasing a bit here now near Ravenscroft and going in the direction of Yankeetown. We're going to have to keep a close eye on that. That's intensified a lot over the last few minutes. Huge shout out to Dana with the $50 Venmo and Diane. Put some W's in the chat for both Diane and Dana. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Tab, from Arizona. Appreciate you tuning in from Arizona. There is a storm chaser, apparently, that he thinks he's the first ever storm chaser to film a tornado with a Nintendo 3DS. The Bay Springs, Mississippi tornado was apparently filmed with a Nintendo 3DS. I didn't even know those things still existed. I'm not going to lie. That's actually wild. Bro did not care about quality. He just cared about being the first to do something. The storm up here just north now, or northeast of Oak Ridge, northeast of Clinton. We are beginning to see more rotation again on this. There is an inflow, and we got hail as well. But we are seeing more rotation along Interstate 75. Going towards Alder Springs, Sharp Chapel, and New Tazewell will eventually be in the track of that. So a little uptick in rotation now near Clinton. We will have a new tornado watch within the next 20 minutes because the other one's going to be expiring. The PDS tornado watch ends in about 20 minutes, so in probably about 10-15 minutes, maybe sooner, we will have a new tornado watch in effect for parts of Georgia, Alabama, and also back down into Florida, where a few tornadoes continue to stay likely. Thank you, Rise, for the $10 super chat saying, Northwest Missouri. I didn't believe it when you said it, but I'd be damned. It's snowing. It is snowing apparently up there. There's some light snow, a little mix up there. It's not really cold enough for an accumulation, but it is snowing, which is actually pretty shocking. They have just canceled the tornado warning near Harriman, and they also just canceled the tornado warning near Clinton. We no longer have any confirmed tornado warnings. But we do have a tornado warning near Sparta, which goes for 5 more minutes. And we actually have rotation increasing back over near Pikeville again. Multiple areas of rotation developing back over east of McMinnville, going towards Crossville in Tennessee, east of Sparta. So we still have many areas of rotation out here in eastern Tennessee. Definitely a tornado risk that's going to continue. Thank you, Hattie, for the super chat. Filming tornadoes tonight on my LG fridge. We'll update with footage soon. Smart fridges. You'd have to bring that fridge into the back of your pickup truck and try to record a tornado with it. That'd be kind of crazy. Huge shout out to Heidi with the $75 Venmo. W's in the chat for Heidi. Really appreciate the generosity. Radar scan coming in right now. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a new tornado warning here soon going towards Crossville again. I know we have some people watching from Crossville, but we do have some rotation there. That's really our best radar site, but we do have rotation going right towards Crossville. W's in the chat for Laura as well for the $100 super chat. Thank you for the 2-day live stream marathon. You've saved countless lives. I appreciate you tuning in, and thank you for the generosity. Hope I could help you as well. Max, could you tell my kids it's safe to go to bed in Middle Tennessee? They've been watching you since it started today and refuse to go to bed. If you're in Nashville, I think you're fine, unless you're like in the flooding risk. That's like the only thing that I'm like a little bit more concerned about in central Tennessee. Otherwise, the severe weather over like in Nashville is done. Well, we got a response, by the way. So if you guys weren't here a few minutes ago, we had the craziest tornado warning I think we've ever seen. Which since then, that tornado warning has been canceled. The National Weather Service of Morristown responded. I don't think this was even who issued it, but they said, nope, that warning was swiftly corrected. One of the craziest tornado warnings we've ever seen. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Pikeville, just south of Crossville, with a tornado possible label on it. What about Jacksboro and La Follette? It's mostly going to be hail and wind, but it's all to your southeast for the most part. It's going more towards New Tazewell. Wouldn't be surprised if this tried to produce a tornado. There is rotation still on this, and it did produce a tornado at one point back over near Sweetwater, Tennessee, and Oak Ridge. There's still rotation here, and it might try to produce again as it goes towards New Tazewell. But it's a bit more of a rural area until it gets there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning for Shelby County in Alabama. We are definitely starting to see intensifying rotation here back over west of Jemison in Alabama. That rotation's wrapping up really quickly. I think we're going to see tornado genesis with this cell. It's really rain wrapped, but it's definitely trying to produce a tornado. The new tornado warning for Shelby might be this, but I don't see the tornado warning yet. But there is strong rotation. There's rotation strengthening as well back over north of Goodwater. We pointed that out a little while ago. That's something else to watch for. But the new tornado warning is going to be for Alabaster, Pelham, and Montevallo. So if you're in any of those areas, you need to be getting to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. There is a pretty good chance that we're going to have a tornado on the ground in the next couple of moments. If not, we might have one already. That rotation's been intensifying very quickly. And we do have a tornado. This might go PDS. We do have a tornado in progress. It is just dropped. My velocities on here I haven't updated, but you can see it right here. A tight area of rotation just east of Brent, west of Jemison. The winds currently are around 90 miles per hour, just going away from the radar. Even going towards the radar, it's about 40. So this is probably at least a strong tornado that has just dropped here east of Brent. We do have a small little debris signature. I think it's going to grow here over the next few minutes. And
This is an
PDS.
emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So we now have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress west of Jemison. So this is now a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress near Oakley, Bibb Mill, and going towards Oakley. We actually could have two tornadoes with this storm. If we go over to the velocities right now, we could have two tornadoes. We have one here. That's the PDS one. That's the large one. We have another one potentially just back off to the west, which is going to be east of Brent. So there actually could be twin tornadoes right now moving to the northeast. This one is definitely strong. So again, make sure that you're getting to your safe place. That's a tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm moving northeast. It's a large and extremely dangerous tornado. And then we may have a second one behind that. And the debris signature is very evident that we have a tornado in progress. So that is blown up here just over the last couple of minutes. It's a relatively rural area, but it's near Thomas Mill and also near Oakley and Bibb Mill. It's a rain-wrapped tornado too, which makes this dangerous, but it's just crossing over Highway 139 right now, and it will be going towards Interstate 65. And Brent is over here for reference. That's Brent, Jemison, Thorsby, and then again, all this is currently tracking towards Calera, Columbiana, Wilsonville, Alabaster, Montevallo, and Chelsea, just south of Birmingham. But again, you can see that debris signature near Thomas Mill. I'm going to see if we have any like locations here. These are mostly unincorporated areas, but they're in the track of this tornado near Thomas Mill. There is a lot of trees. There are some farms. The Shady Grove Farms is in the track of this, and also the Shady Grove Missionary Baptist Church could take a hit from this tornado as it continues to move northeast. It's going to be going in the direction of Oakley, and up in Oakley, that's mostly just a lot of farms again. But again, this is a fully rain-wrapped tornado. I mean, there's just no way to see this. Even if there's a storm chaser in the area, it's fully rain-wrapped. Also, while this has been happening, we do have a brand new tornado watch that has been issued. This is going to include central and eastern Alabama, the Florida Peninsula, as well as western Georgia, around Atlanta. So this is going to run until 4 a.m. tonight. And we're going to get the details of this tornado watch. The National Weather Service, or the National Weather Service tornado page on Twitter is currently down, so we don't have the immediate details. But the current thinking, this is the latest wording from the Storm Prediction Center. Several tornadoes and a couple of intense tornadoes are likely. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail up to 2 inches in diameter, and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is likely. So those are some of the new details on the tornado watch. They're still forecasting several tornadoes to happen here between now and 4 a.m. tonight. And the new SPC outlook should be out in any second. It might already be out. Let me check. It's coming out here at any moment, though. I don't think we quite have it yet, but we should in a second.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Tornado warning for Shelby County has just been upgraded to observed. That is because of the tornado that's in progress near Highway 139, the one we've been tracking here over the last few minutes. That tornado is still in progress, by the way, on the west side of Oakley. It's about to cross Highway 139. There's an area of rotation as well, just back off to the west, which could lead to, again, possibly twin tornadoes with this as it continues to move northeast towards Ashby, Oakley, and Wilton. We have yet again another tornado warning that has just been issued. This is going to be for Clay, Cleburne, and Calhoun counties in Alabama. So this is the other storm that we were talking about a little while ago, going towards Waldo and Oxford. That one will probably try to produce a tornado here pretty soon. Also, no tornado warnings active in Tennessee anymore. They're all now in Alabama for the time being. The National Weather Service of Birmingham is, in the last 7 minutes, is preparing for potential shelter due to the current motion of the Bibb County storm. If it becomes necessary, the National Weather Service of Atlanta will be taking over for the National Weather Service of Birmingham, depending on what happens with this storm. So the National Weather Service, again, of Birmingham is in the direct path of a tornado, and if this continues, they're going to be transferring over leadership temporarily to the National Weather Service there of Atlanta.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We do have a new confirmed, upgraded observed tornado warning. That is just for the tornado warning that's back over near Jemison. So that one's been upgraded now to observed. We have 3 areas of rotation currently. We got 1, 2, 3. We have 3 areas of rotation all in the same storm right now. And so we could have a tornado with legitimately any of these. Going towards Calera, Montevello, and Wilton. Three different areas of circulation. We'll have another radar scan in a second. The only tornado that we can literally see on radar right now is the one near Highway 139. But again, there could be as many as 3 tornadoes just in this 1 to 2 mile span or radius here near Highway 139. Also, we do have a new SPC outlook that has just come out. So brand new information for tonight. The high risk for severe weather has been removed. So we no longer have a high risk of severe weather. The moderate risk of severe weather has been maintained across the southeast. That still includes the Atlanta area, south and eastern parts of Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, and also in southern Alabama and southeast Mississippi, where a few tornadoes are going to continue to be likely. The Storm Prediction Center again mentioned that several tornadoes are likely. and the marginal risk still is in place up into Ohio. The tornado risk, again, has been condensed. Strong and potentially long-track tornadoes remain a possibility in Georgia and Alabama. And then our wind risk has not updated yet, but it's probably just a bit more condensed. And so whenever that updates, I'll let you know. But that's the new risk outlined here by the Storm Prediction Center for tonight. Shout out to Bro What with the 20 gifted memberships. W's in the chat for Bro What. Appreciate that. I think that's the second time, by the way. I really appreciate the generosity. How long will this last? It's going to go until at least 4 a.m. tonight. This risk will technically continue into tomorrow as well, but tomorrow's risk is honestly lower. It's not as significant, but there will be a potential for, a couple tornadoes maybe tomorrow, maybe a few. This is, again, just south of Albaster, south of Birmingham, Alabama. We have 3 areas of rotation. One west of 139, one hitting 139, and the other one west of Jemison. New radar scan is coming in. We could have as many as 3 tornadoes here again in just the next few minutes with this area of rotation. 3 different areas of rotation. Oak Ridge camera down? Oh, it's still up. I don't think really anything's happening in Oak Ridge, but we'll put it on. Actually, I'll put on Storm Runner Media. We have a little tightening east of Ashby, and we have another tight area of rotation near Oakland. So again, possibly 2 different tornadoes right now, heading toward Montevallo and Calera. And again, going towards Interstate 65 over the next few minutes. We also have a tornado warning back over near Waldo. This rotation is becoming a little bit weaker. We have a lot more convection popping up there now. But if it's able to organize again, a tornado is definitely in play. There is still a relatively large area here in southern Alabama where if we get any discrete supercells, strong tornadoes are definitely still in play. Same thing up back near Atlanta, too. There's a large area here that's untapped for its environment right now. So there's definitely still a chance of a couple more strong or even long-track tornadoes this evening. The majority of the storms in very far southern Mississippi and Alabama are not severe at this time. Some strong storms. And we are starting to get some new severe thunderstorm warnings back up into Tennessee. Rotation's strengthening a little bit right now north of Chattanooga near Soddy Daisy, moving towards Dayton and Pikeville. So broad circulation there. And we also have rotation just to the south of Cleveland. It's going to be moving towards Little Mountain in Tennessee.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they have just issued a new tornado warning in Tennessee. That's going to be for Hamilton, Rhea, and Bledsoe counties. It's a storm that is moving north at 60 miles per hour. It's going to be near Dunlap. So that's going to be the north. This is a storm north of Chattanooga. So this storm's ramping up pretty quickly. Graysville, Pikeville, and New Harmony, be in your safe place. I can't believe it's true here, but Pikeville's been under like 3 or 4 tornado warnings now, just in the last like 4 hours, and you're under another one. Again, rotation is just now to the north of Soddy Daisy. Quickly moving to the north. So seek shelter, Pikeville, just south of there in Tennessee. Jeez. I appreciate you tuning in, Kelly. I'm glad I can teach you some stuff about radar. PDS tornado warning continues for 3 more minutes, and then it'll be let to expire. We still have, again, 2 tornadoes potentially in progress right now, moving towards Calera and Montevallo. 2 strong areas of rotation moving to the northeast. This is a very messy storm, as I've mentioned many times, but, like, again, this environment is just favorable for tornadoes in general, and we still have lots of rotation, even in messy storms like this. It's basically one huge storm, but It's just not even close to organized.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning now in Georgia. This is the first tornado warning for Georgia of the day. This is going to be back up near Blue Ridge and McKaysville, south of Ducktown. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Once again, McKaysville and Blue Ridge in a tornado warning. This is going to be approaching the Flat Top Mountain, and again, the west side of Blue Ridge, near McKaysville. We may have we might even have a couple tornadoes again. This is a completely different spot now, but there's rotation just south of Calera. That's gonna be approaching the south side of town, again in Alabama. We got another one near Montevello. This is a populated area, so if you have any friends or family in this area, please make sure that they're getting to their safe places. You're near Montevello or Calera in Alabama. Shelby Springs, Springs Junction, Columbiana, Joinertown, 4 Mile, Wilsonville, Chelsea, Watkins, Indian Springs Village are all included in this tornado warning. Main areas of rotation, again, are in the south side of that tornado warning near Montevello and Calera. There actually might be a tornado on the one south of Calera. The velocities are tight, but not a clear enough debris signature to say that's a tornado. There might be a tornado with this right here. It's the latest radar scan coming in. So yeah, main areas of rotation. We got one over the south side of Calera. And the PDF's tornado warning, by the way, has just ended. So we're now back down to a normal, or not normal, but it's an observed tornado warning instead. There might be a tornado again on the south side of Calera. And if there is one, this will be hitting the Hardys, the Calera Intermediate School. It would be approaching Adventures Coffee Company. In addition to a Little Caesars Pizza, there's the Mama Coco Cantina, Restore 24, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Advanced Auto Parts, Dollar General, all along the same road near Calera. So if we have a tornado, it's approaching those areas. And this is what it looks like. It's right next to the radar site. And once again, the National Weather Service of Birmingham might be taking shelter right now due to the ongoing tornado threat right next to their office. But tight area of circulation right along the highway going right into Calera here over the next couple of minutes. All right, this radar scan is glitched out. We'll wait a second for it to update. If there's a tornado, it's going to be rain wrapped, so don't try to look outside for this one. And if there is also a tornado, the Calera High School's in this area. The Red Onion Food Place, Relax Inn. Timberline Golf Club is not far from this as well, just off to the east side there of Interstate 65. Again, we are suspecting if there is a tornado, it would be right over Calera right now. If not, it's just over the south side. There also might be a tornado back over near Valley Junction, but that rotation's slightly broader, just slightly. All right, here's the... we just got a new radar scan. For some reason, it's not updating on here. This is now over Calera. The strongest rotation is right over the downtown area of Calera right now. There could be a tornado right over top of the town. It's still not clear if we have a tornado, but I think there is one. And we also have strong rotation a little bit further west of Calera, just east of Montevallo. So we might have a tornado right over the downtown area of Calera. Also, National Weather Service of Birmingham is now taking shelter as the storm is about to pass over their office. So that is now, sounds like official, that they will be passing over their office here. In the next couple of minutes. Very dangerous storm right now here. And obviously, for those that are wondering, the National Weather Service of Atlanta would be taking over for Birmingham, as they are going to be taking shelter. Rotation on the tornado warning near Oxford is broader at this point. Not as concerned about this one, but if you're near Oxford, just continue to heed the warning. Just stay away from windows at the minimum, but the rotation has been broader here over the last few minutes. Again, the tornado right now would be right over Interstate 65 or just over the downtown area of Calera, moving to the north. So far today, we've at least had 8 to 10 strong and intense tornadoes confirmed. And unfortunately, a lot of wind damage reports. So just a little update there. At least 8 to 10 tornadoes have been strong or intense that have been confirmed today, at least from what we've seen via radar and imagery. We likely have a tornado right now over the north side of Calera. I'd be surprised if we don't have one. The velocities are very tight. Currently moving right over I-65. And we do have a tornado. So we now have a tornado in progress very close to the National Weather Service of Birmingham office. So we now have a tornado. It's right over I-65 and it's on the north side of Calera. So currently there are many areas being hit by this tornado, including the Calera Baptist Church. There's multiple homes here right next to the interstate as well. The Dollar General may have just taken a hit by this. And this is also near Calera Elementary School. With the National Weather Service of Birmingham now seeking shelter, there is a possibility that this does not get upgraded to PDS, but there is definitely a tornado here right along I-65, and it's moving northbound. So we definitely have a tornado with this storm now. If I had to guess, this will probably end up getting upgraded. But, oh man, that right there is a, yeah, we have a big time tornado right over I-65. Huge tornado right now near I-65. This is live right now on one of the traffic cams. It is obviously very hard to see anything. A lot of rain, but there is a legitimate tornado right now. It's a huge tornado right over Interstate 65. Just south of Darjan. It's moving towards, it's going to be moving towards Highway 70, but we have a big debris signature right there. It's a very dangerous storm. You need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom. But we got a huge tornado that just crossed over I-65 north of Calera. It's approaching Highway 70. It's gonna be moving towards the west side of Columbiana here shortly as well. Again, please make sure that you're in your safe place.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They just upgraded the warning for Shelby to observed again. So this is a confirmed tornado. More than likely, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. right over Interstate 65. It's next to the radar site. Like, this isn't even that far from their the office there, the National Weather Service of Birmingham office. It's like literally right next to it. There is a legitimate debris ball, though, that is crossing over Highway 70 right now. So we have a debris ball crossing over, or just crossed over I-65. It's on the east side of Dargen. It's going to be crossing Alabama Highway 70 in the next couple of minutes. And then it's eventually going to make its track over a bit more of a rural area before hitting a community, by the way. There's a few homes there. We have a whole community right here. It's the Waterford Clubhouse that's in the track of this tornado. And we got a new CC scan coming in right now. But that's for some reason going backwards. But the tornado itself will be going right into this community. There's many homes in this community right here. All these roads right here. The Waterford Clubhouse. A significant tornado hitting that area as we speak. This is a strong tornado that is rolling through this area. Just north of Calera. And this is, again, south of Birmingham, Alabama. We have an ongoing strong tornado. It's moving northeast along Highway 70. Very, very, very dangerous storm. This is, again, a live shot right along I-65, right next to where this tornado is. There's a lot of lightning. Lightning's flashing every, like, second or two. This is in the vicinity of where this tornado is located. Sounds like that there are trailer parks in this area where the tornado is. There are potentially either trailer parks and even possibly RV parks that are being impacted by this tornado as it continues to move north. There's also a community there just off of Alabama Highway 70 that is likely taking a direct hit currently from this tornado. And also the tornado might be like just next to the radar site. Radar site, I might go down, you never know, with this tornado being that close, but there's a chance that this tornado is literally over the radar site right now. This frame is a few minutes old, but it's probably right about here where that tornado is located. It's coming up on Camp Branch, Alabama, just to the east of Longview.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we now have a new tornado warning for those in Valley Grande near Billingsley and Clanton, south of Maplesville. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Brand new tornado warning for Billingsley, Clanton, and Maplesville, north of Valley Grande. So the tornado threat is once again upticking, and now in Alabama. And also, we still have a tornado warning. Just a quick update. We still have a tornado warning in northern Georgia. Rotation's broader on that, and we do have a tornado warning in Tennessee. That will probably be canceled. There's not much rotation there. But continue to stay in your safe places if you're in those warnings. Not really much there for right now, in my opinion. A little bit of a concerning trend that we are seeing. So first off, what I'm seeing right now is that on the most recent radar scan, this tornado barely missed the radar site. So this tornado now is just over the east side of the radar site here, south of Birmingham, southeast of Alabaster. And the tornado now is crossing over highway, it's going to be crossing over Highway 26 in the next couple of minutes. This is what the velocities look like. Couple different things I want to point out. First off, the tornado just barely missed the radar site. It is still in progress, but it just barely missed the radar. And then we also have just south of there, potentially an area that we have to watch for another tornado back near I-65. So that might be another area to watch for as that moves to the northeast. But that rotation over the radar site is currently coming up on Highway 26, and it looks like we still have a debris signature. But again, we are next to the radar site, so you really can't see it very well. If you have any friends or family in Alabama that might be being impacted by these tornado warnings, feel free to share the stream with them. Get the word out there. Again, we still got tornadoes happening. It is after sunset, and the tornado threat is only going to continue. Again, we have a tornado watch for several tornadoes being likely across Alabama, Georgia, and as well as Florida between now and 4 a.m. So a long tornado risk is ahead tonight. And we actively have a tornado just to the southeast of Alabaster in Alabama that has probably produced a lot of damage here over the last several minutes. Yeah, we still have a big tornado on the ground. So we still have a tornado in progress. It's now just past the radar site. It's approaching County Road 26. So this tornado is now approaching County Road 26, just east of Camp Branch. Again, just to the east right now of Interstate 65. There is still a tornado here. This is going to be hitting right next to the Dunn's Rock Quarry. And the Acres Heritage Farm could be taking a direct hit by this, and as well as Family Connection. Few areas in the track of this, but we still definitely have a tornado. Here's a slightly more clear view of that tornado. It's that dark blue, which again is approaching County Road 26 with very strong and tight rotation. Now just to the northeast of that radar site. And rotation's ramping up as well in that southern tornado warning, which is all the way back down here towards Billingsley. Also, National Weather Service of Birmingham is back. The National Weather Service of Atlanta did take over there for a few minutes. They were sheltered in place due to this tornado being right next to their office. We will have another radar scan in a moment. But again, rotation's also increasing down near Billingsley, Alabama. That one might become a tornadic supercell here pretty soon. It's another discrete cell that's going to be moving in the direction of Clanton, just south of Jemison, northwest of Montgomery. And we also have a tornado warning still continuing for Oxford, Alabama. That one will probably be canceled. Rotation on that has been quite weaker here over the last several minutes. All right, we should have a new radar scan right about now. As a reminder, we have a tornado that's about to cross Country Road 26 north of Calera in Alabama. It is a likely strong and maybe even a large tornado that is approaching Country Road 26. Joinertown is in the track of this in the next few minutes. Down the road, some locations include Chelsea, Westover, and the Yellowleaf Creek Estates near Watkins. Again, that right there is your tornado. Right next to the radar site. There are reports coming in of damage in Calera, including a Walmart. So the National Weather Service of Birmingham just reported that there is now damage at the Calera Walmart after this tornado in the last 15 minutes has hit that area. See if there's any other reports. But that's the main report. So they just reported damage at the Walmart from this tornado. The tornado right now is now crossing Country Road 26, approaching Joinertown. This storm over south of all these other storms, back over south of Calera, near Billingsley, that one's starting to ramp up pretty quickly. The rotation's intensifying, and we're probably going to get a tornado on this going towards Interstate 65 in just a few minutes. So I-65 is in the path of that, back over near Clanton. Definitely make sure that you are staying very vigilant. Get to your safe place if you're in this warning. This is south of that tornado warning that's back up near the radar site. Back up to the other tornado warning. If we still have a tornado right now, it's going to be over Joinerstown. The radar currently not confirming that. But we may still have a tornado near Joinerstown. Velocities have not updated. Let me check on here. Yeah, so we still have a debris signature. So there is still a tornado. It's not as large as before, but there is still a tornado in progress back over near Joinerstown. And it's, again, moving northeast. It'll be going towards Chelsea, Alabama. But there is still a debris signature. It's not as large as before, but we definitely still have a tornado.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, brand new tornado warning has been issued. This is a brand new confirmed tornado warning for Shelby County in Alabama. They're going to extend this warning as the National Weather Service of Birmingham does think that this could be a problem in the long term. That is heading up towards Route 280, northwest of Childsburg, near Hampersville, Vincent, and Westover, just south of Leeds, just south of I-20. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. So again, a dangerous storm currently that is moving to the northeast and has already had a history of producing at least a strong tornado at one point. It has damaged the Walmart as well. I am growing more concerned, though, about this southern storm back over near Billingsley. Like, this one, long-term, I think, has a greater potential of producing a tornado out of any of the storms that we have right now. In a pretty favorable environment as of right now. It's a discrete supercell, lots of wind shear, lots of instability.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It could definitely be a problem long-term. We also have another tornado warning. This is going to be for Mobile, Monroe, Clark, and Washington counties in Alabama. So a brand new tornado warning. This is all the way back down in southwestern Alabama, near Mount Vernon in Cintronelli. Going towards Route 43, south of Jackson. So if you are in this tornado warning, get to your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is once again heading towards Jackson. All the way back down in southwestern Alabama. Huge shout out to Diane with the $100 super chat. I just got my first tornado warning. I'm seeing flashes and thunder. Ugh. I thought I was out of the danger area for tonight. I'm in Milton, Florida. How does it look, Max? I don't think Milton, Florida is going to be too bad. The tornado risk is mostly going to be in Alabama, Georgia, maybe a little bit of the Florida Panhandle. That's really about it. There are power flashes being seen back over in Alabaster. Alabama, right over here. There were some power flashes just visible on one of the traffic cams a second ago, but I don't, for some reason, have that one pulled up. So apparently I think this is the one. A little bit blurry, but this is back up where that tornado is near, or just east of Alabaster, near County Road 29, I believe it is. Just had a power flash here a second ago, so there may still be a tornado here. The winds are still gusty here. Not seeing any power flashes right now. We now have a brand new tornado in progress near McIntosh, Alabama. So a new tornado has just dropped. McIntosh, Alabama. We now have a tornado that has just dropped. That's going to be near Pletcher. So tornado has now dropped near Pletcher, approaching Pools Crossroads, going towards I-65, and it will be approaching Clanton. So again, get to your safe place if you are in this warning. There is a tornado here that is now in progress, moving towards Clanton. There will be some cameras coming up along the interstate, by the way. We're going to keep a close eye on those. But we do have a tornado, again, that has just dropped near Pletcher. And it's going to be going towards Clanton in Alabama. This is a discrete supercell, so this one's a little bit more dangerous with where it is at right now. The tornado that was confirmed back over up near Chelsea now, that one at this point is not nearly as intense. The rotation is much broader at this point, but we are beginning to see some rotation building again near the leading edge of this Boeing segment, back over near Childsburg and east of Talladega Springs. It's going to be going towards Waldo and eventually towards Pell City. So the tornado threat is increasing a little bit further off to the east, but the storm that was initially producing the tornado near Alabaster is not nearly as significant. Okay, so we now have a confirmed tornado back down north of Mobile. So we have a confirmed tornado now north of Mobile. There is a debris signature that is approaching Chestang, and it's going to be going towards McIntosh over the next few minutes. So again, a new tornado has dropped back over near just north of Mobile, Alabama. It's heading in the direction of Jackson, west of Monroeville. The debris signature is probably going to keep growing here over the next few minutes. So the tornado now is going to be approaching McIntosh and Route 43. And so there's your tornado. It's still going. Velocities are definitely strong enough for this to produce a few, tornadoes here as this moves northeast. It's a very discrete supercell, so definitely a favorable environment for this storm. So apparently, we have a storm chaser on the Calera storm. It's PA Storm Trackers. Let me pull them up. Didn't realize they were alive. So they're on that Calera storm, and apparently they've been seeing tornado damage. So we'll put them bottom right for you. So they're on the Calera storm. We'll keep them there for now, but they're on that other tornado warning. We do have a damage report coming out of the Calera area. Unfortunately, there are several reports of damage near I-65 and US 31 near the intersection of Calera, including businesses and homes that have received damage. So the Walmart was reportedly hit as well. And an ambulance just went by. That's not a good sign. An ambulance just went by in Calera on PA Storm Trackers feed, where a tornado just hit. Let's quickly, I'm just curious. Let's go to PA Storm Trackers just for a moment.
We got to get back into town. We just had major power flashes up here, up in the business area. There's a lot of damage, a lot of downed trees in the area, so we're going to check and see what we can do to help. All right, guys, as soon as Davey's done smoking, we're going to go back into town and see if we can offer any help. Calera took a really big hit. There's a lot of damage. Hearing reports of a lot of businesses that lost roofs and houses in town that had some damage, so we're gonna get back into town here shortly. Big old lightning bolt right behind us. Don't get struck.
Yeah, I was right there.
I know. I saw it in my mirror.
Okay, so they're in the area, and it sounds like that there is some major tornado damage there near the Calera area. So unfortunately, that's not good to hear. I mean, again, we've seen that tornado that was on the ground probably for about 10-15 minutes, almost hit the National Weather Service office. Good news, again, is that it has occluded for the time being. And also, some other bad news is that we have a significant wind risk right now going through Childsburg and eventually towards Waldo. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds heading in that direction. But once they get closer to town, we'll keep a close eye on them. The tornado that was on the ground near McIntosh has now lifted, so we no longer have a tornado there. But continue to stay in your safe place. There is enough rotation for there to be another tornado as that continues to move to the northeast. We're still watching the storm near Clanton. It may have briefly produced a tornado, but it has weakened again. I think long-term, this storm still has a pretty solid chance at producing a tornado as it moves towards Goodwater, New Site, and Alexander City. Stay vigilant if you're back over in those areas. Let's go back over to PA Storm Trackers.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Right in there is that in town, so we can see if he needs anything. So yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, you can see the power is out in this area. They had major tornado come through this area. We're gonna go and check damage, see if they need any help. This was a pretty big tornado that come through. They said on the interstate there's numerous.
I'll be back in just a second.
Big signs down, and they said the Zaxby signs was ripped apart. I don't even know who's messaging me here.
Headed your way.
Who said headed your way?
Avon. Who's heading my way? I don't know.
Connor Crawler.
Okay.
Is headed your way.
Okay. Alright, well then you're gonna sit there, then I'm gonna go, dude.
What's the problem? Huh?
Copy.
Oh, you got a new subscriber.
Oh, thank you for this new subscriber. Appreciate it. Welcome in. We appreciate everybody being here.
Hey, it's another Jones.
Max is on watching us too. So we are in Calera.
Okay, we'll keep them bottom right of your screen. They are in Calera. Actually, they're passing by a traffic light that is out. So Calera has no power. At least part of it. And so they're driving into town right now. We're going to keep a close eye on them. Again, a tornado just hit Calera. It sounds like, again, Walmart was damaged. Many other buildings and businesses were damaged near I-65. And so we'll continue to relay updates as they get a little bit closer to that. We still have a tornado warning north of Mobile. Again, this rotation's been broader over the last few minutes. It's moving northeast. Not nearly as intense. We don't have a tornado with that one anymore, for at least the time being, but it could drop one again as it moves northeast. We'll eventually go towards Frisco City and Monroeville. And we still got a significant damaging wind risk moving through Childsburg and Waldo and Ashland. And mainly a wind risk as of right now. I think we're going to go back to PA storm trackers for now, because there's nothing on the ground that we can see. But they are going through Calera, so we're just going to kind of see what the damage looks like. But you can see the traffic lights are out right now. Shout out to Purple Key with the $50 super chat. We've been literally non-stop pretty much with this storm. We've been tracking this non-stop. Thank you, Ethan, for the super chat. DoorDash Culver's cheese curds and eat them on live. I don't think so. That would be bad. I'll be back in 1 second. I need my water.
See if they need any assistance with aid. I can't see anything. So right now we have looks to be some pretty significant tornado damage in the area.
All right. By the way, also shout out to Kara, Matt, Kelly, Lay, Jeremy, Megan, Linda, Wesley, Ethan, and Christina, and Liam, and Andrew for all the Venmo donations, and Kimberly. You guys are way too kind. Appreciate the donations. Somebody just said Max is going to have a full beard by the end of the stream. It's possible. It's possible. At this rate, I'll have to shave it off.
Probably that wire that's down. We ran over. Or probably just saying like, hey.
We'll go back to them in a second. Again, they are currently near Calera, getting close to the tornado damage that is in Calera. As of right now, we have 2 tornado warnings. We only have, or actually, we have 3 tornado warnings, 2 of which are on the same storm. And we only have 1 severe thunderstorm warning right now. So, I mean, things are, again, slightly quieter, but even though we only have 3 tornado warnings, we still have had several strong tornadoes in just the last 30 minutes. And we still have a long ways to go. Again, we have a tornado watch in effect until 4 a.m. for both Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, and Georgia. Strong and long track tornadoes do remain a possibility here over the next few hours. We do have a big wind threat right now moving towards Waldo and Ashland with this Boeing segment. Going towards Highway 21. Other than that, there's nothing confirmed on the ground right now, despite, you know, there being an observed tornado tag. We don't have anything really on the ground, at least for right now. So that's good news. We're going to go back to PA storm trackers as they're approaching Calera. We have the trampoline forecast graphic yet? Did I ever show that yesterday? I don't think I did. I meant to show it yesterday, and we just got so busy so fast.
Fire department's all right there. Look, they're staging units. They're staging units.
For the rest of tonight, we do have an extreme risk for flying trampolines. Sorry, guys. I don't think I showed this yesterday, but we do have an extreme risk for flying trampolines tonight. It got so busy yesterday, I was never able to show that.
And the railroad crossing's right up here, so...
It's a true thing, though. Make sure to patch down those trampolines.
I don't know where that car was with their flashers on, but they didn't look like they were on a road.
Oh, all good.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Twisted on its thing a little bit.
Oh, there's power out here at this like strip mall too. And there's power out everywhere here. Power's pretty much knocked out. It looks like a rust, like almost all of Calera right now.
It's a little crooked, but
Yeah,
not too bad.
It does look a little crooked. That's what I thought.
I'm just gonna park here for a minute. The cops are riding around here. I don't want to like tick anybody off, but
Missouri got hit by 24.
You have a brand new tornado warning
That's just a lot. That's a lot.
for Valley Grande, Maplesville, Clanton. This includes Perry, Toga, Dallas, Bibb, and Chilton counties in Alabama. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. It is currently moving to the northeast. And we are also beginning to see, it looks like, a little bit of rotation back over south of Yellow Bluff. So another cell there that's attempting to ramp up a little bit. We got about 4 different storms currently rotating, at least. I mean, we got more than that, but we have 4 storms that are rotating to the point where a tornado warning is necessary. The other one, honestly, could be tornado warning here soon, east of Thomasville. It's going to be going towards Camden, Oak Hill, just west of Pineapple, and eventually going towards Whitehall in the long term. So those will be some of the areas in the path of that. Shout out to Amy as well for the $5 Venmo donation. All right, let's go back to PA storm trackers in Calera where there's tornado damage.
Go away, phone. Like, seriously. Literally on the other side of these trees.
Is that where it is?
There, and there's actually a trailer park behind.
I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll be back in just a second. Stay tuned.
Oh, yeah,
We'll stay on them. They're reporting stuff there at Calera.
There's trailer park. Right there. 9th Avenue, right over.
And there's one on the other side of the trees right in front of us, too.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Like right here. Yeah, all right there.
Yep, no, there's one right there, too.
Oh, yeah. But I'm talking about this one. Right
Yeah,
here.
I know. I see the one you're talking about. That's right behind us. I think that's where the lights were on.
Then you got this over here, which looks like a housing community. And then you got this subdivision up here.
That's because there's a severe thunderstorm warning.
Well, that's good, Tim. I'm glad they're all right. And Diamond, I'm glad he's okay, too. Corey's with him, so he's good.
Okay. There's all kind of tornado warnings right around us right now, so we have to be watching radar.
Are there really?
Yes, there's one coming up from behind us right now, coming through Valley Grande, coming up to Maplesville, Jemison, Thorsby. That's straight south of here.
Look, there's this.
All right, we are back.
Here. Look at all these houses over here.
A new tornado warning.
And pretty
has
good
been
timing,
issued.
because now we have a new tornado warning for Talladega County in Alabama. This is going to be for Waldo. Where's Waldo? And just southwest of Oxford. You are now included in a brand new tornado warning just south of Pell City. Seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are included in this tornado warning. Well, if you guys are catching on to the Where's Waldo. Rotation's pretty broad as of right now. Or actually, let me check. This is 8 minutes behind. I don't know why this radar is so behind. Okay. So the rotation's actually is getting a little bit more intense. So northeast of Childsburg, going towards Talladega. Rotation is getting a little bit stronger. It's going to be eventually going towards the Munford area. This is really the main area of rotation. It is starting to ramp up quite a bit. We could definitely get a tornado out of this as this moves to the northeast. It's going to be wrapped in rain, so again, another situation where we could be talking about a rain-wrapped tornado. Yeah, that's approaching. It's going to be going towards I-20 and Oxford eventually. We are getting a new report out of Calera that there is there's extensive damage to a trailer park in the city of Calera. An extensive damage to a trailer park in Calera, and this rotation again is starting to ramp up near 21, going towards Talladega and eventually going towards Oxford. Talladega. Is it Talladega? Or Talladega? I don't even know. I thought I was pronouncing it pretty well. Thank you, Philip, for becoming a member. Still have some rotation back over north of Mobile, Alabama right now. This is, again, going in the direction of Monroeville. For the time being, it is still broad, but it is still something we're keeping a close eye on. East of Birmingham, this tornado warning for another 14 minutes is still technically a confirmed tornado, though we have not seen anything on radar in quite a while. I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but just continue to stay in your safe place. Again, I think a new tornado is going to be dropping here in a moment, back over south of Talladega.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So we now have a new tornado that is in progress going towards Talladega. Rotation is very strong, and they have now sounded the alarm for a confirmed tornado that is going towards Waldo and Talladega. You need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this warning, as there is a tornado heading directly towards you in Talladega and Waldo. We do have a debris signature that is popping up on radar, which is just off to the southwest of Talladega, right here. It's moving northeast. Guys, I don't need the pronunciation, please. Talladega. I don't even care anymore. All right, we're more focused on what's happening with the tornadoes. There's a tornado on the ground right along Highway 21. And it's also near the cross-section of Highway 76. And it's quickly moving northeast. It's approaching Bernie's, Bemiston, and eventually Carrara. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. By the way, TVA Storm Trackers just had police go by. So there is definitely some damage there in Calera. And we now have a big tornado. We have a big tornado that is in progress southwest of Talladega, just west of Waldo. So again, this is a big-time tornado right now, moving northeast towards Talladega. Guys, I got it. You're welcome. Got the pronunciation. Yeah, this is a big-time tornado. Approaching Bernie's. Approaching Bernie's. Going towards the south side. Talladega. There's a lot of people that live in Talladega. You know, any friends or family in this area, please make sure that they are in their safe place. This is a dangerous storm. Long term, it's going towards Oxford. The population in this area is at least 15,000 for Talladega. There is a McDonald's, a Subway, a Wendy's, a Burger King, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, KFC, Sonic Drive-In, Arby's, Jack's, Los Mexicanos restaurant, and those are the main restaurants in the track of this in Talladega. And then we also have a Walmart Supercenter, a Piggly Wiggly, a Dollar General, a Family Dollar, Walgreens, CVS Pharmacy, and Talladega Hardware and Supply. And there's also a few schools in this area, which obviously it's almost 9 o'clock. There probably isn't anybody at school anyway, since it's a Saturday, unless there's like some sort of sporting thing happening. A few other notable places in the track of this include the Talladega Municipal Airport, the Curry House, and the Courthouse Square Historic District in the Silk Stocking Historic District. There's also the Talladega Mobile Home Park and the Eastwood Mobile Home Park that are in the track of this tornado that is definitely on the stronger side of things and potentially a large tornado. The latest radar scan still shows a tornado that is in progress that has just crossed Highway 21 near Bernie's, just on the south side of Martisville. Near Alice, it's approaching Allison Mills as of right now. And we apparently, a moment ago, we may have just had twin tornadoes. That right there actually might have just been a brief tornado back over near Chamber Springs. But that is now occluded. There was like a small little brief tornado by the looks of it back over there near Chamber Springs. The main tornado right now is the Bernie's one. So, Talladega, you need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom. If you're in a mobile home, you've got to get to a sturdy structure or get in a ditch. This is a damaging tornado approaching the southwest side of town. And we're only about 2 or 3 minutes. If this stays on the ground, it's going to be hitting the southwest side of Talladega within the next 2 to 3 minutes. Still have a evident debris signature on radar. Velocities have become a little bit broader over the last few minutes. However, we do have a new area of rotation that is going to be developing over Waldo. So, new area of rotation now developing on a little over Waldo. We're watching that closely. And also south of Maplesville. This supercell is getting organized very quickly. We have a hook echo developing on this north of Valley Grande. This is moving towards Billingsley. But we have a tornado attempting to drop on this, and that rotation is rapidly intensifying. We could definitely be talking about a more long-track tornado with this storm if it's able to drop near Billingsley, just south of Clanton. It'll eventually go towards Rockford and Deatsville. So a bit more of a significant storm there. That's far south there, Birmingham, northwest of Montgomery. That could definitely be a long-track supercell. We still do have a tornado approaching Talladega. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. Again, what we're looking at is the correlation coefficient. So when you see the greens, that indicates debris that's being lofted up into the atmosphere. And anything darker than that is usually a more significant tornado. This is Alabama. We are in Alabama right now. All right, latest radar scan showing some better news. That debris signature is much smaller, which is good. I don't think we really have anything on the ground anymore in this case, but there is probably still some debris in the atmosphere that is probably still floating up there and will probably fall back to down to the ground here soon, near Talladega. Otherwise, we have a big surge of wind going into Waldo and as well as Talladega, and we possibly could see another tornado develop off of this near Waldo as that moves eventually towards Oxford. So continue to stay weather aware if you're back up near Oxford. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on that storm. I'm growing awfully concerned about this storm here west of Billingsley. We have a very impressive hook echo. Strong inflow going into the storm as well. We're probably going to get a new tornado on this here in just a couple of minutes. So a brand new tornado will probably drop here momentarily back over near Highway 22. Just south of Maplesville and just west of Billingsley. There will likely be a new tornado here within the next few minutes. But this is a rapidly organizing storm right now. And we do. We now have a tornado in progress. A big tornado has just dropped near Plantersville, north of Vine Hill. So you need to get into your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. If you are near Pletcher, Pools Crossroads, Fairview, Highland, Clanton, Samaria, or Maplesville, we have a big-time tornado that's just dropped near Plantersville. This is probably at least a strong tornado, and it could be easily a long-tracked tornado as it moves northeast. But that is definitely a tornado. I mean, there's no doubt about it. This is almost undoubtedly a strong tornado. If we get the gate-to-gate shear on this tornado, we are currently looking at 74 versus 105 potentially. And it is now a PDS tornado. This warning has just been upgraded. It is a particularly dangerous situation. Ignore the county names on the bottom left. That is totally incorrect. This is going to be for Dallas, Chilton, and Ottawa counties in Alabama. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress. It's moving northeast. It'll be going towards Adams, Pletcher, and eventually towards Maplesville. So you need to get underground if you can, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is once again moving to the northeast. And it's going towards Clanton, which is a more populated town. If the gate-to-gate shear is anywhere near right, which it might be, this, again, could be as strong as like a EF 2, 3, 4 tornado with the gate-to-gate shear that we're seeing. But we are seeing a full-blown debris ball right now on this particular tornado. Again, near Plantersville, south of Maplesville, going towards Clanton, far south of Birmingham and Alabaster. Also, the Aladega tornado warning in Alabama, that was downgraded to radar indicated, so that is no longer a confirmed tornado. And we have a huge debris ball right now. This is a huge tornado right now going towards Pletcher, just to the south of Maplesville. This is definitely a large and extremely dangerous tornado moving to the northeast, going towards Adams and Pletcher. This is a huge tornado. That is a debris ball. This could go tornado emergency if this continues. That is this is at least an intense tornado over the east side of Plantersville. This is by far the biggest debris signature that we've seen today on reflectivity. And we've seen a few big debris signatures, but that is a significant tornado that is approaching Highway 82 over the next few minutes. Again, just to the south of Maplesville. Oh my goodness, this is bad. Just south of Maplesville. Let's see. Okay, so this is again approaching Pletcher. There is Jim's Highway Barbecue 82 that is in the direct path of this big tornado. So this is going to be approaching Jim's Highway 82 Barbecue over the next few minutes. Unity Church is not far from this either. University Highway Church of God, and as well as the Jimmy's Harrison Fruit Farms is currently in the track of a significant tornado just in the next few minutes. But again, what we're looking at on radar, that is a debris ball from a significant tornado, a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is moving in the direction of Pletcher. And this is what the correlation coefficient looks like scan over scan just over the last few minutes. This is turning into a really big and strong tornado just south of Maplesville. There are a lot of farms in this area, a lot of trees, but there are also some other places like the Alpine Baptist Church that is about to be hit by this. Really, the next main location, which is about 2 minutes away, if not sooner, is going to end up being Highway 82, back over near Jimmy's Harrison Fruit Farms. That is a big tornado moving towards Highway 82. This is going to continue as a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. They have not upgraded this to a tornado emergency, even though I think it is very possible that it still could be with how intense this tornado is. This is a significant tornado. This is one of the biggest tornadoes that we've seen today, and unfortunately is in Alabama, just south of Maplesville. This is a discrete supercell, and there's really not a whole lot stopping this storm right now. Fairview, you need to be in your safe place. If you're anywhere in this tornado warning, you need to, make sure that you have a helmet with you. If you're further up near Clanton, you have a couple minutes. You want to have a helmet with you if you have one. Put a mattress over top of you. If you're in like a bathtub or something like that, put the mattress over top of you. That's a decent place to be. But make sure that you have the most walls between you and the outside as possible as this tornado approaches, because that is the safest place to be. If you're in a mobile home, though, you need to get out of there. You got to get to a sturdy structure or get into a ditch, because a mobile home is simply not safe during a tornadic supercell like this that is producing significant damage right now, approaching Highway 82. This is the latest radar scan. There are some farms in this area. I got a few churches. And the radar scan glitched out.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground.
While they're issuing a tornado warning well ahead of this, there is now a new PDS tornado warning for those in Jemison, Lay Lake, Wildwood Shores, Pine Grove, Marble Valley, Gold Branch, Unity. You are all included now in a brand new tornado warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. You need to get to your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible as soon as you can, as we have a dangerous tornadic supercell that is heading in your direction. They've issued this PDS tornado warning well ahead of time to give advanced warning, as some of you might be trying to go to sleep. It's probably not the time to if you're back over in any of these PDS tornado warnings right now. You still have a big-time tornado right now approaching Adams, Alabama. By the way, no tornado warning anymore in southwest Alabama. We're still watching those storms closely. And west of Montgomery, there is a storm here that could become tornadic down the road as it moves northeast. But for right now, it is not a concern for a tornado. Our greatest concern right now is south of Calera, as we have a significant tornado approaching Highway 82, Adams, and Pletcher. It'll be going towards Fairview, Highland. And it's still a big-time tornado. For some reason, the CC hasn't updated here. But this is the last few scans. So this tornado just crossed over the highway. It is still producing big time damage just south of Maplesville. There are a lot of trees in this area, but in addition to that, there are some farms, there are some homes. So this is definitely a big threat. The SPC has just released a new mesoscale discussion. Strong tornadoes remain possible. They have actually put that the peak probability intensity here of this tornado threat in central and southern Alabama could be over the size of EF3 intensity. They still have outlined greater than 175 mile per hour tornado winds being possible out of tornadoes over the next few hours. As long as we see discrete storms, there is still a chance for intense or perhaps even violent tornadoes here in central and southern Alabama over the next few hours. We actively have a probably intense tornado approaching Adams. And I think it's actually moving over Adams as we speak. And that's going to be going towards Fairview and then Clanton. Clanton, there's a lot more people that live there. So let's just hope this does not hit Clanton. Latest scan has this tornado right over County Road 16 in Adams. It's going to be approaching the Lazie Hoos Farm, Ken's Diesel Repair, the Frank Family Farm, Smitherman Welding Caps, and there's a couple more churches up ahead of that, and then Black Belt Sewer and Drain Cleaning are a few of the locations that are in the immediate track of this tornado, which has continued to stay strong over the last several minutes. We'll have another radar scan here in a second. If you're just tuning in, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado south of Birmingham, northwest of Montgomery in Alabama. This is a significant tornado right now moving towards Clanton, Alabama. If Connor's on it, we'll have him on, but he's not really that close to it yet. Actually, I think PA Storm Trackers is actually pretty close too. They're already down in Jemison. So they're actually getting close to this. They're en route right now for this supercell. So also the debris on this storm has been lofted over 12,000 feet. According to radar. So this debris has been lofted up over 12,000 feet, and it has just crossed over Adams. It's now approaching the little unincorporated town there of Fairview and Highland. It's going to be going towards Clanton over the next several minutes. This is just for perspective. This is the storm that we are talking about. This is not where they're not on the tornado right now, but this is like in the general area. They're in the PDS tornado warning near Thorsby. And you just see all the lightning right now. The rain is very heavy, obviously. I believe they're right now on I-65. I don't know if we can get a mile marker here. I don't have their exact location, but they are just southeast of Jemison. If anybody can read one of those signs, let me know. It's hard to read.
I don't know what county we're in, but I think it's area. Alright.
I couldn't really read any of those signs, but I'm pretty sure they're not far from Clanton. Latest radar scan still indicating that we have a tornado, again, approaching Fairview. It's traveling right up County Road 15. They'll be going towards Highway 22 over the next few minutes as well. And this is also going towards Clanton. So again, Clanton is currently in the track of this tornado. Okay, yeah, so currently PA Storm Trackers is the closest right now, Chaser, that I at least know of that's near this. They are currently between Jemison and Thorsby. They're either on the interstate or right here, so yeah, we're gonna have them on bottom right for now, and if they get closer, we'll go full screen. There's obviously a lot of lightning with this storm. It's a very electrified storm, and it's obviously producing a significant tornado approaching Clanton. And Clanton is a much more populated area here of central Alabama. Not the situation that we want to be dealing with. It's going to be a fully rain-wrapped tornado, too. Very strong rotation. Tornado confirmed again, heading towards Clanton. Here's the latest radar scan. So tornado is currently traveling up County Road 15. It's approaching Highway 22, the 4th Avenue, which is northbound. It's exactly where this tornado is currently heading. It's going to be heading towards Lomax and Clanton. Is there any chance it could side shift and miss Clanton? Well, that's why the tornado warning polygons are so big. We've seen it happen multiple times today, too. Keep in mind that a tornado could go anywhere in this tornado polygon, which is why this is such a... that's why it's a large area. Tornadoes can sometimes be unpredictable. They can move in weird ways. So, you know, that's why it's a large polygon. But I'm pretty sure this tornado right now is hitting a lot less things. I think it's just trees right now, which explains why the CC signature is a bit smaller. The velocities, again, are still very strong. So... keep in mind, for those that are further out in front of this, Talladega Springs will eventually be in the track of this, including Thorsby, Jemison, and long-term Calgua, I think, south of Childsburg, will be in the track of this supercell here over the next 90 minutes or so. There is a lot of convection mixing in there again, so this tornado might have some tough times ahead, but it's definitely still in progress. And the rotation's still very strong. We definitely still have a tornado moving towards Clanton. We are starting to see rotation back over near Monroeville. Tornado threat could be increasing on that cell here soon. We're watching that as well. Where's Oak Hill, Alabama? How much further south is that? All right, latest CC signature still showing a tornado in progress just northwest of Fairview. It is approaching Highway 22 here over the next couple of minutes. And Clanton, again, going to be in the track of this as well. Let's go back to PA Storm Trackers until our next radar scan. Again, they are closing in right now in Clanton. Wow. So again, they're in the PDS tornado warning right now.
A little bit on north on 31. downpours popping up around us.
It's gonna pass. If we get on 31 and go north, it's gonna pass right in front of us.
That's what I'm thinking. We can watch it. We might be able to see it. And we're gonna be close enough.
We got another tornado on the ground, JBL.
Possibly could be a big. This one could be a big one.
Just off to our west right now.
Near Clanton.
Yeah,
Clanton, Alabama.
Yeah, Clanton. Yeah, Clanton, Alabama.
So they're getting off the exit. They might be in Clanton now.
We're gonna go
There's
north.
a lot of stuff right here, so that's good.
Go north on 31, and it should cross right in front of us if it's still on the ground.
Yep.
Hello, Opie. How are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. You know, JBL, this like
The PDS tornado warning that was out in front of this was just downgraded to being just observed, but the one that the tornado is still in is PDS. I know that sounds confusing, but they temporarily downgraded the one out in front of it in case this does weaken, which the velocities are still very strong here, so.
Alright, so you said go to over to 31 and kind of start watching it, inching north a little bit at a time.
Yeah, I think that would be your safest bet. Maybe check your gas real quick while you got gas stations nearby.
I'm okay.
If you can find an open gas station real quick, maybe
For anybody that's familiar with this area, does anybody know the exact road this PA Storm Trackers is on?
You hear him?
Because I think they just got off I-65. I'm not sure if they exited near Clanton or not. I'm not entirely sure where they're at. They're on 31. They said 31. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so they're in the Clanton area.
Where do you live, Opie? I gotta admit the lightning makes sense. Yeah, it does. It's a Kia. What is this?
Kia Sorrento.
Kia Sorrento.
The TIC, the Tornado Interceptor Kia. I call it the TIC. That's my little name for it. There's a gas station up here at 31 interchange. I'm going to stop it for having real quick before the power all goes out of town.
But a lot of lightning, that's for sure. I'm going to keep them bottom right for now. But we still do have a tornado in progress. The correlation coefficient scan over scan has been getting smaller and smaller. So the significance of this tornado, it looks like, is starting to go down, which is good news. But it is still approaching Clanton, just north of Fairview and west of Highland. So we still do have a tornado, it's just not nearly as large as before. And it is also completely rain-wrapped. But the rotation's still very strong. I mean, we still have very strong rotation right now, and it's strong enough for there to be another tornado or a continuing tornado as it approaches Clanton. So once again, if you are in Clanton, Alabama, you need to be in your safe place, that storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. I'd also be watching a couple of other storms. Really, the one near Selma is beginning to ring, some bells for me here, because we are starting to see some rotation on this cell as well. Rotation, we're in between radar sites, so it's hard to see, but there is at least some rotation on this storm heading in the direction of Montgomery. So Montgomery, Prattville, Whitehall, Deatsville, be on alert here. We do have a potential, I think, for a tornado at some point in the near future with this storm as it continues to track northeast. We're going to keep a close eye on that. Huge shout out to David with the $50 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. You also, BK. Stay safe over there. Can you please cover the storms in Georgia later? We're going to see how trends go here, but I do think we're going to have to start a new live stream, which means we'll still be here. We'll basically just transfer everybody over. We're at 11 hours and 20 minutes, so if we're going to go beyond 12 hours, I will have to make a new stream, but that's still a little ways from now. We're not ending the stream or anything like that right now, or anything like that, but we'll probably end up making a new live stream here in just a few minutes, and we'll transfer everybody over to that, which you guys won't have to really do anything. You'll still be able to watch the stream. I just have to make a new stream. So I think we'll be going beyond 12 hours tonight. All right, PDS tornado warning still continues here for another 12 minutes. Still have a tornado again approaching Clanton. It's not as large as before, but it is a tornado, so continue to stay in your safe place as this continues to move to the northeast. Any lows for becoming a member? It's another area of rotation to the west. Really the main area I'm actually seeing of rotation right now. So we have this area of rain wrapped rotation near Clanton. But back over here south of that, it's looking a little bit more interesting. We're probably going to get a new tornado down there. I actually want to go to PA storm trackers because it looks like they are in Clanton. So they're near where this tornado is. And the wind is very strong right now.
Power flash. I just saw power flash. You're south of Clanton. I think you're okay. Okay. The way the winds were moving there for a second, I got very worried.
In Talladega, Alabama, there's damage reported at the Winterboro High School.
Back on.
And we are seeing power flashes here in Clanton, so there's likely at least high winds, if not maybe a tornado.
Let's see where this thing. Yeah, I mean, it might be cycling right now again.
Okay, we'll just hang tight for a minute here.
The couplet ain't as tight as it was.
Man, I got a little nervous there when the wind started picking up. I'm like, oh no.
I was wondering why you wanted to keep going north. That's why I said pull over right now.
I thought so I don't know this area real well.
Out though on the south side, so you might want to keep on 31 past the interstate because it may do a spin up in that RFD. I don't know. The circulation disappeared and it's just surging out. It might be going outflow.
Let's see what this is. It cold air or let's see.
All right, Davey's checking with the air now. That got a little nerve-wracking coming up out of that hill, not being able to see, and
so they're currently in Clanton. Obviously, not a fun situation to be in when you have strong winds coming against you, but Clanton currently, we still have rotation right over town. I do think we're going to see a new tornado try to develop down here near I-63 here soon. That'll eventually go towards Rockford and Alexander City if that develops. And we are still watching the storm west of the Montgomery area. So we're still watching that storm west of Montgomery for a potential tornadic storm here. We are keeping close eyes on that as that continues to move east-northeast. They're just south of Clanton at the tractor supply. All right, thank you. They're apparently just south of Clanton. Bottom right of your screen. But if there is a tornado still, it's going to be going right into Clanton. Unfortunately, it's literally going directly over you, but it does not appear as if we have a tornado right now. But I do think the winds at the minimum are very strong in Clanton. And so we are probably talking about a significant wind risk around this area of rotation that could be similar to a tornado. We're going to go back to PA storm trackers here.
I can't tell.
As this is moving into their area right now.
I'm looking at that flag whipping way over there in the lights.
Yeah. Oh. We're losing power again? It might be.
Thank you, Megan, and as well as Sandy and Christy for the Venmo donations.
That scared me for a minute.
Appreciate the generosity.
Coming up that hill and then wind started picking up, and I'm like, dude, in the pickup truck, you need to get out of here now.
I don't know how you're still hanging in there with no sleep. I don't know. I had some sleep. It wasn't much. Probably like 5 or 6 hours worth. We've now had 3 EF3 tornadoes confirmed from yesterday's storms. So we're up to 3 now.
Yeah, I know, sure. I know.
We're getting, I don't know what, Davey. We're getting the RFD.
Yeah, that's what this is.
The wind switched directions. We're getting RFD winds now.
Well, I just switched radar.
Yeah, it's gonna get windy here.
Yeah, it looks like it's mostly wind right now. But, I mean, there could still be a tornado buried back in there somewhere.
RFD's coming in. It's getting windy.
No, the winds are still going the same direction.
Are they?
Yes, they are.
Storm's moving that way.
I know. Look at that flag, though. I'm watching that flag this entire time.
Yeah, that's outflow.
That is not cold air.
Somebody's reporting in the chat that power's out in Oxford, Alabama.
Because town's almost straight in front of us.
Just a quick update across the board. Mobile, we got some strong storms rolling into your area. Monroeville, there is still a little bit of rotation there. West of Montgomery, we are beginning to see, again, rotation trying to ramp up here. I do think a tornado warning is in play at some point here in the near future going in the direction of Montgomery. I don't think the rotation is strong enough yet for a tornado warning, but I do think, again, that we could see a tornado warning here soon as that goes towards Montgomery, Platteville, and Whitehall. Rotation's broadening out very quickly right now over Clanton, so I do think that area of rotation, again, is broadening out very fast, not nearly as concerning as before, but I'm still watching just south of Clanton for maybe some redevelopment, for maybe a possible tornadic area of circulation going towards Rockford. The storms back over in northeastern and eastern Alabama are predominantly wind as of right now. Atlanta, we're still got probably about an hour or so away from actually seeing some storms in your neck of the woods. And then back up into Tennessee, really not much happening up here. It's mostly just rain at this point, so not too concerned about that area. Hey, Todd, for the super chat. The Clanton storm, I think, is going to recycle, but I don't know if it's going to be this area of rotation. I think it's going to happen further south. I do think it's going to try to recycle here. Try to produce a new tornado. I mean, the one we just had was on the ground for about 10 minutes or so. There is new information from the St. Louis, Missouri National Weather Service. There is a confirmation now of an EF2 tornado that occurred in Villa Ridge, Missouri, and carried over into Fox Creek yesterday. That tornado was on the ground for about 14 minutes. So that is a new tornado that was confirmed from yesterday's storms. Did PA Storm Trackers have a power flash? Let's go back to them.
Well, we're not even in the tornado warning.
They're in, again, Clanton, Alabama right now.
A tornado where we are now.
Apparently they just had a power flash. Hey, Locke, appreciate the super chat.
Yeah, that's weird.
Shout out to Michael with the $25 Venmo, and as well as Thomas with the Venmo, and Gwendolyn,
I don't know.
Christina,
Well, you gotta think about it. This
and
is
Megan.
basically
Appreciate the generosity, everybody.
hurricane. It's bringing all those winds in the outer atmosphere to the surface. So
The PDS tornado warning ends in 3 minutes.
Microbursts or whatever.
That's still strong. Those can do damage, so very easily. I still think at least getting down here to the interstate and just getting out of its way right now. It kind of just gets all apart a little bit, but
Oh, it's in front of us now.
yeah,
So
I think if we have
we're not,
passed over us.
yeah, we're not in its way. It's,
Actually, I think it's a little to the left because we're going kind of south east.
yeah, it's that way now.
Yeah, so it's going left.
But I like to know what the heck this thing is going on here.
Yeah, right?
That's a hell of a bow at those. That's what that is.
Is there a gas station over here? The Waffle House. There's not a gas station over here. Ooh. Oh no, there is one. gonna run down here and just feel really bad.
Okay, so just an update again. The PDF's tornado warning does end in 2 minutes. There's no longer a large tornado on the ground, but the warning will expire in 2 minutes. The area of rotation that we are watching is mainly near Clanton. I think we're about to see tornado genesis occur on the east side of the storm. There is a hook beginning to form here, and it's moving towards the Rockford area. So that'll be something to watch for as it continues to move towards Rockford. A new tornado is definitely going to be a possibility as that continues to move to the northeast. So that's definitely still a sketchy storm, and we still have a storm west of Montgomery that is rotating. That will be capable of still producing a potential tornado as that moves towards Prattville and Montgomery. But I am definitely still very concerned about this storm. We're probably about to see this thing recycle. I still think it has a chance to maybe produce one more tornado as it moves east-northeast. And then the Montgomery one is still on the table as well for maybe a tornado. All right, guys. Let me do this. And hopefully this works. All right, guys, so what's going to happen? We're going to be live. All right, we're still staying live here. I have got to make a new stream, though, because otherwise we're going to run out of time on this stream. We can cap streams at 12 hours, but I have to make a new live stream, essentially. We're still going to be live. If you, for some reason, get lost, just click on my channel. We'll still be live here for a few more hours, probably, covering this tornado outbreak. You're all going to be redirected to our new live stream. So everybody will be redirected. You can stay here. You don't have to go anywhere. But if you get lost for some reason, just click on my channel name. We're going to create a new live stream, and we'll be live again, just in case something else happens, because I still think we have a chance here for maybe a tornado. So, again, everybody stay here. Where you're going to be redirected to our new live stream. That way we can have a new live stream go for a few more hours. And we'll see you guys all again in just a second. And yeah,